Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the KAI's panel on the South Korea space diplomacy and space security. My name is Hang Yun-ma. I'm the professor of Catholic University of Korea. This panel is sponsored by the Korea Foundation and organized by the Korean Association of International Studies. The securitization of space is accelerating with strategic competition between the United States and China increasingly extending into the space domain. South Korea, too, established its national space agency last year called Korea Aerospace Administration. Acronym would be called KASA. It was done last year, that agency was established, and Korea is stepping into the arena of space development. As such, growing attention is being paid to how South Korea's space policy will unfold from a diplomatic and security standpoint. This panel discussion, supported by the Korea Foundation, will explore the emerging security competition and cooperation as well among nations in the space. The panel will consist of 3 distinguished presenters and 3 discussants. We are honored to welcome 3 distinguished experts who will bring deep insight and experience to today's discussion. Let me briefly introduce 3 presenters first. Jung Hyun-ju, professor of Yonsei University, right next to me. And Kim Kwang-jin, General Kim Kwang-jin was the former F-16 pilot and now a professor at the Sungmyeong Women's University. And Suzuki Kazuo, professor at the University of Tokyo. Each presenters will be given 15 minutes, and their presentation will be followed by designated discussion. Each of whom will have 10 minutes for their commentary. And without further ado, I will give the microphone to Professor Jung Hyun-ju first.
Thank you, Professor Sang Yun-ma. My name is Hyun-ju Jung from Yonsei University. I'm also director for Aerospace Strategy and Technology Institute at Yonsei University. My paper title is Paradox of Space Commercialization. Why is the U.S. struggling in the space diplomacy competition with China in Africa? The motivation for this presentation is, at least in Korea, there has been lots of work on space competition and space diplomacy, but most of the work has been based upon normative argument or policy-oriented papers. So I want to be more empirical research on space commercialization and space competition, focusing on in Africa. The reason I'm looking into Africa is there is a growing concern in the States that the space competition or diplomacy competition in Africa, the U.S. is losing side right now. There is a growing concern. So that's one of my motivation. So as far as the presentation will be organized by 5 components: observation, research question, U.S.-China space competition and Africa, and analysis and discussion and policy implications. Okay. As you might know, there's a growing kind of interest in space, the so-called new space era, which is by definition, increasing role of private sector and engagement in space commercialization. There's growing values in terms of economy and security issues, in combination with the technological innovations, especially space mobility and communication. Remote sensing satellites has a very crucial role in many kind of space economy, and also, as you know, in the Russia-Ukraine war and Israel and Gaza, and also right now the Iranian kind of struggle this year, a few days ago. So this kind of phenomenon is kind of combined with the space commercial, with the weaponization or militarization, has huge impact on the global security and also others. As you know, there's a rapid growth is expected in space economy. It was about $630 billion US dollars in 2023, but it's expected within 10 years about 1.8 trillion US dollars in space economy. And as you know, the U.S. is a kind of dominant actor in space, but there's a growing concern in the states that America has been losing an comparative advantage vis-a-vis China in Africa. This is a report by now kind of dismantled the U.S. Institute of Peace, and then there's the title is China Space Collaboration with Africa, and then in the reports. The researcher argued that U.S. actors, both private and government, are actively engaged in Africa's space sector, but it has not been capitalized in align with the U.S. foreign policy objectives. There are numerous kind of articles and reports that the space diplomacy competition in Africa America is kind of in the losing side. So that's my observation. Africa is, you might not know Africa much about the space sector, but the space sector in Africa is very small. But at the same time, there's huge significance in Africa in space diplomacy and space kind of economy. First of all, is the continental size. Africa is a huge size, and it's very crucial for ground infrastructure, for space situational awareness and satellite control. We should have ground stations to control this satellites and others. So the size matters, but also economic potential. The African space industry is very minuscule. In 2021, about $19.5 billion, but it is expected to grow in $22.6 billion in next year. Also, it's very important for the numbers. The so-called politics of numbers. Africa's political weight is essential for global space norms and standards and platforms as well. I'm sorry, yeah, I have to use both of this one. So, okay, and so China is rapidly catching up with the United States in space domain, but at the same time, the U.S. still maintains a competitive advantage in many areas, space launches and other the number of satellites as well. But what I find is the U.S. is struggling in space diplomacy with Africa. So what accounts for the difference between the U.S. and China in their approaches to space cooperation and diplomacy with Africa? So my core argument is the paradox of space commercialization. Space commercialization has increased hugely the U.S. space power in many areas, but the commercial itself per se actually have a huge negative impact on space diplomacy, because the commercialized space is good for the space power in general, but it's very difficult to use space power, space kind of capacities for the diplomatic purposes, which is specifically in Africa. But I think it's a huge implication for other areas too. So because of time constraint, so there is a huge difference between U.S. and China in terms of many technical issues. Launches, the U.S. is by far the dominant actor in space. And the satellite, you see almost 70% of operating satellites is owned by and controlled by the United States, while less than 10% is controlled by China. GNSS, which is the GPS, the US version of GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite System, is quite old technology, but it's modernizing right now. But the Beidou, the China's GNSS, is kind of more accurate and more powerful in many sense. And in terms of space diplomacy, US focus more on the Artemis Accords, which is a kind of space norms and the best practices, how we, when you're doing the space activities. But China used that more kind of BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, and International Lunar Research Stations and Tiangong stations. They are more practical and more kind of useful in many, especially developing countries. In terms of the space in Africa, you might not know much about the space economy, space kind of capacities in Africa, but there's many African countries are engaged in the space sectors right now. There's rapid growing as of today, and then as of today, about 64 satellites is in operation by African countries. Many African countries engage in space sectors because of many domestic drivers, domestic factors. There's military and security considerations and socio-economic motivations, and also national prestige and technical sovereignty as well. But also international pressure or international factors are engaged in this space in Africa. As I've talked to you before, the geographic vastness of the African continent is very crucial for many space powers, also in European space powers in the US and China as well. And also there is a very growing need for international cooperation for space activities because the space is vast, even though even the US is the dominant actors, but the US cannot control all the space domain as of today. So the four major space powers in Africa, South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria, and Algeria is kind of sub-regional kind of space powers in Africa. Let me briefly talk about the space policy towards African countries by US and China. US space policy and strategy has been made by the Trump first administration and also Biden administration. US space priority framework has been announced in 2021. And there was a strategic framework for space diplomacy, which is the first of its kind of space diplomacy by many other countries, was announced in 2023. And US-African policy has been also announced in 2022, and which is really straight towards sub-Saharan Africa. So US has been very interested in space diplomacy and also Africa. But US approach has been more kind of norm-based and also more kind of giving away the space kind of capacity to African countries. Xavier is one of the leading kind of prominent program by the NASA and USAID. They try to help the African countries for socio-economic development by providing many kind of EO data, Earth observation data, for climate change adaptation and disaster programs. And NASA also helping that. China is more practical. China's the approach is more manufacturing centers and policy kind of helping African countries with more kind of substantial kind of help, focusing on the space infrastructure development. China helping African countries launching is the first of is the country's satellite as well, and also they China Connect the Belt and Road Initiative in this space cooperation. So. US is focusing on the space utilization state norms, while China is focusing more on the space manufacturing and human resource development and networking with African countries. So there's very few kind of data, but from the 1998 to 2023, the African satellite contract value is about $4.7 billion US dollars, but the US share is only about $250 billion, while the China and Russia combined, they received a contract about the amount of the US dollars of $1.4 billion. So the US is definitely underperforming in space cooperation with Africa. So I'm asking why that's the case. So as an international political economy scholar, we always ask willingness and capacity. So US, the first expression might be the US has the capacity but lacks the motivation. Maybe the Africa simply does not rank high on Washington's space diplomacy agenda, but this is not really the case. So U.S. acknowledges Africa's strategic relevance and engage through multidimensional cooperation, including foreign aid. So next explanation might be not the lack of willingness, but lack of capacity. So I argue the lack of diplomatic capacity U.S.-Africa space cooperation despite its overall advanced space capabilities. So the question is not whether, in my view, not whether U.S. has space power or capacity to help the African countries, but from the African perspective, the issue is not whether the U.S. possess superior space capacities, but whether those capabilities, capacity can be effectively leveraged by African partner countries in a ways that align with their own national interest and development goals, or even the national elites' personal interest as well. So in that sense, China's cooperation model, although based on the relatively lower technological capacity, often offers more immediate and tangible and localized benefits. So that's my argument. So what's the reason? So that's okay. The time I'm going to skip a little bit. So I try to look at the real meaning for African countries of the space commercialization. Space commercialization significantly enhanced U.S. overall space capacity and space power. However, the same commercialization has paradoxically limited the US government ability to deploy these capabilities for diplomatic and strategic purposes, especially in the region like Africa. Especially the cislunar area, the Earth and Moon space, where the immense economic and military values are created, which is commercialized and increasing by the private actors. So that's the, in that sense, the US is really hard time to engage and utilize this commercialized space to diplomatic purposes. So there are three dimensions I try to look at of the paradox, which is budget constraint and limitations on cooperation, norm-centered cooperation. So as you can see, there's a strong budget constraint of NASA. This is one of the civilian space budget is decreasing and stagnant and decreasing right now. And NASA, as you know, there's lots of problems right now. And then NASA is trying to prioritize the deep space, the beyond the moons. So where the cislunar area has been commercialized and there's a lack of diplomatic power to use the civilian kind of space program to help developing countries. The second is the limitations on cooperation. US focus more on the data services and norms, less on manufacturing and infrastructure and human resource development. So they have difficulties in promoting infrastructure development and capacity building due to commercial imperatives because of concerns over intellectual property protection and technical leakage as well. So and also they're trying to use the space cooperation based upon the commercial and transactional lens. So that's one of the reasons why I think the USA is being less capacity to space cooperation here. Third one is norm-centered cooperation. US pushes from the space norms. They're trying to emphasize the universal norms, transparency, and best practices in space activities, which is quite different from the African countries' priorities. So that's the reasons why China is more kind of practical, give more practical benefits to the countries. So that's the reason why African countries are more willing to cooperate with China instead of the United States. As you can see, that as I've talked to you before, there are major four or five countries, African countries, engage in private, the space activities. But those regional powers, like let me see. As you can see, right, South Africa, Egypt, Senegal is participating in the China-led IRRS partnership, while only the Nigeria and Rwanda, Angola, which is less powers in space powers in Africa, are cooperating with the United States. So because of this budget constraint and limitations of cooperation activities and norm-centered cooperation, I think that space commercialization actually contribute significantly to enhancing US space capabilities, but there's a strong trade-off between the space, commercial space, and diplomatic kind of ways to help those African countries. So space commercialization, I think has become, at least in the short term, has become more of a stumbling block rather than a stepping stone for US space diplomacy in Africa. So that's what I think there's a strategic dilemma for US to use their space capacity to having cooperate with the developing countries as well. So let me conclude by saying that US-China competition in Africa is not just African issues, but it reflects broader trends in space diplomacy in their competition. And also this paradox of space commercialization shapes the effectiveness of the US strategy. And I think US need to be more strategic and systematic cooperation with developing countries to make the more kind of broader global norms in space activities as well. So finally, the implication of South Korea. I think in South Korea, as Professor Ma said, that CASA is just established last year. But we need to more align with space diplomacy and space R&D and industrial policy to use that space, South Korea emerging space power to kind of use that as a diplomatic purpose as well. So in South Korea, I think I might say that South Korea Foreign Aid, ODA, and Human Resources, South Korea GKS, Global Korea Scholarship, and also South Korea use that kind of helping those developing countries by leveraging this kind of cooperation for UN diplomacy as well. Okay, let me finish here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Jung touches upon the commercialization of competition between US and China in terms of space development. And he also focuses on the relationship with African countries. And he concluded that the United States seems to be falling behind in those race with China. Okay, our next presenter is Professor Kim Kwang-jin.
Okay, nice to meet you. I'm Kwang-jin Kim at Sookmyung Women's University. I'm going to talk about the space policy challenges in East Asia. I think space security environment is a very interesting topic, specifically in East Asia. As we know, there are three major space powers: US, China, and Russia. Among those countries, China and Russia are geographically located in East Asia. US had very important allies in this region. Also in this region, Japan has very dedicated experience of space science and space technology. South Korea also emerging space power. Also, North Korea continue to trying link its own nuclear missile capability with space-based activity. So the space security environment in East Asia have all dimensions of global space concern. That is motivation of my presentation. Here is my outline of today's presentation. I firstly talk about global level challenges. Then I introduced how Ukraine war revealed space security challenges. Then I will a little bit talk about the East Asia's separated individual countries' space policy. At this time, I exclude South Korea and Japan because those two countries covered by other presenters in this session. And finally, I talk about the emerging challenges and little policy recommendations. Firstly, I talk about global level challenges in space security. One of important and major global challenge is military satellite operation and military competition for space dominance. In this challenging point, one aspect is the major space power engage in military competition for satellite and other things. Also, those US, China, and Russia, those three countries enhancing each own military space posture by establishing space force and other military organization. Also, France, India, and Australia expanding investment in our space power. So, space becoming warfighting domain and contested domain. And in this, in this same challenging point, the other aspect is militarizations of space include civil and commercial space assets. For example, China pursues military-civil fusion strategy. So China leverages civilian and commercial space technology for military use. United States also published the commercial space integration strategy and tried integration of the commercial satellite solution into military operation. So there is a broad trend of convergence between commercial and military space sectors. There is first major challenge. Next major challenge is worldwide threat to space infrastructure. One of the most important space infrastructure is space-based navigation system like GPS by USA and GLONASS by Russia. But as you know, in Ukraine war, both GPS GLONASS system interfered in the wartime. Also, the GPS jamming occurred in peacetime. Russia engaged GPS jamming in Syrian civil war. Also, North Korean still engaged in GPS jamming at any times. So, space infrastructure confront space security challenge. Next major challenge is space technology competition, specifically between hypersonic weapon technology and satellite-based surveillance technology. In terms of hypersonic weapon technology, China already tested hypersonic missile using fractional orbital bombardment system. And Russia also equipped ICBM with hypersonic weapon. So hypersonic weapon technology exploits limit of current satellite surveillance system. But in this major challenging point, the other aspect is the space-based surveillance technology issue. So, okay, here is my point. Okay. Yes. In terms of the satellite-based surveillance technology, the U.S. invested a lot of things those issues for homeland defense. So, U.S. Missile Defense Agency developed the HBTSS, hypersonic and ballistic tracking space sensor. Also, SDA, the Space Development Agency, also developed PWSA, proliferated warfighter space architecture like this. So other major defense company also provide some new idea, next generation over persistent infrared system. DARPA also engaged the blackjack system. Also, all of these programs getting together, becoming one component of the Golden Dome U.S. missile defense system. So there is some very serious military technology competition. Next challenge is anti-satellite threat and space access vulnerability. China already showed its own ASAT capability in 2007. Russia also showed 2021. US more focused on non-lethal ASAT tools, but India also showed its own capability. So ASAT capability is now held by several countries. There is another major challenge. The other challenge is peacetime attack on space asset, like the satellite hacking, cyber intrusions, and communication disruption. Cyber hacking is performed by infiltrating ground station and seizing control. Also in Ukraine war, Russia tried to employ the electronic warfare capability, the jamming Starlink system. China and Russia researching jamming for like the Starlink system. So there's many challenges even in peacetime. Now talk about the Ukraine war. So we're getting some interesting lessons from the Ukraine war in terms of the space issue. One identification is the integration of commercial space in warfare. So in Ukraine war, so wartime space operations leverage commercial asset. So Ukraine war is the first ever war with systematic use of commercial space asset. For example, SpaceX provides a Starlink system, and many commercial private companies provide their space support for warfare. So commercial satellite intelligence helped offset Ukraine's military disadvantage. There is one lesson. The other lesson is the advanced technology war in space. In very early stage of the Ukraine war, 2022 February, Russia already started to hack the Ukraine space communication network. In 2022 May, there is a very important time because Ukraine successfully defend Russian aggression in territorial competition. At the time, Ukraine used space-based GPS for HIMARS system for counterfire operation. So space has become central area in Ukraine wars. The other lesson is the rising vulnerability of space asset. In Ukraine war, in April 2022, the Russian Security Council Deputy Chair Medvedev says they're threatened to target Starlink system. It means all space assets, including commercial assets, are confronted threats from the cyber and electronic warfare, also physical threat. There is some satellite vulnerability. So satellite vulnerability need survivability strategy. One of the findings, survivability strategy is constellation system like the Starlink. So there's kind of new findings. Now talk about the East Asia individual countries' space policy. First, I want to talk about the China's space policy. China making rhetoric of the peaceful space use, but China possesses one of the world's most advanced anti-satellite capability, and China's assertive space strategy is one of the reasons of the now emerging space arms competition. Now talk about the United States. As you know, U.S. had a lot of thousands of satellites in the orbit, and the U.S. engaged a lot of the new program focusing on large concentration of the LEO satellite. U.S. Space Force also established the first overseas unit in South Korea. Like this, U.S. has strength space cooperation with the allies in this region. Now talk about the Russia's space policy. Russia established aerospace force. Russia already showed its own anti-satellite capability. Also, Russia also employed ground-based ASST missile, orbital laser system, and reconnaissance optical and radar satellite. Also, Russia collaborated with China for military competition against the United States. Also, collaboration with North Korea. Now, North Korea's new space policy. North Korea has simultaneously increased its own satellite capability and long-range ballistic missile capabilities. It seems that North Korea now aims to expand its own satellite network system. Also, North Korea having the chance to get new technology from Russia. So here are very broad range of the East Asia countries' the space policy. Now, so far we talk about global challenge and Ukraine war lessons and individual country space policy in the East Asia region. So, based on this assessment, I provide several emerging challenges in this region. The first emerging challenge is deepening militarization of space. Now, Chinese and Russian space weapon, sometimes North Korean missile technology threaten the regional space asset. Also, as Russian or other countries' ASS tested show, after ASS tested, there are a lot of the space debris. Space debris is one of the threat for many countries' satellite. And North Korea may have some potential threat to detonation of a nuclear warhead in orbit. The other emerging challenge is vulnerability of space asset and strategic dependence. It means in East Asia countries, many countries, all of countries maybe, pose the potential threat in their space. So some cases, like the South Korea and Japan, may need more depend on U.S. space asset. It is the strategic dependence. So great dependence on allied space asset, heightened strategic vulnerability. There is another emerging challenge. Okay, here. Okay. The other emerging challenge is lack of space security norms and the legal framework. As you know, there are insufficient legal norms for military activity in space, increase conflict risk. So this lack of the international norms, whether some increase or there some hinders space crisis management. There is another problem. Okay. My final finding is the proliferation of high-end technology and the rise of new state actors. As you know, at this time we are saying in this time as the new space era. In the case, there are new actors, many new actors, the private space company and commercial satellite controllers. So it means that if commercial satellite and private sector data exploited by adversaries, so they could be very great at a serious threat. Also, without commercial space development, security opportunities may be lost. So based on these emerging challenges, so I just briefly recommended some policy response, specifically for South Korea and Japan. So South Korea, Japan may develop the space technology and related industrial capabilities. Achieving indigenous space technology and building space ecosystems are important. And secondly, South Korea and Japan also need global partnership and allied collaboration. So strengthening Korea-US-Japan cooperation, engaging multilateral cooperations are important. And finally, also two countries may need military preparedness and operational development. So they need developing operational concept and integrating space operation with combined and joint training. So let me stop here. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Kim explains a variety of dimensions that space commercialization, space militarization actually has. Okay, our final speaker, Professor Suzuki Kachuto, will explain on the Japan's space security policy.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Professor Ma, and thank you very much for KAIST to invite me for this wonderful occasion. And I'm very happy to visit a wonderful city of Yosu, which is sort of a stage of the beautiful song called Yosu Bampada, and I'm very happy to be here. Together with a wonderful panel. So I think Mr. Young and Mr. Kim has already explained extensively about the current situation in space, in commercialization, diplomacy, and the security. So what I'd like to do is to focus on the Japanese aspect of the, how Japan responded to these situations which are evolving constantly in the world, and how Japan has transformed its space policy from the very much oriented on the R&D to more focusing on the utilization and especially the commercialization and the security. So, so let me just give you the brief history of Japan, because I think these are important. Every country has a space policy in their own context, and Japanese space policy is deeply embedded in the context of the Japanese post-World War II norms and the policy constraints. Well, initially Japan became as the space actors, but it's not as advanced as Soviet Union and United States. So Japan was, even though it is one of the major spacefaring country, Japan started with the sort of as a latecomer. So the catching up with the technology has been very much important. And also Japan has certain constraints. For example, during 1980s, Japan and the United States has the trade frictions, and one of the consequences of that is to open up the satellite procurement market to international competition, so which eventually leads to the American companies to win the contract of the Japanese government, so that the Japanese companies were not able to develop their own technologies through the commercialization. Also, there are very much of the, probably this next slide will explain that, oops, there, no. So the Diet resolution in 1969 is being the major force to constrain the Japanese use of space for the military purposes. Because of the Article 9, and when Japan started to collaborate with the United States to introduce the US launcher technology in 1968, the Parliament, the Diet, has been very concerned that the Japanese space technology which are introduced from the United States will be used for the military purposes. So in order to prevent the Japanese space agencies to use space technologies for the military purposes, there is the Parliament unilaterally, unanimously adopted the resolution on the principle of peaceful use. And this creates the situation where the the Ministry of Defense and the Self-Defense Force were not neither develop, operate, own, and use space. So you cannot use the weather forecast or telecommunications. And that has been a problem in the mid-1980s, so that in the principle of general use was adopted in 1985, and this was to allow the SDF to use the space services which are equivalent to the commercially available ones. So the SDF can use the commercial communications or weather forecast, but they cannot use the commercial imagery, because 1980s there were less commercial imageries there. And because of these constraints, Japan was supposed to Japan was facing a very serious constraints because of this combination of the satellite procurement in 1990s and the Diet Resolution in 1969. So in this context, the Japanese politicians start to realize that Japan was so constrained and so behind the advanced industrialized and the spacefaring nations like United States. So there were initiative to change the process of the space policy, which is to focus from R&D to the utilization. And this utilization includes the industrialization, the commercialization, and the use of space for the security purposes. So this was the basic space law in 2008. The 2008 basic space law focuses on to take the policy decision authority from the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, MEXT, from MEXT to the Cabinet Office. So it will be the whole of the government approach to coordinate the space policy utilization for the military purposes as well as commercialization. So this transformation has been a significant change of the Japanese space program and to meet the challenges of the day. So this is the new structure of the space policy making in the after the basic space law. Basic space law take out the decision-making authority from the MEXT to the Cabinet Office. Cabinet Office is directly managing as a secretariat of the Cabinet. So the final decision-making will be done at the cabinet level, called the Strategic Headquarters for Space Policy, or SHSP. And this SHSP will be the final decision-making body, but the reality is that this is a cabinet-level meeting, so that they don't discuss in the details. All the details and the policy-making for policy formulation will be done at the Cabinet Office. And the Cabinet Office is associated with the National Space Policy Committee, which I am honorably a member of, and this Cabinet National Space Policy Committee will be the sort of a think tank for the Cabinet Office to advise the continuity and the details of the space policy of the day. So the combination of the Cabinet Office and supported by the National Space Policy Committee will be the sort of a center for formulation of the space policy and the space budget. And then you have the whole bunch of ministries underneath the Cabinet Office. Cabinet Office is going to organize and coordinate the different use of space program, including the Ministry of Defense. So the Ministry of Defense is under the coordination of the Cabinet Office, and it is coordinated for the space diplomacy and the space security. And the Cabinet Office is the one to formulate the certain regulations for the security use and also the commercial use. And this is the sort of a characteristics of the general approach. The first, the whole of government approach is one of the major characteristics of after the basic space law in 2008. it is no longer space is no longer the sphere of military or R&D. It requires the whole of government approach, including the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Transportation, etc., because they are the users. They are the users, and you need to provide the budget for providing the services from space, so that the space industry can test and to mobilize their resources to prove that their services are useful for the public services. So this will create more market opportunities in the commercial sector. So this is different from the commercialization approach from the United States. The United States, the commercialization approach is primarily focusing on the venture businesses. You know, the business are finding the customers by their own. But in case of Japan, it is the government who provides the opportunities for the Japanese industry to test their services. And increasingly, the Japanese budget is shifting towards this utilization and the support of the venture businesses. For example, in 2010, the Japanese space budget was roughly about 300 billion yen, but today, in 2025, the entire budget is 800 billion. So it is more than doubled in the 10 years, and 300 billion of this is basically targeting the support for the space ventures to develop their own businesses. The other characteristics is the high-level political decision-making headed by the Prime Minister. So the cabinet-level decision-making is extremely important because it mobilizes the resources at each departments. So even the Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Agriculture was supposed to do their own businesses with space. So this is to encourage the utilization of space, and which leads to the commercialization. The promoting the space utilization through including security. Because of the 1969 Diet Resolution, Japanese government were not supposed to do space, and the Ministry of Defense was hindered from space. But the public sentiment towards space is still not so friendly to the military use of space. Therefore, the basic space law includes the Ministry of Defense as one of those user ministries to lower the profile of the military use of space, and to make sure that, you know, the Ministry of Defense will have the opportunity to engage in space. The promoting the diplomacy with the space capabilities. This is what Professor Jung says about the space diplomacy. Japan is also engaged in the space diplomacy by expanding its market. So what the Cabinet Office is doing is to form the overseas task force to market the potential use of the different countries, especially in the global south. The Japanese aid agencies, JICA, is now associating with JAXA to work for to find the opportunities to work to use space as a part of the technological support for the developing countries. So one of the result of this overseas task force is the Japan launching the Mars probe, the Mars orbiter, by UAE. UAE is one of the most enthusiastic country in the Middle East, and UAE has, we understood that UAE was interested in developing the satellite for the scientific purposes, and this overseas task force was able to engage with the UAE policymaking, and then we were able to use to gain the contract with the UAE. Also, we are now working with Rwanda, we are working with Egypt, we are working with Ethiopia, etc. And this is, again, as Professor Jung has mentioned, that this is to countermeasure or counterbalance the Chinese expansion of the influences in those regions. So this, again, is another method and a result of the basic space law for aiming at developing the diplomatic capabilities. And industrialization by improving competitiveness. So this, again, is another aim for the commercialization. It's not just, gaining the, investing in the space ventures, but the most important thing is the commercializations and the competitiveness. So the reason why the decision-making process is becoming as a whole of the government is, again, to provide the, to use the user ministries as the test bed for the new technologies and new services. And finally, the improving technology through R&D. So even though we are taking the authority out of the Ministry of Science and Technology and Education, we are still focusing on the R&D. The 300 billion that I explained in 2025, the 300 billion yen, which is dedicated for the R&D in the to support the R&D of the space ventures, focusing on the R&D, but it is setting up the stage gates each year that the ventures have to prove that these technologies can be marketable, can provide the commercial services, and can be competitive. So these are the basic understanding of the way in which that Japan is trying to build up its space diplomacy and the space security purposes after the basic space law, and this experience may have some resonance to the South Korean space program. So I'll stop here and looking forward to more discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Suzuki. He gave us a very broad picture of how Japan developed its space policy from the 1960s to the current time, focusing on the history, current focuses, and characteristics of Japan's policy. Right, now we have three discussants. Right next to me, Professor Choi Si-la from Sungsil University, and then Professor Jo Kwan-heng from the Iraq Air Force Academy, and finally Professor Lee Soo-mi from the University of Hawaii. I'll give them 10 minutes each.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Si-la Choi from Sungsil University. First of all, I'm very pleased to join this panel as a discussant. I really enjoyed reading Professor Jung's paper and learned a lot about the space diplomacy of the United States and China. While I'm not an expert on space diplomacy per se, as someone who studies international conflict and foreign policy, I really appreciated the opportunity to think more about this topic. One of my major takeaways from this work and the entire presentation is that space development isn't just about technology or science. It actually has deep political implication. We have already seen with the Starlink SpaceX satellite internet system, which basically became a lifeline for battlefield communication in the war between Ukraine and Russia. And recognizing this potential, China has been actively using space diplomacy as a foreign policy tool. In recent years, its satellite capability have grown rapidly in both quantity and quality. The number of Chinese satellites has more than doubled in just 4 years. And through the initiative of the BRI, China has also signed the space cooperation agreements with the countries in the Global South, including African countries, helping them building a satellite infrastructure like ground control station. And it's not just about technical support. Chinese technicians are often stationed on site, and Beijing gain access to the data, which brings substantial political leverage. So space is no longer neutral or like purely technical domain. It's becoming a key arena where major powers compete to exert more influence and shape the rule of the game. That's why I think this paper is really timely, pertinent, and crucial. And that said, I do have 3 major questions and comments. And my first question is about the causal logic behind your central arguments about the paradox. And I think your research question is really compelling. Why is the United States struggling in space diplomacy with Africa despite its advanced space capability? And I really like how you frame the puzzle by pointing to the gap between capacity and outcome. And you're absolutely right that having superior space capability doesn't automatically translate into diplomatic advantage, especially vis-a-vis China. And to answer the question, Professor Zhang introduced the concept of the paradox of the space commercialization, which I thought really interesting. And his central claim is that while space commercialization has strengthened US space capacity overall, it has paradoxically weakened the government's ability to conduct effective space diplomacy in Africa. In contrast, although China's space capability are still behind those of the United States, its state-led and strategic approach gives it a diplomatic edge. But I wonder, is the United States government truly constrained by commercialization itself, as you suggest? I'm not fully convinced that space commercialization is inherently inefficient or incompatible with the national goals. In fact, relying on private company and letting the market lead has been a core part of the how United States has developed its economy. Not just in space, but in other high-tech sector like software, semiconductors, and biotech. And that's just how liberal market economy works. So commercialization is some new obstacle. It's more like structural constant that United States has always worked with. So to me, the issue feels less like a paradox and more like a matter of the strategic priority. It's not the United States can't engage in meaningful space diplomacy, it's that it hasn't chosen to. Even if American policymakers recognize the importance of the space, I wonder how much of a priority they really assign to it compared to other domains like AI, critical supply chains, among others. I also wonder whether there's even a consensus, clear consensus among the policymakers in the United States. With the clear strategic priority and the better policy coordination, the private sector could actually serve as a strategic asset rather than an obstacle. And I think the recent tension between Elon Musk and Trump really illustrate this point. When Musk threatened to retire the Dragon capsule, which is currently the only US vehicle supplying the International Space Station, one of the Trump close ally, Stephen Bannon, said, "We can nationalize the SpaceX by midnight with the executive order." I don't think this scenario is likely, but that exchange makes clear that it's not the government lacks the capacity, it's about how willing it is to leverage that capacity. And my second question is about the conceptual clarity. What exactly do we mean by space commercialization? This term seems to cover a wide range of things, from the budget cuts for NASA to the growing role of the private company like SpaceX. But I found myself wondering what's on the other side of that concept. In your framing, we see a contrast between the United States as commercialized and private-led, and China as state-led. And I got that this helps sharpen the comparison. But are those two really distinct or mutually exclusive? After all, during the Cold War, the United States space program almost entirely government-dominated and state-run. And even today, companies heavily rely on federal contract, infrastructure, and regulatory framework. The government still plays a crucial role, funds, regulate, and can even intervene when needed. So it's maybe not a clean either or, it's more of a spectrum. At some point, the United States shifted more toward the market, and I think it would be really helpful if we could unpack this concept a little bit more. Like, what exactly do we mean by commercialization? What are its major components? And how has this balance between the public and private shifted over time? That would really help us better understand where the United States falls on this spectrum and why that matters for diplomacy. And my last question is about the effectiveness of the space diplomacy, or really the United States diplomacy overall. Professor Zhang asked why the United States has struggled to build a stronger relationship with the African country and pointed to commercialization, outlining 3 ways it affects US space diplomacy. It limits the budget, emphasizes norms, and makes it harder to provide infrastructure. But to me, these challenges seem to reflect deeper pattern in the United States foreign policy rather than commercialization per se. The United States has long emphasized international norms and shared value, focusing on building relationships with so-called like-minded countries. But that kind of the approach may not resonate as much with the country that don't necessarily share the vision of the United States, and they're looking for more practical and mutually based like benefits. So that brings me to a broader question I've been thinking of, especially as the international order has become more fragmented over time. Is it really effective to build coalition primarily with the like-minded country based on shared norms? Or should we think more about the engaged with heterogeneous, even non-like-minded countries through more practical and mutually grounded cooperation? And how should we evaluate the effectiveness of these 2 approaches? We'll stop here, and thanks again for a very interesting paper.
All right. Professor Choi raised 3 questions. Perhaps Professor Chung will answer in his time later. Next will be Professor Jo Kwan-heng.
Thank you. I'm Professor Jo, currently serving at the Korea Air Force Academy. It's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to engage in discussion following Dr. Kim's insightful presentation. In particular, Dr. Kim has played a leading role in formulating the Air Force's strategic vision Quantum 5.0 and has systemically developed the Air Force's space power advancement plan. These accomplishments clearly demonstrate Dr. Kim's foresight and strategic insight. Today's presentation once again affirmed his clear vision and professional expertise. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to discuss such valuable ideas together, and I look forward to the discussion to come. This paper is a great study that looks closely at the challenges East Asian countries face and how they are responding, especially in the new and important area of outer space. As the global security situation changes quickly, I would like to point out some of the key strengths of this paper from the following points. First, this paper is highly timely. It begins its analysis by focusing on the military use of space, which has come into sharper focus since the outbreak of the war in Ukraine. By connecting this recent and widely discussed security issue to the East Asian context, the paper shows excellent relevance to current global affairs. Secondly, another major strength of this paper is its use of a multidimensional analytical framework. It clearly organizes key threats, factors, such as global military satellite competition, GNSS disruption, hypersonic weapon, ASAT weapon, and cyber attacks, and effectively links them to the security environment in East Asia. This highlights the other's strong analytical capabilities. Thirdly, the paper excels in its individual analysis of the space policies of China, the United States, Russia, and North Korea, while also connecting these policies to the broader security structure of East Asia. For example, it provides concrete insight into how China's military-civil fusion strategy and asset capabilities, Russia's electronic warfare tactics, and North Korea's satellite launches linked to ICBM development pose a direct threat to South Korea's security. This approach affords highly valuable information for real-world policy decision-making. Fourth, the practicality and specificity of policy recommendation are also noteworthy. The paper clearly outlines policy alternative centered on South Korea, structured around three key pillars: technological development, international cooperation, and military preparedness. This clear framework enhances the paper's potential for practical application in policy making. Fifth, the paper makes a meaningful contribution by raising awareness about the lack of international norms. It highlights the absence of global regulation surrounding the shape of the space arms race and resulting legal and policy gaps. By calling for a more proactive role from East Asian countries in shaping these norms, the paper addresses a critical and often overlooked issue. In conclusion, Dr. Kim's paper represents a significant scholarly contribution by shedding empirical and policy-oriented light on the relatively new subject of space security within the text of East Asian region. It is our hope that this study will serve as a solid foundation for future research and policy discussion on the topic. I would like to ask Dr. Kim a few questions. First, South Korea's space capabilities are still significantly behind those of four neighboring country powers. In your view, which specific area of space power should we focus our investment on to best enhance national security? Second, regarding the establishment of a space force, do you think it would be better for Korea to create an independent force, space force, or to place it under the Air Force, as the United States has done? Thank you.
Right, Professor Cho highlighted some of the merits of Professor Kim's paper and asked two questions. And finally, our final discussion, Professor Lee Soo-mi.
Good morning. Sorry. Good morning. I'm Soo-mi Lee, Professor of Political Science at the University of Hawaii Hilo. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this panel. I have learned so much from reading of all of your paper and today's presentation. Particularly, thank you, Dr. Suzuki, for your insightful paper. It was very interesting and informative. I have a few questions and comments that I would like your thought on. Bear in mind that I prepare my comment and questions based on your paper that I read. The first one, the title of your paper I read was Japanese Space Security Policy and its Cooperation with South Korea. So I wonder about what area Japan and South Korea could collaborate in. I always supported that South Korea is in a good position to lead initiative like debris removal, since those great power with such capability would be suspicious of each other's intention if they were to do so. In your paper, you discussed that Japan's private company Astroscale, along with JACA, is already in a motion to take on the responsibility of removing debris. I would like to know if this is one area you would think South Korea and Japan could collaborate in. The next As someone who studied international mediation, I very much appreciated your mentioning TCBM as an important step toward achieving space security. Trust and confidence building measures are not only important in debris removal initiative, but also are central for any activity in space security, as space technology are dual use. Japan engaging in contributing to the norm like them are very commendable, and I hope South Korea could join the country for that initiative too. And then my next point is, under the Biden administration, the first country leader invited to the White House was Prime Minister of Japan, Suga, followed by South Korean President Moon. Biden emphasized the importance of creating a trilateral alliance among the three countries, basically against China. So relevant to space security, the U.S. forms the U.S. Space Force in December 2019. In South Korea, several units dealing with the space security were integrated into the Space Operations Squadron under the Air Force in December 22, which was expanded and renamed to be the Space Operations Group in June 2024. You mentioned in 2026, Japan will change its air self-defense force to the Aerospace Self-Defense Force. Both Japan and South Korea are part of the Artemis program led by the United States. This is their scientific collaborations. I'd like to hear from you about any possibility of the security alliances forming in the domain of outer space through these specialized military units. I have two more comments. The second last one is about the threats to satellites. Whether they're intentional or unintentional, they can damage and disable satellite. To address this, experts thought creating a constellation of a satellite would mitigate potential threat, intentional or unintentional. Constellation of a satellite is also capable of countering threat from hypersonic glide vehicle. Dr. Suzuki, you discussed that Japan and the United States are developing a constellation of satellite named the proliferated warfighter to mitigate the threat from potential hypersonic glide vehicle. But it seems whenever we come up with a solution, new problems arise that undermine them. We now learn that Russia has been developing space nuclear weapon, and China's scientists have been studying and publishing about the impact of space nuclear weapon at the varying altitude of explosion through a computer simulation. Space nuclear weapon could take out constellations of satellite. And I think there may be no answer to this, but still I would like to ask your thought on this. My last comment is, in the new space era, involvement of private sectors increase and facilitate innovation and technological advancement. However, there are also liability. After Elon Musk allowed Ukraine to use Starlink, their system was attacked by Russian hacker, although they were able to tweak some coding and were able to recover. As far as military space security is concerned, I wonder how private actors, companies' engagement in the space industry could change the landscape, considering risk and costs they might have to pay, as Dr. Suzuki mentioned in his paper. In addition, private company from one country can develop strong partnership with another country, potentially challenging their home country. I wonder how this dynamic plays when the two countries are in competition. That's all for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Lee. She raised about 5 questions to Professor Suzuki. Right, let me give each of the presenters about 5 minutes to answer, or to answer the questions raised to you. Professor Chung.
Thank you, Professor Choi. As I talked in the very beginning, that I really want to write a paper on more not just about normative or policy-oriented paper, but more empirical paper. So that's one of the motivations for me writing this paper. But at the same time, the space actors about writing a paper on space, it's really difficult to find out the data, first of data, and also find out the causal mechanism. I need to connect the dots between the causal mechanisms, but it's really difficult. So what I used is the counterfactors. What if, so my question is, if US have this strong capacity and willingness to cooperate with the African countries, why US does not provide core technology to make the African country first satellites in many countries? They are willing to cooperate with the United States. That's one of my beginning of the paper. And also, the other question is, that I mentioned before, that there's a growing concerns within the United States that US space policy is not coordinated with different kind of West actors. Like Professor Suzuki said, Japan has more kind of coordination kind of under the cabinet office, right, the prime minister's office. But US, because of commercialization of the space, it's really hard to leverage the capacity to make the foreign policy to achieve objectives. So that's my question. So that's the reason why United States does not help in the African country or the global South, because global South is really important in global space governance, because as a space debris problems and other kinds of uses. So that's the reason why I think the US have the decreasing capacity. I'm not just about overcapacity, but diplomatic capacity and tools to use that space. And the other point is, second point is, if you say about commercialization, it's not, the commercialization, militarization is not mutually exclusive in this domain, right? Like the AI and semiconductor, these kind of technologies are basically dual-use technology. So that's a reason why that it's really, we should not think the commercialization is going against with other kind of space utilization of other phenomena. Space commercialization is basically means about space technologies and services are provided in market terms. So as you say, Starlink, as first Kim says, Starlink is a commercial firms. They earn money by providing space internet services to to customers. But at the same time, it can be immediately used by government for warfighting efforts if there's a strong pressure of the U.S. government. So that's a kind of gray area between commercialization and other kind of utilization of space technology assets. So it's real hard to define what really is commercialization means. As I've said, basically it's a market-based, market-driven kind of phenomenon, but at the same time, it's also connected with other kind of civilian and also the military purposes as well. But I really understand what you mean by the comments. That's well taken. But finally, the value kind of you mentioned like-minded countries, right? If you look at the Artemis Accords, there's 55 countries, signatories of the Artemis Accords. If you look at the countries, are they like-minded countries of the United States? But they are like-minded countries in the space domain, but not in other areas. So I think like-minded countries are real vague terms. Who define what is a like-minded country of South Korea? What is a like-minded countries of United States in terms of space domain? I think it's really hard to define. So that's the reason I think the value-based, U.S. trying to use this kind of platform or kind of the so-called governance, space governance. But who are participating in this governance is really kind of based on, I think, each kind of different platforms as well. So I'm not have the answer to all the questions, but I think I will think about that. But thank you for your comments, and I think as a scholar who are working on the space domain for the last 6 years, I think this is the right time for the scholars, not just about providing kind of policy-oriented kind of recommendations, but we really like to have some kind of research puzzles to solve the phenomenon. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next, Professor Kim Kwang-jin, please.
Okay. First of all, thank you for Professor George's great comment. I'm very happy that Air Force Academy already many things in my space-related paper. Let me respond to the first question of which area South Korea need invest in space development. In terms of national security perspective, I think the space domain awareness area is the first target area that South Korea need invest. At this time, South Korea already have several space surveillance systems. Also, those kind of areas may contribute to space deterrence. Some countries, so if potential adversaries recognize that their own orbital or space operations can be monitored and observed, probably their operations might be deterred. So that's why the space domain awareness is very important area. And the other thing is that South Korea have long experience to develop its own satellite program in civil space. Also, South Korea just began the military satellite program. So getting together, so based on integration, so satellite and the payload development program might be the second best area that South Korea very interesting. The second question is the Space Force issue as a new independent service organization. So this is an interesting topic. South Korea may need the new Space Force as a new independent organization in the future. But I think not this time. So at this time, Korean military does not have sufficient military assets. So at this time, Korean Ministry of National Defense, a joint chief of staff, firstly, the established, developed operational concept and combined operational framework. Then after completion of this, all of the concept and framework, then we'll discuss the Space Force issue. So let me stop here. Thank you for a good comment here.
Right. Finally, Mr. Suzuki-san, please.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. I am very appreciated for the lots of questions. So the first question was about how Japan and South Korea can work together. I'm sorry I didn't have enough time to write. You know, I was so under pressure to submit the paper, so I didn't extend my idea on the cooperation between Japan and South Korea. I think there are basically three domains that we can work on. One is a technological domain, which is including the commercial aspects. I think there are emerging, you know, South Korea as an emerging space power and establishing a new you know, space agency. I think there are a lot of experience that Japan can share with South Korea. And I think it is important, especially for the second point of cooperation, which is a normative cooperation. Because of the US-China and the US-Russia competition, it is getting more and more difficult to have the international rules and norms. So what we need to do is to work together to build up the norms of the behavior in space. And I think the countries like South Korea, which is currently, you know, engaging into more and more space, I think it creates momentum for the international community to work together to form new idea. The third area is the security. I think there is a lot of shared interest, especially with regard to the North Korean missiles and the nuclear activities. And I think there are lots of, you know, conventional intelligence sharing, but also we can do more in space intelligence sharing. So this, again, is another case, including the United States, that we do share the interest of developing the space capabilities for the collecting information and collecting intelligence together. So I think this is another area where we can cooperate more. And the question concerning about the TCBM, as I explained, that this is a very tough time to build the international norm. And the Japanese strategy is to unilaterally use the national legislation as the standard for the international activities. For example, the debris mitigation. The debris mitigation is, Japan is stepping ahead of the first country to do the active debris removal, and the Japanese government is constraining the private activities like Astroscale, which is required the license from the Japanese government. So in order to grant the license for the Astroscale, Japanese government requires Astroscales to do more TCBM. So this is the sort of a unilateral actions, but at the same time, it sets the sort of a reference point. It sets the standard of the international activities. So I think it doesn't have a legally binding power, but at least it has a normative binding power, saying that, okay, if you want to do the debris removal, then why don't you do like Japanese do? So I think this setting up the example, good practice, is extremely important. And I think this is the area where Japan and South Korea can cooperate together. The question about the space nuclear, space nuclear explosion in space. I think North Korea may use, as Professor Kim has mentioned, North Korea may use the nuclear weapons in space, which is against the outer space law, outer space treaty. But I think it is very, very risky, because it not only destroyed the constellations, Starlink, but also it destroyed Russian satellites, Chinese satellites, and everyone else. So if North Korea wants to take a risk of confronting with China or Russia, then they may use nuclear explosion in space. But normally, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to happen, because it has a huge implications for the diplomatic and the strategic relationship of the North Korea with China and Russia. Finally, whether we can cooperate while we are competing in a market, I think it is different. I mean, commercial services are competing against each other, but at the same time, commercial services requires a lot of customers. So in terms of being a customer for the commercial services, I think there are a possibility that Japan and South Korea share the same commercial services together without competition. I mean, we have to distinguish the level of the discussion by cooperating at the development technological level and the commercial operational level, and using as a user level. And I think this is something that is missing in the discussion as being a cooperative users. And I think this is, again, the idea of the basic space law in 2008 was emerging government as the users and the customers for the commercial services. And I think this perspective is important when it comes to the international collaboration. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a little bit of time left, so I think I can collect some of the questions from the audience. If you have any question, Patrick, please. Can you bring microphone to him?
Thank you so much. An excellent panel that underscores the need for more science and technology teaching in international affairs in general. But on this specific, if I could just ask the three presenters one quick question each, and I'm sorry for that, but Professor Chung, in your excellent presentation, I'm left wanting to hear your sharpest assessment as to what is the strategic risk of the United States failing and falling behind on space diplomacy in Africa. For Professor Kim, I'd like to tease out the idea of the need for crisis management mechanism in space. And let me just give you 2 sentences of background on this. Recently, I've talked with senior Indian and Pakistani officials. Two takeaways. One, they think they've never actually approached the potential use of nuclear weapons in all their crises, including the latest one. But they acknowledge there is a complete lack of a crisis management mechanism. So what might be possible, especially in the East Asian context, especially North Korea, China? And then finally, for Professor Suzuki, you've already touched on the cooperation issue, which is very important in terms of Korea, Japan. But I wonder on the security issue, whether there's more that can be done even nationally in Japan and in Korea to protect your space assets and your ground assets that relate to that for strategic resilience. I wonder if you have any ideas about the importance of that. I'm sorry to ask 3 questions, but thank you very much.
Excellent questions. I'll give each of the presenters to answer. Any other questions? Okay, please.
Hi, I'm Chisaku Maso from Kyushu University. Thank you very much for this wonderful panel. I really learned a lot. To any of the speakers, I would like to ask one question, which is how much do we need to worry seriously about China-Russia cooperation in the space domain? It looks like the war in Ukraine gave a huge impact to their cooperative relationship between the 2 sides. And even before that, the 2 countries have been discussing how to collaborate in the space domain, including the satellites. We know that they have they cooperated with between GLONASS and Beidou and had and fixed their time to accurately integrate their satellite operation. And so in this intensifying international politics, they seem to have decided to further step up their cooperation. But in the space domain, how much do we need to worry about it? Because the panelists who discussed this their cooperation in Africa also discussed that they do collaborate as well in Africa. So thank you.
Okay, let me turn to our panelists to answer those questions. Professor Chung first.
Thank you, Professor Crony. And second question, the strategic risk of U.S. less engagement in Africa compared to vis-a-vis China, more immediate strategic risk might be if you think about how the United States can construct this golden dome for the globe, right? I think that in the very beginning, I talked about the continental size of African countries, right? If you're trying to have effective golden dome or next generation kind of missile defense system, you need to have thousands, maybe tens of thousands of space-based sensors and also ground-based sensors as well, and also, as you know, space-based kind of interceptors as well. So I think more immediate strategic risk might be if U.S. try to protect U.S. kind of, I think there should be more of kind of ground-based kind of surveillance system, which means there should be African countries as well, right? So that might be more immediate strategic risk of less engagement of Africa. I mean, not just Africa, global South in general. So that's why in the end, I talked about the more implications of this kind of phenomenon. I think it's kind of also replicated in the Southeastern countries and Latin American countries. U.S. is not involved in most engaged in Latin American and Southeastern countries as much as it should be, right? So that's one of the more long-term strategic risk might be the global governance, right? As I've talked to you before, the increasing number of spacefaring countries, space powers in global south are cooperating with China. So in that sense, lots of the US trying to make global norms and best practices, but what if the strong powers, space powers in global south, not participating in the United States? South Africa is one of the countries, as I've talked to you. Other kind of Egypt, as you say, Egypt is also very crucial actor, space actors in not only Africa but also MENA region, right? The Arab League, and as you say, African Space Agency is established in Egypt as well. So I think in that sense, Egypt is participating in the IR, International Lunar Research Station, is China, right? So that in that sense, the lesser powers, even though the lesser powers, but emerging space powers are cooperating with China, it might be long-term kind of strategic risk from the U.S. perspective. That's what I think. In terms of Russia, China, I don't know much about that, but I think that in the Earth orbit, there's not that much cooperation with the Russia and China. Beidou and GLONASS is totally independent. GNSS system, but they are trying to cooperate with the moons, right? As I've talked to you, International Lunar Research Station is basically started with the Russia and China initiative. But as you know, the Russia, because of the Ukraine war, is basically a China-led project. So I don't know much about the Russia-China relationship, but let me ask the other panelists for that.
Thank you. Professor Kim?
Let me talk about the international cooperation for crisis management in this region. We need the international cooperation for crisis management in this region for space security environment. But as you know, the political situation is very bad. Political trust among some major countries is almost absent, so it's not easy to establish a new organization, a new norm for handling crisis management. But at this time, we have some ideas. We have a common thread in space domain. As Professor Suzuki mentioned, space debris is the common thread. So probably we can try to make some international discussion convention for this kind of common thread in space domain. So already the China and United States already started kind of some sort of the initiative about this issue. So this kind we have some fundamental. So based in fundamental, we can make some new organization established beyond the separate from supply chain. So beyond on the supply chain issues, so we can make some more the common international security issue as the space. So that is my current idea. Yeah.
Okay, Professor Suzuki, please.
Right. So, Patrick, thank you for your question. Protecting space assets is very hard because you know space is exposed. There's no place to hide. You know, everyone knows where satellites are. So it can be easily targeted. So the only way that you can protect your assets is to multiply your satellites so that you can increase the resilience, and B, you need to make sure that you use the cross-sectoral or the multi-domain deterrence. So if you shoot our satellite, we'll do this and that. So this sort of deterrence is having a certain effect between Japan and the United States. The 2+2 in 2023, there were an agreement between Japan and the United States that will, the space assets will be a subject of the Article 5 of the Japan-U.S. Security Treaty. So this sort of the multi-domain deterrence is another way to prevent the attack on the satellite. Well, protecting on the ground segments are already in place. The 2022 National Security Strategy and 2023 National Space Security Initiative includes all the strengthening and implementation of the cybersecurity for the ground stations. We also introduced in 2017 the concept of the mission assurance. So if there is an attack on the satellite or any space assets, then there will be an alternative means to find the cover-up so that we can continue our missions. So those are the methods that we are working on to protect our strategic assets. For the Maso-san's questions, I don't think that the cooperation between China and Russia is so developing because Russia is under sanctions, so their launching capability is very much limited. They have launched very few compared to before the 2022. So I think Russian space capability is so diminishing in a global sense, while China can do its space development alone. So it's not extremely concerning between the cooperation between Russia and China. And also in terms of the accuracy of Beidou and GLONASS, I think it's not supporting Beidou's accuracy, it's supporting the GLONASS accuracy, because GLONASS accuracy is, let's say, that 1/10 of the GPS, and this is a very, very shallow services. So it requires more support, and probably that's a Russian demand rather than the Chinese demand. So I'll stop here.
All right, thank you very much. This, I think, was a very much enlightening panel. Space is quite a new subject to the study of international relations, but our previous and existing theories and discussions of international relations and international political economy might be contributing to the study of space in our discipline. The concept of competition and concept of cooperation and the concept of international actors like government and corporate, I think those are quite useful in developing our discussions related to the space domain. And also it has a pretty important policy implications because the space already very close to us. The examples of North Korean cooperation with Russia is a very great threat to us. And I think this is the panel which that I'm moderating with number one priority that I want to keep was the time management because at this place the opening ceremony will just follow and the lunch will be served at this place, so please stay in your place now. Thank you very much. I will please give us a big applause for the participants. Thank you very much.
and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to 2025 Summer Annual Conference of the Korean Association for Interior Studies, KAIS, opening ceremony. We are very delighted to see so many distinguished scholars and participants have today. My name is Hon Ji-jung from Yonsei University and Director of General Affairs of KAIS. Because we're gonna start the first afternoon session in an hour, so we have to finish all the remarks, and also lunch as well. So first, I'd like to introduce our president, Professor Tae-young Kim, who will deliver the opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming our president.
안녕하세요. 한국국제정치학회 회장 김태형입니다. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and honored participants. I am Tae-young Kim, the current president of the Korean Association of International Studies. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this timely and important academic conference, Navigating Korean Diplomacy Amid Uncertainty in an Era of Complex and Multiple Crises, held at the beautiful port city of Yeosu. We gather today at a critical juncture in global affairs, one defined by violent conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East, geopolitical realignments, intensifying US-China strategic competition, persistent regional tensions on the Korean Peninsula, the transnational challenges such as climate change, pandemics, economic volatility, and technological disruption. These crises are no longer isolated. They are interconnected, compounding, and constantly evolving, requiring agile and forward-looking strategies. In this complex landscape, South Korea stands at a pivotal crossroads. As a middle power with global aspirations and deep regional entanglements, Korea faces the dual challenge of safeguarding its national interests while contributing meaningfully to international peace, stability, and prosperity. This conference brings together a diverse group of scholars, practitioners, and policy thinkers to critically assess how Korean diplomacy can adapt, innovate, and lead amid growing uncertainty. We hope to explore not only the constraints Korea faces, but also opportunities it may harness through adroit implementation of a realistic and principled foreign policy rooted in both pragmatism and values, promoting alliance management, multilateral engagement, and economic statecraft. Let this conference be a space for a vigorous debate, fresh ideas, and collaborative thinking. The stakes are high, but so too is the potential for diplomacy to shape a more stable and cooperative regional and global order. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to the rich discussions ahead. 와주셔서 감사합니다.
And next will be a welcoming address by Lee Jong-guk, the Executive Vice President of the Korea Foundation. Please join me in welcoming him.
President Kim Tae-hyung of the Korean Association of the International Studies, distinguished panelists and guests. It's a great honor for the Korea Foundation to co-host the 2025 KAIS KF International Conference here in this beautiful city, Yeosu, in partnership with the Korean Association of the International Studies. First, I would like to warmly thank all of you for joining us here today, especially our esteemed scholars, experts, and young academics from around the world. I also offer special appreciation to KAIS and its staff for their hard work in organizing this important event. The theme of this year's conference, Deepening Global Security Challenges and Korea-Japan-China Cooperation, is both timely and vital. As the global order continues to shift, the impact on security, the economy, and diplomacy is becoming more complex. This conference offers a valuable opportunity to examine these regional and global challenges from a range of perspectives. Security on the Korean Peninsula is increasingly affected by the global developments, including the war in Ukraine, escalating tensions in the Middle East, and also rising US protectionism. At the same time, our region faces added pressure from supply chain disruptions, the climate crisis, and rapid technological changes such as the rise of AI. Against the backdrop, deeper cooperation among Korea, China, and Japan is more essential than ever. Korea's role in the Pacific region continues to grow in importance, not only in terms of regional security, but also as global competition intensifies in the areas of economy and technology. This year marks two important anniversaries: the 80th anniversary of Korea's liberation from colonial rule and the 60th anniversary of diplomatic normalization between Korea and Japan. These milestones remind us how crucial timely and meaningful cooperation is among the three Northeast Asian countries to ensure peace and stability in our region. Since its founding in 1991, the Korea Foundation has worked to promote international exchanges and mutual understanding. Engagement with China and Japan remains a core part of our mission. One key initiative is the Korea-Japan-China Vision Group, launched in collaboration with the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat. Since 2023, this group has held conferences annually to explore ways to build trust and cooperation in politics, the economy, and culture. In these uncertain times, it is more urgent than ever for Korea, China, and Japan to build strategic consensus and lay the foundation for lasting cooperation. During this three-day conference, I look forward to hearing from experts and scholars on crucial issues such as space security, the evolving Indo-Pacific security landscape, and nuclear proliferation. I'm confident that your insight will offer valuable ideas for building stronger trilateral cooperation and contributing to global security. Once again, and finally, I would like to thank President Kim for his leadership, and all of you, our scholars, experts, and students, for your active participations in this wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Lee. Next time will be a group photo time, which is very, very important for our donors and funders. So please, our distinguished guest, and also our president and former president of KAIS, and also the committee members, please come forward here. Let's come here for head table number 4, all of you. And 고모님들도 앞에 나오시면 됩니다. 네. 그렇게. 네, 죄송합니다. 저희가 후원하신 분들한테 아주 중요한 자리이기 때문에 저희가 식사를 앞두고 제가 준비를 해야 되니까요. 사진 찍도록 하겠습니다. 네. 네, 저희 이번 국제정치학회에 많은 정부 부처와 또 기관에서 후원해 주셨고요. 네, 저희 다시 한번 감사하는 마음으로 이 말씀을 드립니다. 학회 이모님들도 계시면은 나오셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 네, 잠시 후 점심 식사가 이제 제공될 건데요. 잠깐만 참아주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 저희 한 번 더 찍으셔야 됩니다. 네. 감사합니다. Thank you. Thank you. 네, 감사합니다. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, next is congratulatory remarks by Dr. Kim Jina, the second Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, and she is also our member of KAIS. So, but because of the governmental affairs, she should not be able to join us today, but she gave us a videotape for our congratulating our annual conference.
Distinguished members of the Korean Association of International Studies, esteemed guests from home and abroad, ladies and gentlemen gathered here in the refreshing sea breeze of Yeosu. I'm Jina Kim, Second Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you at this important academic gathering. In a time of profound global turbulence, the theme of this year's conference, Navigating Korean Diplomacy Amid Uncertainty in an Era of Complex and Multifaceted Crisis, is not only timely, but deeply meaningful. It calls upon us to engage in critical reflection of the current realities, confronting Korean diplomacy and the strategic direction we must chart for the future. Today, we stand at a historic inflection point. The strategic rivalry between the United States and China has long surpassed traditional trade disputes and now extends across the realms of technology, information, and values. Economic interdependence, once held as a cornerstone of peace and shared prosperity, is increasingly subject to weaponization. The competition over semiconductors, artificial intelligence, and digital standards is rapidly dissolving the boundary between economics and security, shaking the very foundation of the liberal international order. In this era of compounded and overlapping crises, diplomacy must transform from reactive engagement to anticipatory and strategic action. The new Korean government is committed to playing a responsible and proactive role on the global stage. At the core of our foreign policy lies pragmatic diplomacy, anchored in the balanced pursuit of our values and interests, the enlargement of Korea's strategic space, and the steadfast promotion of our national interest. Korea's unique geopolitical and economic position as a bridge between advanced and developing nations affords us a distinct role in shaping and promoting international norms. Accordingly, we are building tailored frameworks of cooperation across the Indo-Pacific, Europe, and the Global South. These efforts prioritize supply chain resilience, technology partnerships, and sustainable development. Simultaneously, remain steadfast in our commitment to the global public good through the promotion of human rights, the delivery of humanitarian assistance, the advancement of development cooperation, and decisive action on climate change. In confronting these complex and evolving diplomatic challenges, the insights of the academic community are indispensable. We look to you for rigorous interdisciplinary research, for theoretical innovation that can inform governance in the face of transformation, and for mechanisms that swiftly translate scholarly insight into actionable policy. Your analysis and guidance will continue to shape the decisions not only of governments, but of the international institutions entrusted with global peace and stability. More than 4 centuries ago, Admiral Lee Sun-shin declared, "I still have 12 ships." Even in the gravest of moments, he refused to surrender hope. Today, the Republic of Korea possesses far more than 12 ships. We are anchored by a resilient economy, a vibrant democracy, outstanding human capital, and scholars of your caliber. In this age of profound uncertainty, your wisdom and counsel will serve as our compass. I trust that our discussions here in Yeosu will yield valuable insights, and practical outcomes. I wish you all continued health and every success in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, the congressional remarks is not cost-free. Actually, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is one of the biggest funders for this conference. And we are expecting more funding for the next winter annual conference for the Minister of Finance because she's our member of this association. In fact, this conference is funded heavily by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Korea Foundation, also Che Institute for Advanced Studies as well, and many other governmental agencies and ministries. Thank you for all of them. Next will be our keynote address by Professor Bipin Narang. And let me introduce Professor Narang briefly. Professor Bipin Narang is the Frank Stanton Professor of Nuclear Security and Political Science and a member of the Security Studies program at MIT. And from March 2022 and August 2024, he served as Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense and then Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space Policy, which is oversight over the U.S. Department of DoD's strategic capacities, including nuclear, space, and missile defense and cyber policy. For his service, he was awarded the Department of Defense Medal for Distinguished Public Service, which is from the website. His title is Surviving the New Nuclear Age. Please join me in welcoming Professor Narang.
I'm going to take this out. Thank you for having me. It's an honor and a privilege to be here in South Korea 1 year after my last trip, which was for the 3rd NCG in June of last year in Seoul, and so much has changed since then. I want to thank KAIS, KF, and especially the Che Institute for supporting my visit and this trip. It's an honor and a privilege to be back with my South Korean friends. We had a very special relationship, an ironclad commitment to the alliance and extended deterrence when I was in office. Now I get to speak in my personal capacity, so I can say whatever I want. And I want to be clear, I'm saying everything in my personal capacity. And this conference could not come at a better time. An article that my colleague Pranay Vadi and I just published in the journal Foreign Affairs called Surviving the New Nuclear Age was going to be sort of the title of the talk. And all my research is on nuclear weapons and extended deterrence. But the point of the article, and I think what's relevant for this conference, is that nuclear weapons can no longer be relegated to the purview of just nuclear experts and nuclear wonks who know the ranges and the trajectories of the KN-23 and the KN-27. Nuclear weapons are back, and back with a vengeance, in geopolitics writ large. It is central to geopolitics, international relations, and nuclear weapons touch every piece of American grand strategy, whether it's China's growth in its nuclear arsenal, Russia wielding nuclear threats on an almost weekly basis as it continues its war of aggression against Ukraine. In the last month alone, we've seen India and Pakistan essentially go to war and trade extremely intense conventional fires under the nuclear shadow, with Pakistan using its nuclear weapons as a shield to unleash terror against India, and India trying to push the line how far it can go. Israel and the United States trying to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapons capability. Nuclear weapons are touching every corner of the globe, including South Korea and the Korean Peninsula. So I wanted to talk a little bit and hone in on one topic, and I also want to leave time for questions because there's no free lunch, and I look forward to any questions you may have. But I did want to talk about extended deterrence and the historic commitment the United States uniquely takes on for its extended deterrence commitments to NATO and to its Indo-Pacific allies, particularly Australia, Japan, and South Korea. And the reason why the United States has committed to extend its nuclear umbrella, its full range of capabilities, but including nuclear, to NATO and to its Indo-Pacific allies, is not out of altruism or charity. It's good for US security. It's good for global security. It's good for the allies. So what does the United States get out of extended deterrence? One, we get a forward deployed presence. We get base access in Europe and in Asia essentially for free. We get a combined deterrent against the common adversary. Strength in numbers. If we're distracted by a conflict in the Indo-Pacific, our European allies and partners can continue to deter Russia. Likewise, if we're in an intense conflict or crisis in Europe, it's better to have a posse in East Asia that can help continue to deter China and North Korea. And so deterrence is strengthened by extended deterrence. Over time, another key reason why the United States has committed to extended deterrence and why it's been so successful has been for nonproliferation. It is America's greatest nonproliferation tool. Of the at least 34 odd allies to whom we extend our deterrence, I would argue only one has chosen to pursue and acquire its own nuclear weapons capability because it did not believe in the credibility of the American extended deterrent. Anyone know who it is? Yell it out. France. I think France would be the lone exception when de Gaulle said he never thought the US would trade Pittsburgh for Paris. And I would argue actually that de Gaulle got American nuclear strategy wrong. And at the heart of our extended deterrence and at the core of our entire nuclear strategy, US nuclear strategy, enduring nuclear strategy, is not that any American president would be willing to trade an American city, Seoul for San Francisco or Pittsburgh for Paris, but that we've developed a strategy that can protect the ally and the US homeland so we don't have to make that choice. I would argue our strategy is better characterized as we can save Paris without losing Pittsburgh. We can save Seoul without losing San Francisco. And that is, I think, at the heart of our extended deterrence credibility to our allies and partners, and is rested on a capability to be able to do that, not just nuclear. Oftentimes, extended deterrence is conflated strictly with nuclear capabilities. And while nuclear capabilities are absolutely critical to extended nuclear deterrence, to being able to manage regional employment in the Indo-Pacific, something we really haven't had to deal with until Kim Jong-un's sprint and China's expansion, but also then be able to limit damage to the US homeland with a robust strategic nuclear arsenal based on the triad, the submarine-based force, the ICBMs, and the bomber-based force. And so those capabilities are very important, both conventional and nuclear. To convince the adversary, the common adversary, in this case North Korea, there's no pathway through which Kim Jong-un can achieve his political military objectives through the use of force. And we would deny him the ability to achieve those political military objectives and protect South Korean citizens and American citizens while doing so. It's also rested on a political will to continue to extend our deterrent to our allies. Now, in the South Korean context, over the past couple of years, there have been issues on both sides, I would argue. During the previous Yoon administration, there were, I think, real considerations about the credibility of the American nuclear extended deterrent and whether the US would be willing to defend South Korea against a North Korean nuclear attack, particularly as the US homeland became more exposed. And our commitment in the Biden administration was born out of the Washington Declaration between President Yoon and President Biden, that we would firmly commit to the defense of South Korea through the full range of American capabilities, including nuclear. And one of the innovations that came out of it was something that, in my view, was long overdue, which was an extended deterrence vehicle that really gave South Korea inputs into, insight into our extended deterrence thinking and planning in the region. And it was modeled on the work and the efforts that we had in NATO and with Japan and Australia. And we had a previous extended deterrence architecture which was created in the early 2010s, but which was no longer fit for a 2023 world. And so the Department of Defense and the Ministry of National Defense created the NCG, the Nuclear Consultative Group, which is a real augmentation in the extended deterrence relation, particularly between the DoD and the MND, and established dozen-plus work streams to really elevate and provide inputs, both the US side into South Korean conventional thinking and investments. And South Korea has made tremendous investments in its conventional capabilities to contribute to extended deterrence, TTXs, educational streams, and it concluded a year ago with the signing of the guidelines document, which institutionalized the NCG as a vehicle through which we would manage our extended deterrence relationship. And it was good for South Korea, and it was good for the United States. Because for the United States, extended deterrence is, if you're a MAGA, America First supporter, extended deterrence is the most cost-effective way to help deter an adversary because of the common and unified front you present to an adversary through the access of capabilities and conventional capabilities from the ally, geography, and you're preventing the spread of nuclear weapons. And if there's one thing President Trump and President Biden, I think, agree on, and they don't agree on much, is that they both oppose the spread of nuclear weapons. I don't think President Trump can look at what happened with India and Pakistan, with Israel and Iran, and think more nuclear weapons, particularly or even by our allies, is good for American security or their security. And so I think the US will remain committed to our extended deterrence architecture because it is cost effective, it is a powerful deterrent, and it is the best non-proliferation tool we have. I hope South Korea will remain committed to the NCG and extended deterrence as well, because frankly, there are no alternatives. If South Korea were to choose to pursue its own nuclear weapons, well, look what happened to Iran. North Korea and China get a vote also, and one doesn't just acquire nuclear weapons overnight. And there will be a period of deep vulnerability as a state pursues nuclear weapons, whether it's South Korea or Saudi Arabia or Poland or Ukraine. The adversary gets a vote. The very adversary that you're trying to pursue nuclear weapons to deter is going to try to stop you from getting it. And then, even if you do get nuclear weapons, you're saddled with the stability-instability paradox, which many of the scholars and distinguished academics here will know inside out. It will incentivize conflict on the Korean Peninsula as both sides try to push the line as to how far they can go conventionally without tripping nuclear thresholds. And you have to ask yourself, is that a world that is more secure for Seoul and South Korea? I don't think so. So I think, and I'm reasonably confident with the new government, that there will be a realization that the NCG and the extended deterrence relationship was deeply in South Korea's interests, and that South Korea benefited from it. And I'm also confident that the United States, and President Trump just went to the NATO summit where he left, I think, with a great appreciation for the value of NATO and allies in Europe, will have the same appreciation for the contribution allies make to American security. And it is the most effective tool we have to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons, which I think is a very, very high priority for the president himself. And so I don't know, I don't speak for any government, but just looking at the extended deterrence relationship logically, I am optimistic that both sides will see the value in what has been a historic, decades-long extended deterrence relationship and alliance partnership that goes well beyond nuclear, conventional and nuclear. And adjustments to conventional posture may or may not happen on the Korean Peninsula, but actually don't have an impact on the extended deterrence relationship. One can modernize and adapt the conventional capabilities and modernize and adapt the nuclear capabilities, but the goal of deterring the common adversary, I think, will remain. And as we wrote in the Hudson Che report, as we think about the future of South Korea, North Korea relations and the prospects for diplomacy, I'm not typically accused of being the most pessimistic person in the room, but I think the prospects are grim at the moment. I think Kim Jong-un's relationship with Russia and with China don't give him any incentive to start good faith negotiations. And so again, the only alternative, I think, for the US and South Korea is to try to strengthen the extended deterrence relationship, build leverage, and think about what South Korea and the United States would want as and when Kim Jong-un is ever ready to have negotiations of good faith, if that ever appears. So with that, that's just a piece of sort of the larger article, which I encourage everyone to read, on surviving the new nuclear age. But I think for this audience, and also very personally, I spent a lot of effort and time trying to strengthen the extended deterrence relationship between the United States and South Korea, and I think we made a lot of progress. And I'm hopeful and optimistic that it'll continue. And there's always tendency to overreact, and we've gone through a lot of domestic political changes on both sides. But I am optimistic that when both governments look under the hood and see the results of those efforts, they will see it's in both their interests and their mutual interest to continue with a robust extended deterrence architecture. And we now have the vehicle with the NCG to work together to create that extended deterrence architecture that is in our mutual interest. So let me stop there. I appreciate the opportunity. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. I wish you a great conference. All of the young academics who are working on these issues, whether it's geopolitics, international relations, or nuclear weapons, we are going to need your expertise in the future. We lost a generation in the US, and we can no longer afford to lose any more talent, because it is all hands on deck in the US and in South Korea as these issues hit us like a hurricane or a typhoon in the coming years. And so thank you for your efforts, and I wish you a very, very successful conference. So we have some time. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to take any questions, or you can just eat. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thanks for your service for the country and for their life.
Thank you, sir. So the first question, what should we expect and should not expect from Mr. Colby writing nuclear posture review? Can you give us a little
I don't
hint
speak.
ahead?
Yeah, no, I'm not even going to touch that one. So Bridge is a longtime friend of mine, and Bridge is a generational talent. And he has a very clear worldview. It prioritizes strengthening deterrence against China, which is continuity from the Biden administration. If you looked at the Biden administration national defense strategy, China was the pacing challenge. Russia was the acute threat. And in a lot of ways, all the domestic politics aside, I think you've seen this continuity over time about the US trying to prioritize the Indo-Pacific, less Europe, less the Middle East. Now, obviously, world events get a vote, and the last week, I think, has shown that that it's not as easy to leave the Middle East as U.S. policymakers may like. October 7th, the horrific attack on October 7th, changed a lot in the Biden administration. So I won't hazard a guess, but I suspect you will see very thoughtful, clearly laid out, logical approaches to prioritizing, from a defense perspective, the Chinese challenge, which is generational. I mean, we've never faced a peer competitor in the way that China poses to the United States. The Soviet Union was a peer in only one sense of the word, nuclear. It wasn't an economic peer, it wasn't a technological peer. China is a peer in every domain. It saw the space, I mean, it had space policy, saw cyber, AI, manufacturing, and nuclear. China is the pacing challenge. And so I think it is reasonable for the Undersecretary for Policy to, realistically look at the global challenges the United States face and prioritize the one that is probably the one, that we haven't historically faced before. So I wouldn't hazard a guess. They're doing a national defense strategy, and so I would read that very carefully.
Thank you.
Patrick.
식사하시면서 들으시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네. So it's really hard to resist the temptation for eating lunch, but we give more time to you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say that Dr. Vipin Narang is just a great scholar, a great former official, future official. I slept better at night when he was in office, and I'm sleeping well now knowing that he's educating the next generation on these issues. But Vip, two tough questions for you, one on extended deterrence and one on non-proliferation. The deterrence question is what's just happened with the UK on the F-35.
Yeah.
And speak to the implications of what's just happened in that sort of underappreciated announcement in terms of extended deterrence across the Atlantic. And then secondly, on non-proliferation, when you think about South Korea and the United States going forward, something you were working on at the end of the Biden administration was moving toward a nuclear 1-2-3 agreement. What could that do to safeguard civil nuclear cooperation that must grow and keep it away from fueling military proliferation? Thank you.
First of all, Patrick, thank you for everything that you've done to support me and for helping get me out here. This has been a great week, and for the kind words. Thanks for the UK question, because that is, so the UK announced that they were purchasing 12 F-35As, reducing the number of F-35Bs that they're buying by 12. So they're buying the same number of F-35s, but they're changing the composition, so 12 of them will be F-35As. And you think, who the hell cares? What does that mean? The F-35A is the only F-35 platform that can be certified for nuclear delivery. Now, in their announcement, the UK was explicit that they would join the NATO nuclear mission. And those would be dual-capable aircraft. And as somebody who worked on all the extended deterrence relationships, spent a number of collective months in NATO, this is, at the moment, I think, the single biggest augmentation to NATO nuclear deterrence that's possible, given the constraints of what the US can do and what the other allies in NATO can do. Because the UK is the second nuclear power in NATO. And France, while a nuclear power, is outside the NATO nuclear bodies. And the United Kingdom does not have flexibility in its nuclear posture. It only has a sea-based capability. And so the United States is the nuclear power with the flexibility of having an air leg and a regional deterrent capability with the F-35A in Europe. And now, as a second nuclear power, the United Kingdom has rejoined that mission. And that is important because as we think about deterring multiple adversaries, China and Russia and North Korea, if there's a scenario in which we are in a crisis or conflict with either North Korea or China, the United States, when I say we, the United States is in a conflict in the Indo-Pacific, and then Russia decides to use the opportunity for opportunistic aggression against Ukraine or the Baltics or what have you, at the moment, it's possible that the United States would be unable to provide the credible regional deterrent capability if we are deep in a crisis in the Indo-Pacific. And so now with the United Kingdom getting in the business, it increases the credibility of that regional deterrence posture because of their possession of the strategic nuclear force as well. And so as the second nuclear power, that flexibility, I think, is the greatest single augmentation to NATO nuclear posture possible. And it's near term. And it doesn't change, it doesn't obviate or exclude longer term options. But I really, really want to congratulate the United Kingdom for making a bold but important decision with very few downsides. To me, it was a no-brainer. The question about the 123 agreement. Now, that's not something that I worked on closely, and I follow it. Follow it mostly from the sidelines. But the advantage to a 123 agreement, once you get through the domestic laws associated with it and the Atomic Energy Act, is it actually, I think, reinforces non-proliferation commitments, because it provides a technical and legal framework for some parts of the fuel cycle that would be monitored, that would be transparent, and would provide capability for, civil capability for South Korea, and make it clear it's not for military purposes. And there are various configurations under which it could take place. But I think there is a world in which 123 agreements can actually enhance non-proliferation obligations. And I think there is an opportunity there, if the Trump administration wants it, to push on that door.
계속 질문을 한 분만 더 짧게 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 한 분씩 해주시고요.
Thank you, Dr. Narang. It's Haesung. Haesung Kim from Appalachian State University. So thank you. So this is not going to be a free lunch, so don't worry. Well, I think your message was very clear, and then to provide the reassurance to the Korean audience. And because you're expert on this matter, I 100% believe your assessment that U.S. extended deterrence has a capability to fully save Seoul instead of, while not sacrificing San Francisco. Capability.
I'm from San Francisco too, so this one's near and dear to my heart.
Capability, I trust it. But what we don't really see, especially from the Trump administration, second Trump administration, is that the resolve. So we really kind of see different messages. If US, I'm glad to hear that you are very optimistic, even about the Trump second administration. However, the message that we see is that what about the burden sharing? South Korea has to increase their burden sharing, right? So that is kind of inconsistent messages about full commitment to the extended deterrence. So can you, well, if you can give your own view as well as provide any evidence from the inside view, that what is really the assessment about the resolve?
I don't have any inside view, but I appreciate the question. I will say, it's not as if the Biden administration did not pursue increased burden sharing from allies. So NATO, at the NATO summit yesterday, except for Spain, everyone announced 5%. That doesn't happen overnight. Now, the president does deserve a lot of credit from getting from 3.5 to 5, at least a commitment. But the Biden administration worked to increase burden sharing in a variety of ways across the alliances to increase investment, including with South Korea. So burden sharing is not a new concept, nor is it a new approach from the United States. Style might be different, but I would say, again, there's continuity in sort of what the U.S. position on this is, which is allied contributions to the extended deterrence relationship are really important. And South Korea does invest a lot in conventional capability that is very valuable for the extended deterrence relationship. And I think highlighting that is very important for this administration. I think it's still early in the Trump administration. And at least on foreign policy, I think the staccato of crises that have occurred over the last several months, India, Pakistan, Israel, Iran, Ukraine, Russia, no peace, I think may start conditioning the president and the administration to think about both nuclear weapons and quote-unquote the risk of allied proliferation and the value of extended deterrence in different ways. And so I don't think you can have lived through the last 4 or 5 months in the U.S. and thought, you know what, more nuclear weapons in the world are better. More countries having nuclear weapons is better. And I really, really think that the president himself has an aversion to the spread of nuclear weapons. And once the connection is made that the best way to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons, particularly to allies where you have influence, is by strengthening a very cost-effective, time-tested, tried-and-true strategy of extended nuclear deterrence, I think that's a winner-winner chicken dinner. So that's where my optimism comes from, without any inside knowledge. I mean, that to say, you know, whatever happens today could be flipped tomorrow. But I think when it gets down to sort of the logic, and once that logic becomes sort of apparent and becomes policy, it's still early in the administration. So every administration takes half to a full year to get all the right personnel in place to be able to manage the alliance. And so to expect, you know, everything to be clicking on all cylinders right off the gate, no administration, Democrat or Republican, does that.
Okay, our final question is here.
Thank you so much, Vipin.
Keep it easy.
So I absolutely agree with the fundamental role of deterrence in South Korean and U.S. security. What I find a little problematic or paradoxical is beyond a certain sufficient level of deterrence, when you get to enhanced deterrence, sometimes even excessive deterrence, it can be counterproductive to diplomacy from my perspective, and it basically gets into the security dilemma, right? North Korea uses our deterrence demonstrations as justification for its own provocative actions, which undermines diplomacies. That's the problem I have, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that nature.
So, you know, it's a great question, Frank, and I do think the balance between deterrence and provocation is a very fine line. Now, I'm mostly a capabilities person, and I don't think that adjustments, when I talk about sort of strengthening deterrence, I will admit I have a more capabilities-based approach. As we think about the emergence of China, particularly the ICBM fields, now North Korea and Russia, from a nuclear policy perspective, my biggest sort of anxiety or concern was, what if we have to face these threats simultaneously? What are we trying to deter in a scenario where we are facing them simultaneously? And that doesn't necessarily mean more, you know, gangbusters number of nuclear weapons, but you may need more to be able to ensure that if you can deter one if you're in a crisis or conflict with another, so they don't engage in opportunistic aggression. And the mix of capabilities matters, right? So we've never really had to think about deterring regional nuclear employment in a maritime environment. And that's where the congressional mandate for the SLICA-MEN, right, the submarine launched cruise missile, comes from. And I think there's increasingly deterrence value in a maritime-based capability, regional deterrence capability, because the options we have in NATO, like the B-61, are not suitable for the Indo-Pacific, I would argue. So I don't think any of those are necessarily provocative. But what I think you're hinting at is, do we appropriately marry our signaling to our broader deterrence strategy? And I think that is something that, you know, left hand, right hand absolutely need to do better about working on, and threading the needle between what is, you know, an assurance signaling or deterrence signaling versus one that will unnecessarily provoke an adversary. And there is a balance between them, and I think we always need to be attentive to ensuring that we're on the right side of that balance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. All right.
Okay, I'm sorry for my poor time management. It's already our second panel has been already started at this moment. But again, please give Professor Narang another round of big applause. Thanks so much, Professor Narang. I hope the next panel chairs will more good at time management than me. So it's already time passed, so I'm going to give you more 15 minutes for your enjoyable lunch. And then the next panel will start originally scheduled to start 12:40. It's already passed, but it's going to be starting 12:55. Okay, so we'll have a little bit more time for the lunch. And then for the next panel chairs, please time manage, and then you can spend 10 more minutes. We have a 20-minute buffer for the next panel. So you can use 10 more minutes, which is 5 minutes less than the original time schedule. Okay, enjoy your dinner, lunch, and then the dinner will be start here at 7, here at the same place. Okay, thank you so much. And we look forward a productive and engaging conference. Thank you so much. 그리고 혹시 그 나란 교수님하고 이렇게 들으실 분들은 저희가 오늘 마지막 패널에 최종현 학술원 패널이 있기 때문에요. 거기서 더 질문해 주시고요. 저희가 또 외교부랑 코리아 파운데이션 패널도 경쟁적인 패널들이 많습니다. 그래서 오늘 재밌는 패널 많으니까요. 아마 딴 데 가지 마시고 요수가 아름답지만 밤에 즐기시고요. 낮에는 저희 패널에 다 들어주시면 좋겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 여기 패널 이 자리에서도 저희 코리아 파운데이션 패널 진행됩니다. 그래서 약간 식사 너무 급하게 드시지 마시고요. 저희가 어쨌든 시간 관리를 위해서 5시 10분입니다. 12시 55분에 패널 시작하고요. 식사 계속 하시면서 또 다른 패널 찾아가시면 될 것 같습니다. 그 다음에 오후 첫 번째 패널 사회자분들께서는 어쨌든 10분 더 쓰셔가지고 시간 관리 잘 해주셔야지 저희가 끝나는 시간까지 맞출 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네. 제가 시간 관리 잘 못해서 죄송하고요. 또 감사합니다.
있습니다. 장내 정리 부탁드리겠습니다.
It's my great honor to welcome you to this important panel, Changing Security Environment of the Indo-Pacific and Challenge of Maritime Security. We don't have enough time today, as you know. So I introduce three presenters for this panel. My left-hand side, Professor Ji Yeon-jung and Professor Kim Ji-hye from, I'm sorry, Republic of Korea Naval Academy. And then our second speaker is Professor Chisako Masuo from Kyushu University in Japan. And then our third speaker is Professor Wang Jiejue from Wuhan University in China. So I'll give you the 15 minutes for your presentation each. And then my right-hand side, three prominent scholars. First discussant is the Professor Jung Gu-yeon from Gangwon National University. And second discussant is Professor Oh Seung-hee from Korean National Diplomatic Academy. And the last discussant is Professor Kang Soo-jung from Joseon University. So we just move to the presentation, and then I will wrap up, and then I will add some comments on your papers. Okay, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for being with us. The theme we would like to bring it for the further discussion is deep sea mining competition in the Indian Ocean. I and my colleagues, my Professor Kim, are new to this subject, but we found it's very interesting to see how the competition is going to be intensified in this region. So the work of us is at the very initial stage, but we look forward to receiving your comments and critics. So we were exploring the many maritime domain issues, and we found that the many issues are being discussed right now at the maritime domain, and issues on the surface and under the surface as well. And besides the issues being talked about the undersea cables, but the deep sea mining competition is another emerging issue to see how the regional rivalry is being shaped and going on and going to be intensified in the future. So so within the domain of the deep sea mining, the Indian Ocean is an emerging region to be discussed because it's very vast region surrounded by the many countries, and the seabed in this region contains a huge size of the reserved resources. So deep sea mining is an emerging frontier that brings a discussion about the intersection of technology, strategy, and the sustainability. The deep sea mining is also the broader part of the discussion, as you can see in the slides, including the critical mineral global supply chain, the energy research, and the future technologies. So due to the importance of this area, the quantity of research on the deep sea mining competition has been exponentially increased, like you can see on the left graph, and the seabed resources mapping is actively undergoing as well, likewise on the right picture. So we raised the research questions like why has deep sea mining in the Indian Ocean become very important today, and who are the major players and what are they doing, and what tensions and risks lie ahead. So some of these questions are ready for the answers, and some other questions need to be developed more. So let me start with the question why we need to focus on the Indian Ocean today. So Indian Ocean is one of the most resource-rich regions and the geopolitically active region in the world. So it accounts for the 20% of the global ocean arena, and more than 30 coastal and island states border it. So beneath the surface lies a vast deposit of the mineral resources, including the polymetallic nodules and sulfide deposits and cobalt-rich crust, which is known to be as CFCs. So these seabed reserves matters a lot because the land-based mineral reserves are declining, and the deep sea resources are emerging as strategic alternatives, especially for the critical minerals. So there are 5 hotspots you can see on the slide to looking into the Indian Ocean. There are including the Central Indian Ocean Basin, Southwest Indian Ridge, Mascarenes Plateau, Chagos Laccadive Ridge, and the Andaman Basin. So each area has a very unique natural environment and features. For instance, the Central Indian Ocean Basin that have been studied much are popular for the India and the China. You can see the mark on the huge circle with the orange color. And the Southwest Indian Ridge, for example, it welcomes the India and Russia's exploration activities here. And Mascarenes Plateau, located between the Madagascar and the Seychelles, France is showing the great interest here, especially through its overseas territories. And Chagos Laccadive Ridge, extending from the Maldives and the Chagos Archipelago, it overlaps with the multiple exclusive economic zones claims and major shipping routes. So this place also contains large mineral reserves. And the Andaman Basin, at last, near the Andaman Nicobar Islands, provides the high mineral promise and strategic military importance for India. So these 5 areas present not just a geological point, but also a geopolitical flashpoint. So who are involved and who are the major players here? And we can see the China and India. So China has been emerged as the most ambitious and the technological advanced player in the deep sea mining. So China integrates deep sea mining into the broader blue economic strategy and sees the deep ocean as a new frontier for both for the science and power projection. And China has 3 very well-known vehicles, including the Jianlong manned submersive and Qianlong series of the autonomous vehicles and the Henlong class of the remotely operated vehicles. And it supports these with advanced vessels like Shanghai Yihao and a strong institutional backbone such as the National Deep Sea Center in the Qingdao. So China is not stopping here. And China is building the manned deep sea station in the South China Sea, projected to reach 2,000 meters deep by 2030. And China has a COMRA. COMRA is a state-backed contractor, plays a pivotal role to earn the license from the International Seabed Authority. So China holds the multiple exploration contract through the COMRA, including the Central Indian Ocean Basin and the Clarion Clipper zone in the Pacific. And you can see the India here too on the chart. That in comparison to China, India is also making a very interesting move. In 2021, India launched a deep ocean mission with 6 pillars, from the mining technology to the biodiversity, climate monitoring. And India is focusing the Central Indian Ocean Basin, where India holds a 75,000 square kilometers exploration license under the International Seabed Authority. And India also launched institution like a National Institution of Ocean Technology that has developing the deep sea crawler vehicles and tested successfully at 6,000 meters below the surface. And India is also invest heavily on the advanced riser system and crawler system as well. So both countries are working very hard for the AI-powered mining system under seabed. So they are observing that the real-time terrain mapping, obstacle avoidance, fleet coordination using the multi-agent system are very important to be joining in the deep sea mining competition. So they are heavily investing, and they are reorganizing the government institutions and review annually and biannually to how budget can be allotted very efficiently. But there are some challenges as well. For instance, that technologically still that this riser system and vessels need to fill the gap of the communication lags so that they can have smooth communication to work on the deep sea mining the technology. And scaling up the pilot test to industrial mining will require the massive investment and the international cooperation as well. So therefore, actually it brings us to know that how deep sea mining competition nurtures friction points as well. So there are three major categories of the tension. The first one is legal uncertainty. The International Seabed Authority regulates deep sea mining under the UNCLOS, that the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. So International Seabed Authority already licensed over the 30 exploration licenses globally, including the India and China. But the legal framework, like mining code, is still incomplete. So some of the companies, like Nauru Ocean Resources, requested International Seabed Authority to complete the mining code so that there will be some kind of regulation and the rules to follow, but it has not been completed, passing the deadline of the mid-2023. So the result of this result of the incompletion makes some states to just work on the deep sea mining without any regulation. The second friction point is that the environmental risk is embedded within the deep sea mining activities, because deep ocean is very fragile and the mining can disturb the seabed environment overall. So not only the environmentalists, but also the political scientists and economists are also worried about the environmental risk that can disturb the entire ecosystem under the seabed. The last friction point we found is that there is a geopolitical stakes. Under the UNCLOS, the seabed resources are generally known as a common heritage of the mankind. But the critics argue that there are current systems that favors technologically advanced states and private companies that beyond any regulation. So developing states risk being left out, and China favors rapid regulation under the state control, not yet under the ISA. And India wants some balance, but behind it all, the strategic rivalry is growing. So there is no regulation procedure or the rules applied for the enormously intensified competition. So at last, that I and my colleague, Professor Kim, are exploring the challenging trend in the Indian Ocean, and we are also working more on the technological aspects to fill the gap to know about how the rivalry is now being shaped in the Indian Ocean. So let me stop here, and we'll look forward to receiving the more comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ji Yeon-jung. This paper investigates the intensifying competition over deep sea mining in the Indian Ocean, focusing on the India-China rivalry. There are three key arguments in this paper. The first one is deep sea mining is no longer a scientific curiosity, but a strategic imperative. The second one is China and India embody different strategic outlooks. China's focus is technological supremacy, state-led development, while India stresses environmental caution and multilateralism. The third argument is deep sea mining is legally, environmentally under-regulated, raising concerns over resource equity and ecological harm. You can find these three arguments in the paper. Okay, we don't have enough time, so I have to move to the second paper. The paper title is Japan's Maritime Security and ROK Japan Maritime Cooperation. Please, Professor Maso Chisako.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm very honored to be able to come to Yosu, finally. I live in Kyushu Island, and one of my favorite places to visit in Kyushu Island is Nagoya Castle, where Hideyoshi had the headquarters to invade Korea. So I always wanted to, visit Admiral Lee Sun-shin's the place where Admiral Lee Sun-shin had the headquarters. And finally, I'm able to come here. Thank you very much for the organizers for inviting me. And of course, Hideyoshi had a very, well, looking back now, he had a very silly and evil ambition over Korea. Actually, he attacked Korea, but his aim was to conquer the entire Eurasia. So he had a very grand ambition toward the entire this region. And unfortunately, sometimes some Japanese are quite afraid that some country may have similar grand ambition toward the world. So, how do I move the point? Okay, thank you. With regards to the maritime security of Japan, this map is from the Japanese Defense White Paper. This shows where the ministry is concerned about in the nearby, in the Japan's vicinity. Almost everything except Korean Peninsula is about the maritime area. But probably if we think of the seriousness of the issue, obviously the Senkaku Islands is one of the hot points for Japan. And recently, Japanese defense experts have been very worried about the Taiwan Strait. And also China's advancement toward the Pacific. Last May, on May 3rd this year, there was airspace intrusion over Senkaku Island by China Coast Guard's helicopter flew from the CCG's boat. And this month, we had another huge event, China's military drill in the northwestern part of the Pacific. So this time, Liaoning, one of China's 3 aircraft carriers, entered into Minami Torishima Island, Japan's Minami Torishima Islands EEZ, and also Shantung, another aircraft, entered Okino Torishima Islands EEZ. So the 2 aircraft carriers conducted a simultaneous military drill, which was the very first time to see. Sorry. Okay, so questions that I want to touch upon today. How is China challenging to Japan's maritime security? And what is the Chinese domestic mechanism for salami slicing? And based on those, I would like to talk about what will happen next and how can Japan and Korea cooperate with regards to those questions. So China's first, I would like to start from China's claims and behaviors. Well, although China often discusses that it has 3 million square kilometers of jurisdictional waters, it hasn't really shown a map to illustrate its claim. Actually, Chinese domestic statistics argue that actually half of it, 1.5 square kilometers, is disputed with other neighboring countries. And China has only demarked the Tonkin-Wan with Vietnam, and all other parts are left, undemarked. So I think now South Korea is working hard to have this negotiation with China. And so we don't know where China is actually claiming. I would like to show several maps here. The first map is the one I traced from China's maritime specialist slides here they used in an international conference. So this map shows the image of China's third generation of maritime functional zoning China has used until 2021. It also has very interesting parts, like surrounding Taiwan, there is a blank. But beyond Taiwan, China has a claim. And with regards to the East China Sea, China is claiming most of it, but not all in this map. And I will show other two maps. So the one on the left is from China's maritime observation satellite, where the satellite is watching. So I think this area shows where the satellite is usually, watching on with regards to the East China Sea. The one on the right is is the only official map we can find on China's maritime claim. This is a map China submitted to the International Continental Shelf Committee to apply for the extension of the continental shelf in the EEZ. So you can see that China has actually a very huge claim, almost approaching to the Kyushu Island of Japan. So if this is to come true, Korea and Japan has no need to discuss our JDZ issue at all, because everything is China's, according to this claim. So, and another one is China's air defense identification zone claim. And I think I don't really need to explain this, but this, because this graph has been used by many Japanese, for sure. This shows how many ships China has been sending around Senkaku Islands. But it basically says that nowadays, China Coast Guard vessels basically stay in the contiguous zones of Senkaku Islands. Because they're there almost all the time, it looks like China has a domestic system to administer there to realize its claim over the islands. So in Senkaku Islands, there are many concerning situations, but I don't think I have time to explain those. But in short, the things, even though the news, I think there are not many international news, but the situation is not really stable. But China is gradually stepping up its salami slicing tactics. And well, I have too many slides here, but I need to cut down most of it. But here I just wanted to mention that China has been using its national programs to function its salami slicing tactics. So forming national programs have been very important measures for the Chinese bureaucracy to set up the goals to be realized within 5 or 10 or 12 years. Once they're set, those bureaucrats have to realize them, including the PLA. So we really need to understand what China is planning within those national programs. And I've been studying those. I've been spending a lot of time to study those. But from here, I would like to focus on Xi Jinping's integrated approach. He's a very unique figure who had spent almost 2 decades in China's coastal provinces. one Japanese scholar called Suzuki Takashi recently published a book. And in that book, he collected many of Xi Jinping's essays and speeches from his very younger days. And surprisingly, Xi has started to propose that China needs to develop its maritime economy since 1989, which is much, much, much earlier than many Chinese cadres. So he has a very unique view to develop the ocean. And I don't have much time to explain, but if I can summarize his ocean policy, there are two features that are very important. One is integrated approach, bridging security, economy, and many other issues. So he has been implementing military civil fusion policy for quite many years. And he's been using a lot of environmental, ecological protection and fishery management and many other civil issues to enhance China's presence. And another, the second of his feature is his weight on the maritime innovation so that China can produce more and more of maritime facilities and equipments. And with China's massive production capability, China can expand its maritime presence together with the PLA. So I don't have much time, but he has been, this is when he was visiting Sanya Oceanographic Research Institute on Hainan Island. And you can see on the left side, you can see the logo of Oceanic 3D Observation Network. And he has been keen on developing those new equipments. And he's also watching at this maritime drone. And he's trying to connect China's maritime equipment together with the satellite technology. So that's also another thing he's been developing. And China has already started to operate 4 oceanic comprehensive test sites. And the one in Hainan is very interesting. This is a deep sea testing site to develop a lot of our deep sea equipment. And China's behavior on Taiwan has been changing as well. Especially since the last year. And even though when President Ma Ying-jeou was there, Xi Jinping didn't want to mobilize its Coast Guard to tackle against the Taiwanese side, but now he uses the CCG quite often. So China's way of doing things are also changing. What will happen next? Sorry, I'm skipping so many slides. China will try to step up its maritime strategy starting from the next year. China has formed a national territorial spatial program that also integrates the ocean programs. But in the last 5 years, the program has been in a preparation period. And starting from the next year, it will enter into the implementation period. So things will be changing. This year, the Ministry of Natural Resources announced that, ordered the domestic organizations to upgrade the production capability of a lot of our oceanic generators, including the wind, tide, and salinity. Well, China has been developing a lot of electronic generators because China wants to, mobilize a lot of, electronic-driven equipment in the ocean. So the administration basically told the domestic organs to have large-scale production on those generators to develop remote islands and also the deep seas. And China has been, basically Professor Ji has already mentioned that China has been developing a lot of mining facilities, and the deep sea this article shows China is also developing a new deep sea spatial station that will be operated by 2030. So, so starting from the next year, and sorry, I forgot to say, but China is also developing large-scale aquafarm platform where tourists can also stay. So China is going to install those facilities in the South China Seas, for sure, almost sure, unfortunately, but perhaps in other parts of its jurisdictional water. And that is the type of changes we will have to face within the China's claiming jurisdictional water from next year. However, China is also have plans for the waters beyond the jurisdiction. So I think I will move to this slide. Last December, China has publicized the news that China will start a new deep sea mining in the water, in the high seas near Japan's Minami Torishima Island. But it's in high seas, and China had made the official application, which was already approved. So, so it is official and authorized. But the place is more than 5,000 meters deep. And China is going to collect mangan nodule, which is rich in rare metals. There is a rumor that the PLA vessels will accompany the mission and will have a more detailed scientific analysis of the surrounding environment. So you can see this military-civil fusion plan made by China in a very clever way. And we have seen this China's first military drill carried by the 2 aircraft carrier recently. So China is already trying to push its activities toward the deeper part of the Pacific. Another concerning issue is Cook Islands. So that was deep sea mining China would do alone. But last February, China made an agreement with Cook Islands to have new exploration in the deep sea within the Cook Islands EEZ. And there is the news says Kiribati and Nauru are also having similar negotiation with China. China is eyeing at those countries diplomatically already, but based on what we have heard about Minami Torishima, it is likely that China will dispatch the PLA vessels again to those waters. And this map shows where those plans. Minami Torishima Islands locate right in between Hawaii and Taiwan. So so that's where China is going to have this scientific detailed research about the water. That's on the pathway for American navies to support Taiwan if something happens on the island, right? So China is very clever, and this map on the right side, left side, the map shows first island chain and second island chain. But China is already eyeing at beyond the deep beyond the second island chain, and that's the thing the country is going to have. I don't think I have much time left, but I think the two countries have to have more exchanges between the two sides to analyze China's maritime strategy. And I deeply hope for Korea to have a successful demarcation with China. Maritime demarcation with China, because that will help many Asian countries. Many countries are having problems with demarcating the ocean with China, but I think if Korean case goes first, then based on that principle, we can have much less stressful negotiation with China in the future. I would like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chisako. You address growing maritime security threats to Japan with a focus on China's expanding maritime activities. You mentioned in your presentation, China's salami slicing strategy has intensified tensions, particularly around the Senkaku Islands. Also, you argue in the presentation, Japan's ability to manage this challenge depends on not only its own defense strategy, but also on fostering regional partnerships, particularly with Korea. Thank you. Our third speaker is Professor Wang Jieje from Wuhan University. Please.
Yes, nice to meet you. Since learning Korean, I haven't given a speech in English for over 25 years. I hope you will forgive me for any inaccuracies I may make. The subject of my presentation today is pathways and the challenges of trilateral maritime cooperation among China, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. China, Japan, and Korea, as key coastal states in Northeast Asia, exhibit a complex dynamic of both cooperation and competition in maritime affairs. Properly addressing the maritime issues among these three countries is crucial not only for advising their respective national maritime development, but also for stressing security relations in the region. The theme of part one is potential approaches of trilateral maritime cooperation among China, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. Okay. In the context of marine environmental protection and ecological governance, the first issue is coordinated marine pollution governance, primarily leveraging the tripartite environmental minister meetings mechanism. China, Japan, and Korea jointly advanced the Northwest Pacific Action Plan to collaborate on tide monitoring, oil spill preservation, and marine plastic waste management. The trilateral marine litter management cooperation mechanism initiated by Korea with support from China and Japan has facilitated multiple regional joint cleanup competence. The second issue is disputes over nuclear contaminated water disposal. The issue centers on Japan's release of Fukushima nuclear contaminated water into the ocean. Korea has demanded the establishment of a transparent data sharing mechanism, while China has called for enhanced international oversight. The three countries are engaged in consultations regarding technical standards for marine radiation monitoring. In the context of fisheries resources management and sustainable development, for the fisher cooperation mechanism, China and Korea, along with Japan and Korea, has especially established bilateral fisheries agreement, creating joint conservation zones. Though enforcement disputes persisted, actually the three countries utilized a regular trilateral fisheries directors gentle meeting framework to coordinate fishing quotas and compact illegal and reported and regulated fishing activities. For marine ecological conservation, China, Japan, and Korea jointly participate in the partnerships in environmental management for the Sea of East Asia, collaborating on coral reef restoration and migratory fish species conservation initiative. The next issue is maritime security and emerging cooperation. The first is the joint cooperation mechanism. This includes conducting trilateral maritime search and rescue joint exercises, achieving their first comprehensive drill in 2023, while establish a coordination mechanism for export missions in the Gulf of Aden and counter piracy intelligence sharing. The next is shipping lane security cooperation. The three countries have reached fundamental consensus on safeguarding freedom for navigation in South China Sea. The fourth is blue economy and scientific and technological innovation. Marine energy development, joint R&D initiatives in offshore wind power, tidal energy, and related technologies, exemplary by projects such as the China-Korean Shandong offshore wind farm, polar and deep sea exploration, observe states of the Arctic Council. The three countries collaborate on reach related to the commercial application of Arctic shipping routes. They also exchange expertise to leverage their respective strengths in deep sea exploration technologies, such as Japan's cooperation in deep sea rocket technology. The fifth is regional ocean governance audition. First, for international rules, alignment, coordination, the application of legal frameworks such as exclusive economic zone, delimitation under the UNCLOS framework for multilateral platform coordination, aligning maritime security positions through mechanisms include the ASEAN Regional Forum. The theme of Part 2 is Challenges and Future Prospects for Trilateral Maritime Cooperation among China, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. Key challenges include sovereignty disputes, strategic competition, and domestic constraints. For the sovereignty disputes, persistent island disputes undermine the political foundation for cooperation. For the strategic competition, the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy constrain the maritime policy autonomy of Japan and Korea. For the domestic constraints, maritime-related issues are prone to triggering nations' sentiment and bilateral tensions. Facing these challenges, there are also future cooperation prospects. The first, establish a China-Japan-Korea high-level dialogue mechanism on maritime affairs, prioritizing collaboration in low sensitivity areas, then jointly building a Northeast Asia marine big data platform to enable data sharing for environmental monitoring and navigation safety. Next, collaboratively developing new Arctic shipping routes to optimize regional energy transportation networks. Correct China, Japan, and Korea. Maritime cooperation is corrected by economic and environmental protection taking the lead, while a protection security issue with caution. While maritime practical cooperation is non-traditional security areas. Moving forward, the three countries could leverage regional economic frameworks like RCEP to gradually advance maritime cooperation through multilateral approaches, while properly management external interference stemming from sovereignty disputes and major power competition. Thank you very much. 저 원래 한국어 발표인 줄 알았는데 갑자기 영어. 그래서 들어주셔서 고맙습니다. 고생 많이 하셨습니다.
Professor Wang Jie already told me she got a PhD in the Incheon University. So you stay here in Korea for 20 years, right? 7 years.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. She got a master's and PhD from the Incheon University, so she'd better speak the Korean rather than the English, she told me. This paper examines the evolving dynamics of maritime cooperation and competition among China, Japan, and South Korea. The three key coastal states in Northeast Asia. It outlines existing frameworks for trilateral collaboration in areas such as the marine environmental protection, fisheries management, maritime security, and technological innovation. To advance cooperation among three nations, Professor Wang proposes launching a high-level trilateral maritime dialogue mechanism, establishing a Northeast Asia marine big data platform and jointly developing Arctic shipping routes. Thank you very much. We finished the 3 paper presentations. Next, we move on to the discussions. So I don't know exactly. We have 7 minutes for each discussion. 5 minutes. Okay, please. Professor Jung Gu-yeon from Gangwon National University give some comments on the first paper.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. Given the time constraint, I will give like 5-minute comments. So I think this topic of deep sea mining is pretty interesting. I realized that there are still many issues in the maritime security to discuss and analyze and research still after years of research. So this deep sea mining is interesting. It's interesting in the sense that it is kind of a layering different domains. Professor Ji Yeon-jung and Professor Kim Ji-hye mentions that this is no longer not limited to the area of resource competitions, and also it is an area for strategy competition. So in that sense, I think you can have multiple perspectives in analyzing the dynamics and actors and patterns of conflict in those regions. So in that sense, I give like 3 questions and comments. First one is this. So as you mentioned, this deep sea mining is an area of resource competition, but at the same time strategy competition. But these papers at this moment seems to be improved. It can be improved by providing how this deep sea mining activities can be securitized in the first place. As you mentioned, in this paper you discussed China and India's strategy in addressing deep sea mining. And also you mentioned that China is kind of looking at this issue of deep sea mining from power projection perspective, which means that it will accompany like a undersea kind of awareness capability, sensing and data centers and everything. So I think you can elaborate more on how we can see this issue from a strategy kind of perspective, so that we can move on to another level, which is that why China is seeing this issue as a kind of strategic stakes. The second question is, a second comment is related to the first one. So what is the patterns of kind of power politics in deep sea mining? As you can see, this is a strategy competition area, which means that there is some kind of patterns which might be different from other maritime security domains. Like there are so many areas in maritime security, like I'm working on, for instance, like undersea cable, and also there is a data security, cyber security, also maritime domain awareness. Each of them have different kind of patterns of competitions and patterns of interaction between actors. So what is the kind of patterns of actions in the deep sea mining, especially when we kind of count China into equation? Another question is related to the second one, is that wasn't there any conflict? This is just my personal kind of question. Wasn't there any kind of conflict when it comes to deep sea mining before China become more active actor in these regions? Because Indian Ocean is surrounded by multiple kind of actors, not only India and China, but also Southeast Asia, and South Asia, also African countries. It's kind of vast kind of region. So I figured there might be some kind of conflict in the past, but advance of China as a kind of great power into the regions kind of make it as a kind of big stake for kind of great power competition. So that's my question. So is there any other previous dispute when it comes to deep sea mining in the regions? And the next question is this. As I mentioned in the previous previously, that this is kind of dual or multiple layered activities. And deep sea mining is closely related to economic actors. not necessarily China, but India in this case can be related to more economic actors, not just government, but just commercial actors and enterprises. They might be involved in this process. Then, what is their incentive to engage in these activities? They might have different commercialized incentives, which might be different from strategic incentive of government. So I think distinguishing these two interests might improve your kind of questions and your research effort to addressing these patterns of conflict. My last question is about United States. Yeah, as you mentioned, and many other actually speakers mentions about the role of the United States in the maritime domain in their papers. As you mentioned, United States is outside UNCLOS system. Of course, they mentions that many times they are complying with the provisions of UNCLOS, but they are not actually signing it. But still, United States has been a kind of dominant actors in the maritime security as well. So in this case, in the deep sea mining, of course, U.S. is a kind of also has economy actors inside. So what is the kind of role of the United States in this dynamic? So even though United States not directly intervening the conflict between India and China, but there must be some kind of role in terms of balancing or kind of gathering like-minded countries in these regions. So what is the role of the United States? I think that factor into your research could be a good contributions. Really last comment is that this might just theoretical curiosity. So you mentioned that there are very few kind of conventions and rules and norms regarding deep sea mining. So is there any case that country actually comply with them? Kind of keep the kind of conventions and rules and norms, if there's any, and what is the condition under which they actually kind of follow the rules, and what is in other case violate the rules. I think elaborate that kind of theoretical condition might enhance your research in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jung Gu-yeon. It's hard to answer, so you have to prepare for 10 minutes. Okay, Professor Oh Sung-hee, I'll give you 7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay. I'd like to thank Professor Maso for the excellent presentation. It offered a comprehensive understanding of China's evolving maritime strategy and provided a solid foundation for thinking about how Korea and Japan might cooperate in response. South Korea, like Japan, is increasingly facing maritime security challenges from China. One recent example is the installation of large buoys by China in the provisional measure shown, PMG, of the Yellow Sea and near the water around the Yedo. These actions highlight growing concerns over China's gray zone operations at sea. What was particularly striking in the presentation was how China's maritime strategy has evolved into a more systematic and institutionalized form of governance. It is no longer just about claims or neighbor presence, but about administrational control, digital infrastructure, and technological legitimacy. As Professor Maso explained, China has been actively implementing maritime development and control strategies, including the expansion of its claimed jurisdictional waters and militarization of the China Coast Guard and military civil fusion, or MCF, for maritime influence. Also, the digital governance and the establishment of a national spatial infrastructure, or NSI. These strategies include a silent expansion at sea and are steadily creating new points of friction with Japan and similar with Korea. To effectively respond to this trend, it is essential that Korea and Japan establish a comprehensive response system. I also found Professor Maso's analysis of China's gray zone strategy, particularly the salami slicing tactic, highly valuable. She clearly outlined how China's incremental actions, such as buoy placement or dispatching survey vessels, are supported by internal planning systems and governance mechanisms. China's gray zone tactics are not random provocations. They are part of a long-term state-driven project. In addition to salami slicing, China employs other tactics like the cabbage strategy, layering civilian and coast guards and military vessels to encircle maritime area. The fait accompli approach, the taking unilateral actions and then inducing negotiations or inaction, and targeted neglect, the provoking weaker nations while silencing others. These non-military, ambiguous, low-intensity provocations are difficult to regulate under existing frameworks. So how can countries like Korea and Japan respond? We must develop shared norms and joint standards for dealing with hybrid maritime threats. Now, what kind of the cooperation is feasible between Korea and Japan? And despite political sensibilities such as Dokdo and the JDG, we need to focus on practical trust building in maritime security. The potential avenues for cooperation include the technological cooperation and co-development in marine surveillance, and coordinated position in global norm-making on marine issues like deep sea mining or marine environment protection, freedom of navigation, and establishing a maritime monitoring network involving countries like Philippines, Vietnam, Taiwan, and India. So at the same time, I'd like to point that we should also consider areas for functional cooperation with China, particularly in the marine environmental protection, ocean observation and early disaster warning system, and fishery management and responses to the illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. These non-political and non-military domain could provide a common ground for dialogue, probably through trilateral summits or working level discussions among Korea, Japan, and China. So let me conclude with a brief note on the Korea-Japan JDG agreement. The termination became possible as of June 22nd this year, the last Sunday. While discussions appear to be paused for now, this case highlights the importance of quiet management of sensitive maritime issues amid rising regional tensions. So overlapping claims in water among Korea, China, and Japan may lead to further disputes. It is all the more urgent to explore more bilateral and multilateral cooperation models, not only among the three countries, but also with regional and extra-regional partners. So if you have any suggestions on how such cooperation can be pursued, I'd greatly appreciate your insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, Professor Kang Soo-jung, please give some comments on Professor Wang's paper.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join this session and hear such various perspectives from scholars from Korea, China, and Japan on maritime security in Indo-Pacific. As a scholar based in Korea, working on China-related issues, I have been particularly interested in maritime security and cooperation between Korea and China, and also between China and Japan as well. I found Professor Wang's presentation both interesting and important. I truly appreciate the comprehensive overview Professor Wang provided on the current state and potential of trilateral maritime cooperation, particularly from functionalist and programmatic perspective. Today, I would like to focus my comments on the potential and the limit of this functionalist approach to maritime security cooperation among Korea, Japan, and China. To begin with, I agree that one of the key starting points for cooperation is the shared perception of common threats. Issues such as marine pollution, ecological damage, and plastic waste, and natural disasters and IUU fishing are all problems that affect the three countries equally. And there is already a broad consensus that joint action is needed. Because these are less politically sensitive issues, they offer good opportunity to build cooperation. Topics like coral reef protection, managing migratory fish, or cleaning up plastic waste are also aligned with global agendas for substantial ocean development, which make them good, good areas for international cooperation. As Professor Wang mentioned, trilateral cooperation in these low sensitivity areas has already produced visible results. Initiatives like NALPEP, PEPSIA, and TAM have created a technical and management-based foundation for cooperation. And joint activities like marine litter cleaning up, search and rescue training, a good example of what we can achieve in this space. However, the big question is, this kind of cooperation lead to more meaningful progress in politically sensitive issues? Functionalism assumes that cooperation in technical areas will slowly spill over into areas like security or diplomacy. But in reality, we haven't seen much of this happening in Northeast Asia. For example, even though environmental cooperation has been going on for decades, it hasn't led to any substantial progress on difficult areas, issues like EEZ boundaries, territorial disputes, or freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. So what we have now is more like parallel cooperation. We cooperate in one set of areas while conflicts continue in others. In fact, there's a strong political firework while conflict between functional issues and security concerns. We can work together on plastic waste, but joint Coast Guard patrols or naval drills in the same water would be politically impossible. So there are also power asymmetries that limit cooperation. In areas like maritime technology or blue economy, differences in capacity can easily turn cooperation into competition, or even trigger concerns about technological security. Another major issue is the lack of institutional connections between different cooperation platforms. Existing frameworks like NALPEP or the trilateral fisheries meetings are mostly technical and operate independently. So there is no strong mechanism to link them, to connect management or to coordinate cross issues. So at the same time, trust building are often failed. A good example is Fukushima wastewater issue. Despite decades of environmental cooperation, Japan's unilateral decision to release the water damaged trust between the three countries. This showed how easily functional cooperation can be undermined by political decisions. So lastly, I'd like to talk about non-conflicts and asymmetric actions. Professor Wang mentioned that the three countries share some basic agreement on freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. However, I would respectfully suggest that the reality is more complicated. China continues to assert the 9-9 and has strengthened its control over the region through so-called gray zone tactics, like deploying Coast Guard vessels and building artificial structures. This directly conflicts with the UNCLOS-based approach supported by Japan and Korea. We are also seeing similar concerns in East China Sea and the Yellow Sea. China has been expanding its maritime activities, and some in Korea believe this is part of a broader strategy to treat the Yellow Sea as internal waters. The recent installation of structure in the Yellow Sea adds these concerns. So my question is, Professor Wang, how do you assess these regional worries about China's gray zone strategy? And do you think we can find a way to manage these tensions through institutional dialogues? And I'd like to follow up with a few more questions based on your presentation. First, while functional cooperation in less sensitive areas is clearly valuable, expanding it into politically sensitive areas like maritime boundaries or regional security, including maritime disputes and navigation of freedom of navigation in East and South China Seas, is much more difficult. So in your view, what specific conditions are needed for this kind of cooperation to spill over into those higher sensitivity areas? And would ongoing technical cooperation should be sufficient? Or do we need something more like formal trust building frameworks, legal agreements, or institutionalized crisis communication channels? And second, many cooperation platforms like NowPAP, TAM, and the trilateral fisheries meetings operate independently. So do you think some kind of institutional linkage or redesign is necessary to create more integrated cooperation structure, one that can eventually support progress even on more sensitive issues? Lastly, as you know, trust between the three countries is easily damaged by actions perceived as unilateral or coercive. So what kind of practical competence building measures would be considered most realistic or helpful? For example, could regular information sharing and advance notice of maritime activities or mutual observation of STAR exercises can help reduce tensions? In closing, I'd like to emphasize that functional cooperation in less sensitive areas is a valuable starting point. But if we want to cooperate to expand and become more meaningful, we need more than just accumulated actions. Functionalism can be useful, but it won't automatically lead to deeper cooperation unless we actively address the political and strategic barriers that exist today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kang Soo-jung. We have no time to lose, but I would like to give some chance to ask something and give some comments on the papers to the people, our colleagues on floor. Please raise your hand if you have any questions or comments on the panel. Over there. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is Hak-in Lee. I come from Tokyo International University. I got a question for the whole panel because in the Western literature, there's a narrative regarding the increasing Chinese capability, both in economic area, for example, the deep sea mining, or maybe in the military area regarding the expansions, the tsunami tactics in the maritime area, security issue. So can I ask a question regarding, has China violated any international law or rules so far, which you can consider this is the creations of the security issues regarding China in the region? So this is something I want to just dig in depth regarding the existing literature narrative here. And then the second question I have would be, we have talked about cooperations, integrations in the region for a long time, China, South Korea, Japan. But it would be interesting to see that we have two papers. One suggests that there should be much more South Korea-Japan cooperation regarding the Chinese increasing capability. But then another paper actually would suggest that there would be trilateral cooperation. So I'm just curious, how could that kind of mechanism work out? For example, Professor Michel, would you consider the trilateral cooperation would be something feasible that Japan and South Korea can consider? And then for Professor Wong, would it be something possible that China can do something to ease the tensions, which somehow Japan and South Korea, they have concerns regarding the Chinese latest policy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is any other colleague to ask something? Okay. Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes to respond to the each discussant. Okay, you first. Yeah, Professor Ji Yeon-jung, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Chung. And I initially expected to receive 3 questions, but the question has been multiplied to 6. No problem. So it was very interesting, and thank you very much for the questions and comments to improve our papers. In fact, we were very much concerned about how we can approach to these issues in relation to the economic and commercial purpose, as well as the security issues. And Professor Chung rightly focused on the point that how the deep sea mining competition has become a security kind in this region, and how we can understand about that. So that before the deep sea mining, that there are several vessels need to dispatch to the region to research about how the environmental arrangement can be made. And after that, deep sea mining mission-oriented vessels can be dispatched. And the ones that vessels are dispatched, then some of the naval supports can be made as well. So to combine your question to answer that, Professor Masao's one of her slides already showed that when the vessels are dispatched, that they need to sail it sometimes through the choke point and through the unusual shipping routes to reach the point to conduct deep sea mining activities. So that actually brings the issue about the security perspectives, that how the other competitors or how other countries, except for the countries involved in the deep sea mining activities, are looking into the matter to see the different vessels passing through their coastal areas or their shipping routes. So sharing the shipping routes or sharing the perspectives on the certain areas for the mining activities can inevitably call for security perspectives, that how one can share it or one can confront it to see the issues. And concerning to the deep sea mining competition and in China, not about China before that, for the other security domain issues like data security, data protection, and cyber security issues. In fact, for example, for the deep sea mining, that seabed mapping is yet to be completed. So for the seabed mining, seabed mapping, then you need to dispatch the vessels as well as the satellite linked to the vessels to see the undersea environment and the seabed floors, how it has been shaped and changing because the marine environment is very dynamic. So seabed floor, the mapping is changing very slowly but surely changing. So that requires a lot of data produced, collected, and processed and stored within some cloud or other infrastructure arrangements, so that it's also called for data-related or the cybersecurity-related infrastructure from the seabed to the outer space as well. So I guess that is very closely linked and also linked with the security matters as well. And with China and the US and other major actors, I would like to answer it all combined. So China is very much interested in this issue. Actually, the mining issue has been discussed further after the land mining production is declining. So one of the options being discussed was the outer space mining, which requires a lot of investment and the long-term plan. The other alternatives being discussed and processed right now is the deep sea mining. So that's why China is entering that, US is entering that, India and other developing countries are joining the race. So, as I already mentioned, that we don't know the environmental risk yet. So a lot of surveys and investigation is going on. So some of the European countries like Germany and France think that we will declare the self-moratorium for the time for the deep sea mining, not disturbing the marine environment under the sea. But developing countries need to fill up their production for their sustainable economic growth, as well as to fulfill their big power ambition. So that China, India, and other developing countries actually do not declare any kind of self-moratorium for the deep sea mining. So there is a kind of different approaches going on. And we think that till now, that we think that the countries will continue to join the deep sea mining competition for the future until unless that other alternatives can be offered to alter the deep sea mining production. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Professor Matsuo Chisako
Maybe I may not be able to, I don't have a capacity to answer all of the questions. Yes, you are right. China has been very cautious not to infringe on the international law recently, because China also wants to gain international respect. And since the arbitration decision made by the PCA in 2016, China has been very cautious not to make very clear violation on the international law. That's very true. So that's why Xi Jinping, that partially explains why Xi Jinping is mobilizing the non-military fields to his maritime strategy. And China is becoming very clever. However, because of that situation, and because Xi Jinping mobilizes his authoritarian regime to that extreme, it's inviting the situation to become more and more of the competition of the two different regimes. Because what China is doing on the maritime side is not something democratic countries can pursue. So I think this shows a kind of new Cold War is already happening over the seas between China and many other democratic countries. And trilateral cooperation. It is true that maybe today we have talked more about Japan-Korea cooperation, but I think it's because the bilateral cooperation level is very low. I still remember Korean Sewol vessel sank. At that time, Japan Coast Guard, based in Fukuoka, was waiting to be called for help by the Korean side. So they were prepared. They prepared their boats to send to the southern part of Korea. But because of the political situations, Korea never invited, and Japan never helped. And I think that's a tragedy between the two countries. So we have. There is a huge room for the two countries to be able to do, like IUU fishing in the Japan Sea. All of a sudden, a few, like 5 years ago, we've seen so many Chinese vessels chasing the squads, right? And the two countries didn't even exchange the information on that fishing, and I think that's really silly, because that's even out of the that's even infringing the Chinese domestic law. China should not purchase North Korean fishing rights according to the UN sanction, and China has an obligation to follow it domestically. So there are still many things that we are not doing. And another aspect, replying to Professor Oh's answer, I think we can do more on the cooperation towards cooperation on the foreign aid with regards to, first, the Pacific Island countries. I think that's also many the countries like Australia and New Zealand are also hoping for the two countries to do, and probably we can do the same towards many island countries in the Indian Ocean in future. Thank you very much. I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Professor Chisako Maso and Professor Wang JJ. You want to use the Korean? You already asked me to.
Okay. I will give a short answer because of time. The pathway of China, Japan, and Korea to establish maritime cooperation, I think first is the political trust. Second, settle by means of international law. Third, understand the real China and our neighboring countries. 다음에 한국어로 간단하게 말씀드릴게요. 그 중미를 한 그 3구 그 해양 협력을 당연히 여러 가지 방법을 통해서 우리는 앞으로 추구를 해야 중요한 과제라고 생각합니다. 국제법으로 당연히 국제법 준수해야 되고, 그리고 특히 그 해양 분쟁 그 해결할 때는 우리 그 국제법 회원 그 가입 멤버들 지금은 비회원국 눈치를 보고 그 발언을 하고 있다고 너무 비우지 않아요. 그리고 두 번째는 중국 정부에서 그리고 중국 학자는 대부분 해양 협력을 대해서 이런 말이 있습니다. 분쟁을 유의하고 공동을 개발한다, 이런 말이 있거든요. 그래서 하루 이틀 동안 해결하지 못하는 문제는 우리 일단은 관두고 먼저 협력부터 지금 할 수 있는 것부터는 찾아보고, 그거는 제일 중요하다고, 분쟁은 천천히 해결해도 된다고 생각합니다. 그리고 당연히 중국에서는 win-win cooperation, win-win 정책 지금도 많이 추진하고 있거든요. 그래서 혹시 우리 학자도 이 소중한 자리를 만들어 주신 그 한국국제정치학회하고 한국국제교류재단 진심으로 감사드리고, 우리 학자들 모이고 당연히 협력할 수 있는 방법을 찾아야 되고, 왜냐하면 우리 정치인도 아니고 국가 그 정책 결정자도 아니라서, 그래서 더 좋은 방향, 더 좋은 방법 열심히 생각해보고 더 노력할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 마지막으로 여러분은 진짜 우리는 인터넷 아니면 그냥 다른 수단을 통해서 진실 그 나라, 진실 이웃 나라 더 알아야 볼 수 있으면 좋겠다고 생각합니다. 왜냐하면 우리 진짜 이 나라를 그 평가할 때는 이 나라 오랫동안 살아야 되고, 이 나라의 상황은 정확하게 알아야 되고, 인터넷만 통해서 보면 충분하지 않다고 생각합니다. 네, 이상입니다. 감사합니다.
Okay, it's about time to finish, so I do not add some comments on the paper, so I will finish this. I want to just wrap up this session. Thank you all for your thoughtful engagement and the attention throughout today's panel. As panelists and participants, I believe we've taken an important step toward reimagining maritime security, not just as a matter of deterrence or sovereignty, but as a platform for diplomacy, scientific innovation, and environmental stewardship. Thank you very much. I learned a lot about maritime security today. Thank you very much. I finished this session. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome to the third panel organized by KAIS, Korea Association of International Studies, and also sponsored by Korea Foundation. The third panel under the theme of the changing global nuclear order and nuclear proliferation. As we have known, many unexpected happenings such as the American military operation against Iranian nuclear site and the rising tension between Israel and many Middle East countries, and also never-ending continuation of the Ukraine war, and also a dramatic participation of the North Korean combat soldiers to Ukraine war as well, etc. Differently from our initial expectation of the peace and stability of the era of the globalization, currently we have many, nuclear-related crises and insecure condition, not only on the Korean Peninsula but also every corner of the world. Within that circumstance, we have three excellent speakers and also leading scholars, in terms of the designated discussant. Thank you again to appreciate Korea Foundation and KAIS having such a well-designed panel and also gathering all the leading scholars in that area. From the, the speaker from my left side, Dr. Kim Bo-mi at the Institute for National Security Strategy. She is a well-known nuclear expert in Korea. Okay, and Professor Lee Hak-in from Tokyo International University. He is also, expert on nuclear issues and security issues, representing from Japan. Okay, welcome to Yosu and welcome to the panel. Dr. Kim La-mi from Daniel K. Inogyu Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies. I'm also excited to have Dr. Kim La-mi's presentation about the nuclear issue as well. Okay, from right side, who will be, in charge of the discussion? Dr. Chun Kyung-ju from KAIDA, the leading government-led think tanks in military issues and security issues. And Dr. Kim Min-sung, one of my favorite, scholar in the area of the U.S.-Korea relations and unification issues and nuclear issues as well, from KINU, Korea National. 잘못됐네요. From Institute National Unification. Okay, please forgive me for the typo in the book. Okay, the publication. Lastly, Professor Lee Kyung-seok from Incheon National University. He is also, kind of the rising star in the area. Well, already he is established one in terms of the security and diplomatic issues as well. Okay, I will give about 15 to 10 minutes presentation for each, and please, Dr. Kim.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be presenting North Korea's strategic running in unstable nuclear order, lessons from conflicts under the shadow of nuclear weapons. Before I start, I just like to express my deep gratitude to Korea Foundation giving me this wonderful opportunity. And before I start, I have to mention this. Well, I'm here speaking as an individual researcher today, so my presentation is not representing any official views of INS. So, my research was motivated by a growing trend in recent regional conflicts. These conflicts remain conventional in nature, but they increasingly evoke the specter of nuclear use. So this raises a quick question to me. How is North Korea interpreting and responding to this evolving security environment? So this paper especially explores how Pyongyang has recalibrated its strategy in response to the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel and Iran confrontation and India-Pakistan tensions. Although nuclear weapons have not been used in these conflicts, each case has explicitly raised the possibility of their use, thereby testing the boundaries of nuclear threshold. So I thought in this context, North Korea appears to be observing global patterns closely, drawing insight that are now informing its evolving military strategy. So now I turn to how North Korea is drawing specific lessons from today's battlefield and integrating them into its military strategy. First, North Korea has reaffirmed its absolute reliance on nuclear weapons for its regime survival. And I think the war in Ukraine offers a stark reminder. Ukraine's decision to denuclearize in the 1990s left it vulnerable to Russian aggression. And Iran's failure to establish a credible nuclear deterrent, despite enriching uranium to near weapons grade, has not prevented preemptive attacks by Israel on its nuclear facilities. So I believe these developments have validated Pyongyang's nuclear strategy. The regime has institutionalized this commitment by enacting new nuclear doctrine in 2022, which effectively lowered the nuclear thresholds, and by incorporating into its the constitutional amendment in 2023, which is a pledge to continuously develop, advance its nuclear forces. So nuclear weapons are no longer symbolic from North Korea's perspective. They are indispensable for deterring US-led regime change and ensuring state survival. However, this is my second point, the Ukraine war has also reinforced an equally important lesson. Wars begin and can be lost with conventional forces. The war starts with conventional forces and still continues with the conventional forces. So North Korea understands that it could be conventionally defeated before their nuclear weapons are ever deployed. Pyongyang is now reassessing the role of conventional forces, which had been neglected for a long time. At the 8th Party Congress in 2021, Kim Jong-un, he addressed the 5-year defense plan, which prioritized strategic weapons. The lessons of Russia-Ukraine war have catalyzed a clear shift in priorities. And since 2023, Kim Jong-un has made frequent and highly publicized visits to munition factories. He called for the mass production of artillery shells, modernization of sniper weapons, and the development of tactical missile systems. Mostly, these efforts support arms exports to Russia. But at the same time, the scale and symbolism support the broader ambition of DPRK. Which is the genuine modernization of North Korea's conventional forces to prepare for the 21st century warfare. Alongside these reforms, this is my third point, North Korea continues to exhibit a strong preference for short and high-intensity conflict. North Korea is structurally ill-equipped for protracted warfare, given its limited economic resilience, logistical constraints, and outdated weapon systems. Its conventional posture, concentrated near the DMZ, is designed for a rapid strike on Seoul, but not a prolonged campaign of war. So as the Lawrence Friedman does in his Foreign Affairs article, which I like this so much, and I highly recommend to read it, or you. So the age of forever wars, like he said, like the states tend to pursue short wars, quick, decisive engagement aimed at achieving objectives before escalation to nuclear wars or foreign intervention occurs. So probably, I think Kim Jong-un, he shared this logic. He may be preparing for a scenario where North Korea uses a combination of conventional forces and tactical nuclear forces in order to achieve strategic gains before outside actors can respond. The brief India-Pakistan conflict, which just happened last month, may reinforce North Korea's view that limited localized conflict causing significant but contained damage can be an effective strategy. In nearly every recent conflict involving nuclear states, the United States has emerged as a strategic mediator. This is my first point. Trump has suggested that the US will not intervene in the regional conflicts, but cases like the Russia-Ukraine war and the Indo-Pakistan crisis show that in reality, such non-involvement is difficult to sustain. North Korea is likely analyzing this pattern closely, calculating that U.S. strategic restraint near the nuclear threshold creates a narrow window for calibrated provocations. Pyongyang may believe that it could conduct limited but high-impact operations, then pivot quickly to de-escalation before the U.S. can respond militarily. This perception of U.S. predictability might increase strategic instability on the Korean Peninsula, as it increases risk-taking behavior by North Korea under the assumption that Washington will prioritize crisis management over the punishment. Finally, North Korea has recognized the growing strategic value of low-cost, high-efficiency systems, especially drones. Ukraine's Operation Spiderweb is a case in point, I think. In a single strike using 117 FPV drones, Ukraine destroyed $7 billion worth of drones, Russian aircraft, with a few $100,000 worth of drones. So India and Pakistan, they also relied heavily on one-way attack drones during their three-day conflict. And after the ceasefire, they are accelerating developing drones. And I think North Korea is already adapting to these trends. Drone incursions into South Korea in 2022 and unveiling new platforms in 2023 suggests a strong political commitment. They released Sepyeol 4 and Sepyeol 9 drone series, along with joint development with Russia of a new type of drones, which is imported from the Iran. So indicate that Pyongyang's integration of asymmetric mass producible UAVs into its military planning. Drones are definitely attractive to North Korea because they are inexpensive, flexible, and ideal for psychological operations, and reconnaissance and precision strikes as possible, especially under the umbrella of nuclear deterrence. Here's my conclusion. I think Kim Jong-un is in the process of transforming North Korea's military form from a traditional manpower heavy force into a more professional, technologically sophisticated one, which is optimized for realities of modern combat. His evolving vision of modern warfare goes beyond just acquiring new weapons. It reflects a strategic shift, one that integrates advanced technologies, precision strike capabilities, operational mobility, and asymmetric systems such as drones. And this follows global trends, I think. And Kim Jong-un, he appears to recognize the limited utility of nuclear weapons in actual combat. While nuclear weapons remain critical for deterrence, especially at the strategic level, they are less practical for managing localized or irregular conflicts. So in response, North Korea is building a force that can operate below the nuclear threshold, yet still exert meaningful control, inflict damage. In this way, I think North Korea's military modernization represents more than a technical upgrade. It is a foundational strategic evolution aimed not just at deterring war, but at controlling, winning the limited conflicts in the future. So I will stop here. Thank you for listening.
Well, whenever they have chance, the North Korean regime identify their nuclear program in terms of their survival. okay, in terms of their survival. Both Korean government and people completely deny the logic, okay, those Korean people saying the program in terms of survival. The higher and higher tension between US and China, and also the deeper, stronger military partnership between North Korea and Russia, eventually and unfortunately somehow justify North Korean logic, the nuclear program, in terms of survival. Within that context, Dr. Kim Bo-mi, she carefully analyzed the strategic intention and implication of North Korean nuclear program by making the best use of the current international crises, such as Iran-Israel confrontation and India-Pakistan conflict and etc. Okay, thank you for the very interesting presentation. Let me invite Professor Hak-in Lee under the theme of the China and the Korean Peninsula nuclear crisis, threat perceptions, narratives, and soft interventions. Okay, Dr. Lee.
Thank you, Professor Park. My topic actually would follow something just right after Dr. Kim's research regarding North Korea's capability. The reason is everyone knows that after the North Korean nuclear test, there were 6 rounds, and we have the Trump-Kim summit, 2 rounds, but then nothing happened. So the situation seems to be controlled, but on the other hand, what we see here is Kim Jong-un, as Dr. Kim also mentioned as well, he would have something much more sophisticated in terms of the weapons, increasing mobility. Maybe it's a kind of combination with the nuclear tactical weapons and also with the conventional weapons here. So the question here for China is, should Beijing stop doing other things, or should Beijing seek some sort of new perspective here? And my paper actually would be composed by 3 different sections here. The first one, actually, I try to talk about the threat perceptions Beijing has changed its view regarding Pyongyang, and also more widely speaking, the Korean Peninsula. The reason here is we have much more changes regarding the geopolitical circumstances recently, and everything actually is increasing the pressure on Beijing. And then we focus to the Chinese narrative to check whether those changes in the geopolitical circumstances actually have also forced China or Beijing to change their policies. And I focus on the narrative here because the policies actually would be, much of them have been regretted by the literature. You don't have the report from the mass media as well, because most of them think that China has not done enough regarding Kim Jong-un or how to control the nuclear crisis in Pyongyang. So that's why we have to focus on the Chinese narrative. And I guess that the last one is about the soft interventions here. Many people understand that Chinese government, they would not support the Western intervention policy. So there's no economic sanctions. It is a full-scale, comprehensive economic sanctions. And China definitely would not support any regime change by military intervention. The logic behind definitely would, you know everything, I guess, that because you're in South Korea, you know that we have refugees issues. Probably if you have the regime collapse, they will go to China. And we have the studies in journal paper already. Who is going to capture those nuclear weapons first? Very likely it's China, not the United States, not South Korea. So these are the things actually how China would like to preempt the threat by doing some sort of soft interventions here. I forgot my slide actually. I have the slide here. So the sections here, I first try to focus on a very brief introduction here and then come back to the changing threat perceptions of China. And also the Chinese narrative would be in the third sections, and then we have the case studies and empirical evidence regarding the Chinese soft intervention policies towards North Korea. So everyone knows that we have the North Korean nuclear crisis here, but I focus actually would be sometime after the Trump-Kim summit, because we have no more progress. So this is the first thing here, and thereafter we see that North Korea developed their hypersonic missiles. And I guess that last year we have reports that North Korea also developed the submarine launched ballistic missile, the SLBM. And there are the things actually China would be in a kind of concern here. And more likely, I guess the literature is asking whether China has any determination to tackle the Korean nuclear crisis here. So the literature actually, they first criticize the Chinese leafage. They do not underestimate the Chinese leafage. But what they try to see here, or what they try to argue here is China cannot utilize those leafage here because if you have the collapse of the Kim Jong-un's regime, there will be, instability in the region here. You will have a lot of those problems. For example, the potential American troops next to the trans-border. And also, another category of the literature that focus on the buffer stay, or the buffer status within North Korea. China may want to keep North Korea regimes safe, in the sense that you can have some sort of distance between the American, or let's say South Korean, American, Japanese influence in the Korean peninsula. And we also have another categories of the literature. They focus on alliance and the dilemma here. More likely, those people in the literature, they argue that because of the existing alliance between Japan, South Korea, and the United States, then China cannot easily just give up North Korea. And right now, I guess that you can also add another factor, which is about Russia, North Korea, and China. So the last category of the literature, actually, they talk about the Chinese discontent, which again would be or have been neglected by the Western literature. Not many people focus on it. We have one of the Chinese scholars already in 2008. He discussed about the Chinese views on the North Korean nuclear crisis, and he argues that nuclear deterrence is now becoming much more irrelevant. So you're not going to deter other people simply with the nuclear weapons here. And he also asked why China would have to tolerate the North Korean regime. And we also have another scholar in 2016. He discussed a lot regarding why Xi Jinping would change the foreign policy towards North Korea. I guess that most of you would understand that both leaders, Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un, they came to power in 2012. But the first time that they met, do you remember which year? That's already 2018. That would be right before we have the Trump-Kim summit. So the two countries' relationship is not something we have expected. They're not that intimate. And most of the time, it seems like Xi Jinping lost control over North Korea. So the scholar argues that you should have China to change the policy towards North Korea. And we also have some people argues that China should do much more because of that image as a responsible rising power in the region here. But then the puzzle here I have in the paper is why China would have to change that policy. But more importantly, why no people talk about those changes regarding the Beijing's new policy here? I guess the policy changes in China have been neglected, if not under-evaluated most of the time here, because they think that China is a kind of protector to North Korea, so that's the problem. And you can also see from the picture here, this is the Chinese special envoy to North Korea. And he did many things, but definitely BBC, CNN, the Western mass media, they're not going to report what he did actually. Then we have another question here. For many people, I guess they come from the West or from, Korea, they would question regarding China, is China actually wholeheartedly supporting the denuclearizations in Korean Peninsula? So basically the paper that I'm going to present here deal with these two questions. And then we have a very brief introduction here. I'm not going to spend too much time here, but the first thing, we have to understand why China would think this is a kind of threat if you cannot control North Korea. So it's about the threat perceptions changes here. But I guess that my limitation of the paper right now is I cannot focus something about the new president in South Korea. So most of the case of this actually would be, at the time regarding Yoon, or even go back to some time earlier. So this is something I cannot really come up with, maybe later. So that would be the changes of the Chinese threat perceptions here. And how could they describe, understand, and also carry the policy regarding the nuclear issue in North Korea. And thereafter, I will evaluate the sort of intervention policy. So the threat perceptions here, I guess we have two persons. They somehow change the Chinese threat perceptions in Korean Peninsula. One is Donald Trump, and then the second one is Russia. So if I put it something very, plainly, I would say that the threat China perceived in the past simply is single. This is about the threat from North Korea. But now because of the issue has not been solved, then you have the United States, no matter this is, Obama, Joe Biden, and Trump, they somehow enhance their cooperation with South Korea and also perhaps Japan. So this imposed much more pressure on China. You can name that you have the THAAD, which make Beijing get mad. And you also have the potential, perhaps, what we call the Indo-Pacific Alliance in the East Asian region here. Well, that's another challenge to China. And then you come back to Russia. They have the treaty with North Korea. So it means that China is now no longer the only country that can talk and communicate with North Korea. It dilutes the influence of China. So these are the rapid changes of the geopolitical circumstances in the region. And the United States, actually, I will put this into two factors here. The first one is the Indo-Pacific strategy. THAAD actually has now been part of that issue, incorporated into that Indo-Pacific norms and perspective here. I guess that everyone would be, much more in knowledge than me. Then we have the increasing cooperation, alliances, exercise between the state, South Korea, and Japan. And last year, 2024, we have the largest numbers of troops involved in the South Korea, United States military exercise. We have also the largest numbers of airplanes regarding Japan and also the state we got on that exercise here. So these are the things actually China fears that in the coming future that Indo-Pacific strategy seems to be something targeting only North Korea, but definitely that would be something on China in the coming future. And we have another issue about the extent deterrence. I guess that the keynote speaker would be, very optimistic. But the extent deterrence that I have found, not only in the literature, but also in the, newspaper in South Korea, I guess that the United States make Japan and South Korea quite painful. You don't have any commitment from Trump in the first term. They would say that South Korea, Japan, you can go nuclear. And thereafter, you have Abe talks about nuclear sharing. And we have the Washington Declaration signed with South Korea and also the state. But then I guess that the next day or the next day, you have the clarification from the White House regarding we have no nuclear sharing with South Korea. We have no, let's say, nuclear joint exercise with South Korea, which really disappoints South Korean government and the people. And thereafter, we have a news. I guess this is something last month. It's not from Trump, but Joe Biden, before he stepped down, he put South Korea into the restrictions list regarding the technologies that they can access into US laboratories. And I guess that there are more interpretations regarding why Joe Biden would try to put South Korea into that restrictions list as an ally, right? And then you have the second term here, I guess that we see a lot of cases regarding what happened now. For example, how's the state tackle Iran? And I guess the question here is, what about Korea? Or let's say Korean Peninsula here. And would Trump do something similar? When Trump failed to commit the extent deterrence towards South Korea and Japan, then what would the state do, right? So that would be another concern for those, let's say, involved parties. But this is also something where we're studying studies here. I guess that there are at least 4 or 5 articles after 2018 and 19, but the latest one actually in 2024, there's a South Korean scholar. He published an article on the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, and he said that don't take it for granted regarding the South Koreans' nuclear silence. They're asking for the extent deterrence, but they couldn't get it. And then you have another actual survey published by the journal paper. South Korean people, those who interviewed, they have the highest percentage rate regarding whether their country should have extent deterrence or whether the country should have nuclear weapons. Among with other countries, including Indonesia, including Japan, South Korea has the highest rating in that study. So I guess the picture is quite clear. As we can also see that we have the follow-up from the 4 regarding the keynote speech. How can the United States really convince South Korean people that you would be safe, you would be protected, right? But the things here actually would be the nightmare for China. If South Korea go nuclear, Japan would also go nuclear. So this is the nightmare for China. They don't want to see something like this happen. So anyway, we got something like from Russia regarding, let's say, Putin. So basically, basically that treaty somehow diluted the influence of China because they now have another alternative. Russia can be alternative to China in terms of energy cooperations and defense cooperations here. We can expect that Pyongyang will be much tougher in the coming future. And definitely, I guess that Kim Jong-un will try to play a kind of balancing game between Russia and China. So it means that China is no longer the only country that can influence North Korea. And perhaps China would be very, very unhappy with that. But so far, we haven't found much let's say, responses from China, perhaps for some reasons, but I mean, I just put it aside for a while. But the preemptive strike, something similar to the case of Iran, I guess is quite complicated now because you have the support from Russia, and China may not also want to see this happen. So this is something making the whole Korean peninsula much more complicated than before. So we have also the potential NATO in East Asia, which one of the former CIA director in the state, he predicted in the coming future this is going to be another problem for China because once you have the enhancement of those exercise cooperation between Japan and South Korea, then very likely China will suffer. So the narrative in China, they changed it basically because of the, development of the Korean peninsula. For example, in the past, we have the six-party talks. But after 2013 here, we have the continuous US, let's say, military exercise here. We have one scholar from China. She is one of those delegations in the six-party talks, and I got a chance to interview her day back 2017. I cannot quote what she told me, but I have another way to, have this because it's published in the Chinese article here. She said that in order to curb the development of China, the US has pushed for development of THAAD in ROK, South Korea, with the excuse of responding to the DPRK nuclear threat. And basically, it means the US is making use of the excuse in North Korea to contain China. And China would say that THAAD actually upset their own national security and Russia as well. And then they start criticizing the US is the source of the problem rather than North Korea. And then you have the Chinese special envoy, and then I quote from him, he said that the US always blames DPRK for causing tensions, but there's another reason that is worth looking. We see the reason as stimulating from the US conducting such major military exercise here. The second, a very important cause of instability on the Korean peninsula. And for the Korean peninsula becoming an issue is that the United States has not paid due attention to the DPRK's concerns in the field of security and has imposed sanctions here. So these are the things actually no Western mass media would focus. These are the things actually no one would pay attention to it because they think that China is making use of their own reasons, justifications to protect North Korea. But I think this is actually the root of the problem here. And then you will have more exercise from South Korea, Japan, the state, and then you will have more exercise also from North Korea. So China actually see this is what we call the vicious cycle here. And they address that, you should talk both the state and also North Korea. So for time constraint here, let me just skip to something regarding the soft interventions China do or has done so far towards North Korea. So this is the picture actually the first time that Xi Jinping visited Pyongyang as a state visit after he put Kim Jong-un back on track. I guess that you still remember that in the Trump-Kim summit, before the Trump-Kim summit, Kim Jong-un, he flew to Beijing and then he dropped looks in front of Xi Jinping. And Xi Jinping promised a lot of things, North Korean, economic development here, the project, or even security, safety, that kind of stuff. So the measurement here I try to use here would be the soft intervention policy. So basically, China is not going to have any military intervention. China is not going to have any high-level comprehensive economic sanctions. But then they can make use of the economic manipulations and also the diplomatic persuasions to force or to encourage North Korea to change the course of their policy. So this is sometime before 2019 here, and you can see we have a lot of those economic encouragement policy, current state policy from China, and also the diplomatic persuasions as well. But something later, after 2019, you can see that we still have the same pattern here. Apologize, I cannot go into the cases in detail here, But you can see that we still have the subtle diplomacy between China and North Korea, the state, Japan, South Korea. But again, no mass media, no academic papers focus on those issues here. If you screen analyze into those statements in the Chinese Foreign Ministry, you will know that they have done many things, but no one actually pay attention to the Chinese effort because China hasn't yet offered anything concrete, but they keep communications here. So forgive me, I have only 1 minute left. My analysis actually would be China is doing the soft intervention here, but it's not something very effective and successful here. And definitely, I guess the problem here is, for the Chinese perspective, it's not something their own problem. It's the problem of the United States and also North Korea, which China suffer ultimately. But as long as you have the communication between China and North Korea, you can have dialogue. You can have your influence on North Korea. That will be something actually you can, put the agenda forward perhaps later. Something else here, I guess that unless we will have another nuclear test, China will still continue that policy gradually and see what will happen. So this is really, in 10 seconds, the conclusion here is, I would talk about that very ineffective soft intervention policy, but they still have a role to play. I want to draw attention to something regarding the future here because we have the new president from South Korea, and someone called that he is a kind of pragmatic realist. But I guess that the problem here is he has to deal with different countries, including not only China, but also Japan and also the United States. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for sharing Chinese view and concern about the North Korean nuclear program and American administration's approach to East Asia, in particular under the theme of the Indo-Pacific strategy, and also, Chinese concern about the way how you think regarding, the country's security cooperation among Korea, Japan, and the U.S., etc. Well, let me clarify that. Yes, as you carefully mentioned, after the diplomatic normalization between Korea and China in 1992, the two countries' diplomatic relation has dramatically developed. Okay, at the same time, substantial number of the Korean people, has been quite disappointed regarding the Chinese government relatively unclear position about North Korean nuclear program. And about South Korean public's idea about having South Korean independent nuclear program or independent nuclear potential, whatever we may say, we may call. Actually, it was about 60 to 65% in terms of the South Korean public poll, whether how much South Korean ordinary people interested in having nuclear potential. If we narrow down the poll only to the experts such as policymakers or scholars who are supporting the independent nuclear potential of South Korea, is only about 20 to 25%. And immediately after April 70 years announcement of the U.S. South Korea, the summit in Washington, D.C., both the public and the experts support having independent nuclear potential dramatically dropped as well. So currently about 40 to 45% of the general public, they are, according to the poll, supporting, independent nuclear potential. And also the answer is quite, very different what kind of question we are supposed to give. Okay. Anyway, thank you sharing Chinese concern and the perspective about, the security circumstances in East Asia. Okay. Let's invite Dr. Professor Kim La-mi from the Daniel K. Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies under the idea about America's new nuclear strategy and its implications for the global nuclear order. Okay, Dr. Kim?
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, it is a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank Kais and President Kim Tae-young for inviting me here today. I've been asked to speak on America's new nuclear strategy and its implications for global security. And at this point, the direction of U.S. nuclear strategy and policy remain unclear because we are only 5 months into the Trump administration, and no formal strategy has been released, no nuclear policy review has been out yet. But another major source of uncertainty is President Trump's unpredictability. So far, the administration has sent out mixed signals suggesting a range of possible directions it might pursue. So I will highlight some of the most consequential policy choices that the administration may consider. But before I begin, I should note that I speak for myself, not for the U.S. Department of Defense or the U.S. government. So I think that I will begin with the administration's non-proliferation policy in light of its recent strikes against Iran. The Trump administration's non-proliferation policy has oscillated between engagement and coercive counter-proliferation. On one hand, it pursued diplomacy with North Korea back in 2018 and 2019. And although President Trump withdrew from the Iran deal during his first term, he recently engaged with Iran to address Iran's nuclear program. On the other hand, the administration has shown unwillingness to consider or use military force. In 2017, I'm sure you remember that Trump contemplated surgical military strikes against North Korea's nuclear and missile sites, the so-called bloody nose option. And just last week, it carried out targeted strikes against Iran's enrichment facilities. So this move was particularly striking because of President Trump's traditionally non-interventionist policy and also the policy preferences of his base. So shortly before the attack, a survey showed that nearly 60% of his supporters opposed military strikes on Iran, with fewer than 20% in support. It remains unclear, however, whether coercive counter-proliferation will become a consistent feature of the administration's non-proliferation strategy, or whether it would apply to the same approach to North Korea. Of course, the two cases are very different. Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons yet, while North Korea does. And furthermore, in the case of Iran, Israel launched the initial strike, and it is uncertain whether Washington would have attacked Iran alone. That said, a common thread in both cases is President Trump's tendency toward a maximalist approach. Back in 2019, when the Hanoi summit collapsed, Trump pushed for a comprehensive big deal rather than the incremental step-by-step arrangements. And in the lead up to last week's strikes, Trump reportedly demanded that Iran dismantle all of its enrichment facilities. And this is a demand that Tehran would have never accepted. So this maximalist instinct may continue to shape the U.S.'s non-proliferation policy. And another pattern might be when engagement fails, President Trump appears to become frustrated and impatient, and then get more inclined to consider the use of force. And now President Trump is reaching out to North Korea once again. This engagement, if happens, it would carry out risks if it falters. Regarding the administration's stance on extended deterrence, we already talked a lot about it today. Dr. Vipin Narang shared his view about the U.S. government's resolve to protect its allies. You may agree or disagree with that statement. At the end of the day, we don't really know what the President of the United States would do, but I will focus on the messaging that this administration is, sending out. And I'm sure you've been following this carefully, but the credibility of extended deterrence has been waning, especially in Europe. President Trump has been making it very clear that the United States will not defend European countries that quote-unquote, do not pay their fair shares. And a lot of European countries are very concerned about it, but at the summit, NATO summit that is going on, European allies finally agreed to increase its defense budget to 5% of GDP by 2035. But this approach has been making European allies very concerned. The Trump administration's stance on defending its Indo-Pacific allies has been a little bit different. At least rhetorically, back in February, President Trump reaffirmed the U.S.'s commitment to defending Asian allies, namely South Korea and Japan. However, as previous panelists already mentioned, South Koreans are very concerned about the credibility of extended deterrence, the U.S.'s security commitment, because of what President Trump said before and what the Secretary of Defense for Policy, Albert Colby, said. I'm not going to talk too much about that, as you already know. And this messaging coming out of the administration has serious consequences. Already, countries in Europe, like Germany and Poland, are openly debating whether to acquire nuclear weapons, and South Koreans as well. But actually, according to recent polls, actually, the numbers that I saw recently is that, over 75%, close to 76% of South Koreans support nuclear weapons since President Trump was sworn in. Turning to U.S. policy on deterring its peer competitors, there have been conflicting signals. Shortly after taking office, President Trump suggested the possibility of arms control negotiations with both Russia and China. He said that the world already has too many nuclear weapons, enough nuclear weapons to destroy itself 100 times over. Why do we have to spend so much money in maintaining and expanding nuclear arsenal? We should all cut our defense budget in half by decreasing the number of nuclear warheads. At the same time, however, there are strong indications that the administration is leaning toward nuclear expansion rather than reduction. Despite efforts to reduce the budget deficit, the Trump administration has proposed the largest defense budget in history, with a significant portion expected to go toward nuclear modernization. Moreover, Project 2025 and key Republican leaders on the Senate Armed Services Committee have publicly advocated for expanding the nuclear arsenal. And the rationale behind this push is that now the United States must be prepared to deter both Russia and China simultaneously. So currently, there is a sort of a strategic equilibrium between the United States and Russia, with each side possessing about 4,000 nuclear weapons, give or take a few hundred. However, China is rapidly expanding its nuclear arsenal. It currently has over 500 or close to 600 nuclear warheads, and Moscow and Beijing have been getting increasingly close. And so this makes some Americans concerned that the United States would soon find itself with fewer nuclear weapons than Russia and China combined. That said, effective nuclear deterrence doesn't require nuclear parity or numerical parity. What matters is a secure second strike capability, which the United States already has vis-a-vis Russia and China, even if China continues to expand its nuclear arsenal, and even if the two countries fight with the United States simultaneously. For this reason, the marginal utility of expanding the U.S. nuclear arsenal appears limited. In fact, doing so could be counterproductive, likely reigniting a new arms race. Russia will also have to expand its own nuclear arsenal, and China may also have to, increase its nuclear arsenal even further, thereby undermining strategic stability. But still, it remains unclear whether the Trump administration will move to expand the number of nuclear warheads. But what is clear is its push to expand missile defense systems under the initiative called the Golden Dome, obviously inspired by the Iron Dome, Israel's Iron Dome. This effort signals the administration is pursuing a strategy aimed at denying adversaries the ability to strike the U.S. homeland with nuclear weapons, rather than accepting mutual vulnerability, in which the threat of mutual assured destruction assures deterrence. However, the technical feasibility of the Golden Dome initiative remains highly questionable. It's supposed to be very expensive, and even if it actually works technically. But also the risks are more tangible. It could prompt adversaries to develop countermeasures and incentivize Russia and China to develop their countermeasures, leading to another layer of nuclear arms race. Another policy direction that the administration may pursue is the further expansion of tactical nuclear weapons. Trump's 2018 nuclear posture review already advocated for this, leading to the deployment of new low-yield nuclear warheads. The rationale was to enhance the credibility of U.S. deterrence by making nuclear use more thinkable at lower thresholds, particularly in battlefields, because it's not entirely credible to say that we're going to use nuclear weapons for small-scale conflicts. But the expansion of tactical nuclear weapons carries significant risks. It could incentivize other countries to follow suit. South Korea also is concerned about North Korea's development of tactical nuclear weapons. And the spread of tactical nuclear weapons, expansion of tactical nuclear weapons would lower the threshold for nuclear conflict, which has already been weakened by Russia's recent nuclear saber rattling by threatening to use tactical nuclear weapons against Ukraine. So rather than enhancing stability, such moves could increase the likelihood of escalation in future conflicts. Lastly, there is speculation that the administration may consider resuming nuclear testing. The United States has refrained from nuclear testing since 1992, although it has signed but not ratified the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, but it has nonetheless abided by this treaty by refraining from nuclear testing. However, Project 2025 calls for the Department of Energy to significantly shorten the timeline required for nuclear testing to 6 months from current 36 months currently. And some advocate that testing is necessary to ensure the reliability of American, especially newer nuclear warheads. But I believe that resuming nuclear testing is unnecessary for maintaining the credibility of U.S. nuclear arsenal. I cannot imagine any country going to nuclear war with the United States just because some of nuclear weapons in America may not work. But testing would add little value to deterrence, but the cost could be significant. Potentially, this could be a violation of the Outer Space Treaty that bans the deployment of WMD and also bans weaponization of space. Other countries may also try to weaponize this outer space for military purposes, and also it would significantly erode the norm, the long-standing norm of refraining from nuclear testing. So at this stage, much of what I've discussed remains speculative, rooted in what President Trump did during his first term and what he and his advisors have said more recently. So we'll have to wait and see how the administration's nuclear policy unfolds in practice. So I'll stop here, and I'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Kim Lami. It was very meaningful presentation to understand second Trump administration's nuclear policy, who are facing many global, security crises in Europe, Middle East, and East Asia, etc. Okay, it's time to have discussion. So Dr. Jeon Kyung-ju and Dr. Kim Min-sung and Professor Lee Kyung-seok, you may have about 10 minutes respectively for the specific discussion, and also you may expand your discussion on the Korean issue as well. Okay, please, Dr. Jeon Kyung-ju.
Hi, my name is Kyung-ju Jeon. I'd like to thank KAIS and Korea Foundation for having me this great opportunity to share thoughts on this important issue with excellent scholars. I think Dr. Kim's paper is the first paper that embraced the very latest conflict in the Middle East, as well as the war in Ukraine. I think we have many papers about lessons learned from the war in Ukraine, but they often mixed and spread out lessons at strategic, tactical, operational level without differentiation. But I really like Dr. Kim's paper because she focused more strictly on strategic aspects on what North Korea learned about modern warfare from specific wars. But I have some minor thoughts and suggestions that might help enhance the quality of the paper. I'd like to share my comments related to the contents and arguments first, and then move on to comments on more related to the structure or composition of the paper. I'd like to go into the paper according to the items you suggested. First, your item regarding nuclear weapons as an indispensable deterrent. I'd like to suggest you to reconsider whether Russia's nuclear doctrine, escalate to de-escalate, played in the war in Ukraine. Because if I'm not mistaken, escalate to de-escalate means the use of nuclear weapons in response to any non-nuclear assault on Russian territory. So the war in Ukraine was not a situation where Russia needs to apply the doctrine. And what Russia did in Ukraine was nuclear saber rattling, but not actual nuclear use. So if it had really been applied, it should have actually used limited nuclear weapons. And your second point, the crucial role of conventional forces. I strongly agree that North Korea realized the crucial role of conventional capabilities. And Kim Jong-un might thought that even a lot of nuclear weapons do not help deterring, winning, and ending a war. So you included many observations about Kim Jong-un's emphasis on munitions factory, but I would like to suggest you to include Kim Jong-un's speech at the military parade in April 2022 for a celebration of the 19th founding anniversary of the Korean People's Army, because that was right after the war in Ukraine began, when he emphasized the capacity of sustaining military operations, war-fighting capability, and motor of the military force other than weapons per se. And my third point regarding a strong preference for short-term conflict. I was very glad to see Friedman's piece in your paper, but actually I got very different implications from Dr. Kim's. As Friedman mentioned, I think from the war in Ukraine, North Korea might realize that it is not really easy ending a war very promptly as it planned, and feel the necessity to have a plan B. So I think the modernization of conventional capability is also part of preparation for a protracted war, plan B. So the war in Ukraine has not only reinforced North Korea's strong preference for short-term conflict, but also made Kim Jong-un feel the necessity to prepare for inadvertent escalation and protracted war. And I have three more comments on more related to the structure or composition of the paper. I'd like to suggest you to make more clear about the time frame or the words covered in the paper. You mentioned war in the Middle East, very recent one, but actually you also mentioned the war in several years ago. So I want you to recommend the words you take into account more specifically, only consider two words which were recent ones. And I also suggest you to identify difference among two conflicts and potential one on the Korean Peninsula, especially the conventional and nuclear balance between the two parties, because they are totally different. So I suggest you to put those differences at the earlier part of the paper before you deep dive into the lessons. And my third point is I would like to suggest you to reconsider U.S. intervention part to be included. I understand that you included that part, but I think it is quite different from other parts of the paper because the rest of the paper focuses on more implications of modern warfare and military development. So that are my comments, and I really like Dr. Kim. She's my favorite colleague, and I really enjoyed reading this paper. Thank you.
Okay, well, relatively, Dr. John, she raised many interesting comments and questions. Dr. Bomi Kim, let me expect you are very productive and efficient response later. Okay. 이따가 하세요. Dr. Kim Min-sung.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Min-sung Kim, a research fellow at the Korea Institute for National Unification, KINU. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to both KAIS and Korea Foundations for having me as a discussant to both in this meaningful panel with great panelists, including the moderator here. And I was asked to take part in a discussion about Professor Lee's paper on Chinese perspectives and ways of engagement on North Korean nuclear issues. I found it quite enjoyable and learned some insights, but as a discussant, I'd like to offer the 3 comments on this paper, addressing 2 issues in terms of content, and the last one is in terms of the structure. The first one is about the Chinese threat perceptions. This paper has a very interesting declarative sentence that North Korea's nuclear threat is no longer a mere nightmare for China related to the Korean Peninsula issue. And Professor Lee explained that Chinese threat perceptions have changed with a greater concern directed toward the broader context of regional security environment when considering how Chinese threat perceptions are changing. So according to his explanation, actually he raised a lot of the issues, but I will try to rearrange as best as I can. The 3 key developments stand out. The first one is about the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy, which targets China and has fostered a stronger U.S.-Japan security cooperation. And second, there are questions surrounding the credibility and assurance issues of the U.S. extended deterrence, which have fueled public support for the potential nuclear armament in both South Korea and Japan, which make China insecure. And the third one is the growing ties between the Russia and North Korea, which further complicate the regional security the landscape. However, despite these recent changes, it is important to recognize the persistent concerns and increasing threat perception in South Korea, Japan, and the United States as well in this paper regarding the North Korea's nuclear program. North Korea's arsenal now includes a variety of delivery systems, including the ICBMs, targeting the U.S. mainland, and an expanded array of tactical nuclear weapons. In fact, we know that there have been previous attempts to do the trilateral cooperations before, such as TCOG in 1998, TISA in 2014, but these efforts have not been that sustained well. And this raises very important questions. Why does the current trilateral security cooperations appear to have a stronger motivations and a greater potential for institutionalizations in response to the North Korea's nuclear challenge? And what factors are driving this renewed commitment? This should be the basic point to keep in mind to strike a balance to evaluate issues related to the North Korean nukes as well as the Chinese threat perceptions in this paper. And in the case of the possibility of North Koreans, nuclear armament in South Korea and Japan, it is true that the public confidence in the U.S. extended deterrence remains a key factor in deterring nuclear armament possibility in South Korea. However, North Korea's increasingly aggressive nuclear posture, such as its advanced capabilities and its clear intentions to be recognized as a de facto nuclear state, nuclear weapons state throughout the revisions, its laws and constitutions, and its strong willingness to consider even the preemptive nuclear usage under certain conditions based upon the subjective judgments. This kind of the nuclear posture has led to growing public sentiment in South Korea that the nuclear threats must be met with a nuclear deterrence by our own capabilities. Therefore, there should be underlying issues influencing this kind of overall the sentiment. So it is essential for the Professor Lee to analyze Chinese threat perceptions in a way that fully accounts for North Korea's nuclear behavior rather than treating this North Korean part as a secondary concern. So to persuade the readers, there should be some more comprehensive evaluations. Personally, I believe that from the Chinese perspective, the most crucial factor related to its threat perceptions about the North Korean nuclear issues as well as the Korean Peninsula is the Russia-DPRK tie. The China should be attentive to North Korea's evolving foreign and security policy, specifically the apparent strategic shift from a China-DPRK alliance, which was the strongest tie for the past decades, toward the closure of Russia-DPRK ties. While North Korea continues to rely on the China for economic support, it is actively seeking new opportunities throughout its deepening relationship with Russia, including the military and economic cooperations. The cooperation agenda is getting bold and more specified. The development could diminish Chinese influence, Chinese leverages over North Korea, and alter the regional balance of power, and potentially prompting the ROC US-Japan to further strengthen their trilateral security cooperation, which the China has concerned. So ultimately, while the paper aims to highlight the nuclear issues on the Korean Peninsula by linking the North Korea's programs to the broader context, all the related to nuclear agendas, there should be some kind of more balanced perspective is necessary. The second one is, I think the most interesting part is about this paper is about the Chinese soft intervention approach to North Korea, why it was emerged and how has it developed. Based upon the provided definitions, the Chinese soft intervention has focused on the economic manipulations and the diplomatic persuasions rather than economic sanctions and the military coercive measures. However, it has been failed, as the Professor Lee analyzed in the paper, to make North Korea give up its nuclear weapons program. And it is true that there have been times when Chinese influence over the Kim Jong-un regime did not work well, as Professor Lee mentioned, such as the beginning, the period of the Kim Jong-un's leadership and the period of the COVID with the closure of its borders. Also, but at the same time, I don't think China has always stuck to the soft intervention approach. China also played a key role by voting in favor of tougher sanctions at the UN Security Council in 2016 and 2017. So to evaluate the soft intervention approach, it seems more important to understand why China has the different tactics under the so-called soft intervention approach. Why China supported the economic sanctions regimes before, then opposed them, and what about the current development supporting the North Korea explicitly, as shown in the recent joint declaration of China-Russia summit. So as written in the article, it might be questionable whether this soft intervention approach has been effective to deal with the tough or aggressive position of North Korea. If so, why China had to stick to this approach? What are the variables to make China stay in this approach? Of course, the Chinese message regarding the importance of negotiations and dialogues, not just for the South Korea and the United States, but also for North Korea. If so, is there any alternatives that the Professor Lee could provide regarding the Chinese considerations to deal with North Korean nuclear issues? So maybe these questions go to the Professor Lee later on. Last but not least, the structural issues. I heard that the Professor Lee has a plan to improve this paper. So I think the current paper suggests that Chinese threat perception, narratives, soft interventions, which are all relevant issues, but they are written in it seems like in parallel rather than directly connected to each other. So it would be more productive for the readers to focus on the discussions and changes in Chinese approach. So just focusing on the concept, evaluation, and prospects of the soft interventions approach. Because Chinese threat perceptions and the development of its narratives could be very significant variables to ultimately make China design and shape its approach to deal with North Korea. So restructuring kind of the logical development could make this paper have more focal points and create more impressive insights for the readers regarding the Chinese perspectives. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim Min-sung. Thank you for the very precise discussion. Let me invite Dr. Lee Kyung-seok.
Good afternoon. I'm Kyung-seok Lee at the International University. It is my great pleasure and honor to be here. I would like to thank KIS and KF to hosting this wonderful conference with phenomenal presenters and discussants. Professor Lee's paper is not a research paper. It's more like a policy-oriented paper. So I'm trying to flesh out my brief consideration, speculation about the current global nuclear order. And I will link my thoughts to raising questions to Professor Kim. So I think it's really important to figure out the third wave of nuclear order right now. And my understanding is So there's a first wave during the Cold War period, and there's a second wave of nuclear order after the collapse of the Iron Curtain, and now we have been facing the third nuclear wave. And my understanding, to characterize the third wave, it's linked to the relative United States hegemonic decline. The reason why I'm asking about and talking about the US hegemonic decline is there's a key understanding about the United States' willingness and capability to maintain and sustain the global nuclear order that has persisted so far. So in that sense, we have to think about it, and as Professor Kim flashed out in a paper, there are two different dimensions. One is the United States nuclear strategy towards China and Russia, and another really important kind of part is the United States nuclear strategy in terms of non-proliferations. So when we first think about the United States nuclear strategy to the key competitors like Moscow and Beijing, there can be two different kind of approaches. One is the arms control and one is the nuclear expansions. But the key question about this is, in thinking about United States nuclear strategy, it's about the resource allocations. I mentioned about the United States relative decline means United States want to match to key competitors, but about the willingness and the capability, there's discrepancies relative to the Cold War era and in the late 20th centuries. So here about the resource allocation problem, there could be two approaches: the arms control approach and the nuclear expansion approach. And that's what Professor Kim fleshed out in a paper. So about the arms control perspective, my question is, what about the intention of Moscow and Beijing? Are they really willing to accept the arms control? If they want to come to the negotiation table, this is the first kind of questions. And if Moscow and Beijing just want to keep the nuclear accelerations, then the nuclear arms control, the wishful thinking from Washington may not be working in the future. And then there's another perspective. If the nuclear arms control approach fails, there's a nuclear expansion issues. And then, Professor Kim mentioned the details policy options. For example, the nuclear testing, the nuclear test resumptions, building the nuclear modernizations, the tactical nuclear weapons development. Then what is the priority? And she mentioned in the paper we have to think about the estimated cost. From the resource allocation perspective, what is the most priority from United States they can choose if United States wants to expand the nuclear capability? What are the criteria and what are the standards? And this is the questions, and another one that really comes off my mind is about the strategic capability, the strategic stability between Moscow, Washington, and Beijing. So I think the assumption that Professor Kim had in a paper is Moscow and Beijing are totally on the same ground in terms of the match United States nuclear capability. But what if there's a growing or conflicting interest between Moscow and Beijing? Then is it really reasonable, or what is the alternative that United States can maintain the strategic stability with Moscow or Beijing? Or it could be another scenario that Washington think about the individual strategic stability between Moscow and Washington and Washington and Beijing. And what is the strategy, and how can United States really handle the strategic stability? And this is another really important kind of factors that we have to think about Washington's nuclear strategies towards the key competitors. Then let's move on to the nuclear proliferation kind of policies. My key understanding is that the nuclear proliferation kind of regime is really an idiosyncratic domain that the great powers cooperated, especially during the Cold War era, and it was really successful. So in the Cold War era, like United States and the Soviet Union, they have a really close relationship and really prevent the nuclear proliferations. But after the breakdown of the Soviet Union, the nuclear proliferation regime, there's a growing kind of problem that commitment from the Russian side to keep the nuclear proliferation regimes. So the evidence about this, it's when we think about the threat of nuclear proliferations mainly comes from the authoritarian regimes. And then the follow-up question is, then what was the role from the main flagship countries, Russia and China, to prevent the nuclear developments in the authoritarian regimes? And what was the influence that Washington can control or moderate the Moscow's kind of intention or behavior to control this nuclear proliferations? So from this kind of the growing kind of crack between Washington and Moscow, it's actually a serious challenge to maintain the current nuclear proliferation regimes. So the main critiques from the Democratic sides is that United States wants to keep the nuclear proliferation regimes, which is, I think, it's really good, but it really controls the democratic allies. It cannot really control the authoritarian regimes that want to pursue the nuclear weapons. And what was the influence or the control to a cooperation with Moscow and Beijing to keep the nuclear proliferation regimes? From this kind of structural kind of problem and understanding, we have to think about it, and then the next question comes from the threat and the problem from the allied nuclear proliferations. And here another kind of my point, when we think about the nuclear proliferation kind of regime and my understanding about the United States' relative decline, it's about the credibility of extended deterrence. So Professor V.P. Narang mentioned it has a really robust intentions about to secure and protect the US allies. I understand that, I buy the intentions, but the problem comes from the capability and the real mechanisms. How can the United States really assure the United States allies? So and the one example is about this. There's this Washington Declaration in 2023 April, and I know it's a historical event. The NCG, it's the phenomenon kind of bilateral negotiation institutions between Washington and Seoul. But when you think about the detailed kind of operations, the detailed components, then still there's a question marks from South Korea. And let's zoom out, not only the South Korean people. So there's the credibility problem about the extended deterrence really links to the United States grand alliance politics. So the defense budget issues, the America First kind of issues, the United States broad alliance politics, it's really closely linked to the United States credibility problem. But it's not just a separate issues. From that sense, there's also a growing question mark from the United States allies that is the extended deterrence really credible. In that sense, I think the non-proliferation kind of questions, the proliferation issues will kind of continue not only in the Trump second administrations, but after the administrations. And from that point, so I think it's really too important, and I want to link to my thoughts to Professor Kim's paper. And my question is, she said about the mixed signal, the uncertainties about the Trump second administrations, the nuclear policies, and what is the priorities? This is my key questions. And what is the fundamental directions to compete the nuclear competitors, not only in the Trump administration, but after the futures? And also, my really key question is, what is the more robust and the mechanism or tool that the United States really can assure that the US allies, especially like Poland, Ukraine, or Germany, for example, in the European countries, or South Korea, for example, in Korea, about to really assure the US allies and dampen their proliferation motivations. I will stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Thank you for another very interesting discussion. Based on all the interesting comments and questions, discussions, I'm very curious what the speakers have for your answers. Okay, Dr. Kimbomi.
Oh, I'll be really quick. Thank you so much for Dr. John's comment on my paper, and she. 4 minutes? Okay, she definitely read through my whole paper. Thank you so much. Well, you mentioned about the Russia's strategy escalate to de-escalate. I also mentioned in my paper, I added that part because I wanted to say Russia used this strategy to deter NATO's intervention. So I thought North Korea might gotten similar idea. So probably North Korea wants to coerce South Korea, and with the threat of nuclear weapons, they're not gonna use the nuclear weapons against South Korea, but like they are threatening South Korea with the nuclear weapons to deter U.S. intervention, something like that. So that's why I mentioned that strategy. And then second, you mentioned about the 9th Korean People's Army celebration. You said Kim Jong-un mentioned conventional capability. That's a really good example. So I would definitely add it on my paper. And thank you so much. And third, you mentioned about short-term conflict. Then probably you said like North Korea is also considering Plan B, which is inadvertent protected war. Well, yeah, North Korea might prefer short-term conflict, but who never knows? Like the war, every country wants to finish the war in a very short, limited time. But like in the battlefield, not everything goes really well. So, but like I think North Korea will never ever be prepared for protracted war. So that's why they want to finish the conflict in a very limited time and with their all efforts. So, so like probably because of they don't have enough capability, so that's why they don't have Plan B. So that's my answer. And you mentioned about time frame. So okay, this is my paper is kind of a pilot paper thing. So well, I didn't really put high value on the setting up high time frame. So maybe I'll take your advice, and then like maybe I'll look into my paper again, and probably. I will put some time frame, but I wanted to focus on some events on the conflicts with nuclear weapon states. I thought it's kind of striking trend that every conflict nowadays on the globe is related to some countries with nuclear weapons. But there were, it started with conventional weapons, and still they are fighting with conventional weapons, but they are not using nuclear weapons. They are just under the shadow of nuclear weapons. So that's what I wanted to focus on, and also okay, sorry. Okay, Dr. John also suggests me to identify the differences, lessons. So yes, I focused on the lessons for North Korea from the conflicts around the globe nowadays, and I think those lessons are helping to develop their the military strategy and developing the concept of modern warfare that they have. So it's all about the conventional and also nuclear thing as well. And last question that I want to answer is like, what is that? U.S. intervention part, implications and deployment thing. Okay, sorry. So okay, considering, I think, considering U.S. role in shaping strategy for modern warfare is also important. That's why I mentioned U.S. role as a mediator. Well, every step that North Korea makes, in that sense, North Korea probably thinks what U.S. will respond to North Korea's actions. So that's why I, like I inserted the U.S. U.S. part as a mediator. So. Probably, yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much, Dr. Kim, for your comment. The first question here regarding the threat perception, whether it is true actually, because the things change all the time here, it's not something really constant. So the threat perceptions actually will be difficult to consolidate or even conceptualize here. But well, as far as I know, or according to my knowledge, to those people in China or the scholars that I can approach to talk to them, the threat that they perceive fundamentally will be only one, which is about the North Korean nuclear weapons, which associate with their national survival, or maybe some people put regime survival. And the Chinese government thinks that this is not something they can, offer, because it's the problem between North Korea and the United States. And this is also the reason why, as Chair Professor Park mentioned, that South Korea, sometimes they think that China is not very clear regarding what kind of attitudes or policies that you have towards North Korea. So that's why the logic here is, because the United States hasn't really solved the problem directly with North Korea, China has facilitated, China has contributed here, but because they haven't solved the problem, and then it led to the evolving, changing threat in the region, including those aftermath, including, let's say, no matter this is Obama, Joe Biden, and also Trump. But this is actually the Chinese, thinking, if I got it correctly from those people who I talked to in China, or the scholars, or even the think tanks who, some of them actually, if I refer to those two persons, they participated in the 6-party talks before. So this is their perspective here. But definitely, I would also agree that threat perception should be much more, let's say, broadened, or maybe, let's say, enriched, so that we know much further the picture that we have. For example, Japan, South Korea, how could they think, and how could they, pose the challenges to China as well. The second comment regarding the Chinese soft intervention policy here, it's true that China sometimes seems to be deviate from its non-intervention policy. For example, you have the more high-level sanctions towards North Korea. But according to my framework, the highest level of the sanctions, or the comprehensive sanctions, there are level parts of that, what we call hard intervention. The hard intervention would be the Western scholars that conceptualize that we have mainly two: boycott, sanctions economically, and also direct military interventions to change the regime there. So China actually say no to those things. But China did have some sort of, very small, let's say, tougher economic policy, which I put in the medium level of the economic manipulations here. For example, they cut off the French bridge for 3 days so that you try to give a signal to North Korea. If you are not going to stop it, then we're going to, cut off your economy comprehensively. No tourists can visit to Pyongyang. Basically, China contributes most of those tourists to Pyongyang, and China also can cut off most of those oil shipped to Pyongyang here. But they, all the time, will be very cautious to do it, because they don't want to see any upset of the border between the two countries. The soft intervention policy here, my last word here is, they are very important in the sense that they want to differentiate between the United States and China. So let's say if the Chinese government is going to do everything the same with the United States, according to South Korea, according to Japan, the United States, China should cut off all the things with North Korea, and China should even support indirectly a kind of preemptive strike in North Korea. The first point here is it's not something fitting the Chinese national interest. The second point here is, if China has done all the things the same with the West, how can you keep that only channel, communication channel with North Korea? So I guess that this is why China also has its own dilemma in that sense. So regarding the last question here, the focal point of the paper here, I admit that this is a kind of a problem here, because you have many issues here. You have the Korean Peninsula peace and stability. You have the nuclear crisis here. And I guess that what I try to do is something, the ultimate peace and stability regarding how China can shape that regional order. But this paper actually would be part of that, testing, pieces regarding the North Korean nuclear crisis only. But then the second part, actually, I would come back to something about South Korea, which I just talk about this very briefly. But anyway, thank you so much for your comment.
Well, thank you very much for your valuable comments. I really appreciate them. So I think that there were, broadly speaking, 2 questions. I'll answer the second question about extended deterrence first. So the question is there any, so how can the United States reassure its allies? I mean, is there a way to do it? Well, I mean, I talked about how the Trump presidency undermined the credibility of U.S. nuclear extended deterrence. But however, I mean, this issue is not new, right? I mean, the credibility of extended deterrence has been questioned over and over and over again, even during the Biden administration, which really went a great length to reassure South Koreans. The Washington Declaration is a pretty strong commitment by not only by establishing the NCG, but also deploying strategic assets like nuclear power, ballistic missile, submarines, and etc. And so I am really curious if there is actually a way to reassure South Koreans. So even if the United States deploys tactical nuclear weapons on South Korean soil, South Koreans will want the authority to use them. So if the United States doesn't share doesn't give South Korea delegate the authority to use nuclear weapons, I think the South Koreans will continuously question the credibility of extended deterrence. I'm not blaming South Koreans. I think that it is inherently difficult to trust that the president of another country would risk their people and cities to come to another country's aid. So when we talk about this, we often just say, as a sort of an afterthought, that we should enhance the credibility of extended deterrence. But just repeating this hollow mantra, I'm not really sure if it's going to be sustainable. Another question, I understand that we are really out of time, but another question about policy priorities in terms of deterring Russia and China. I don't really think that there is a clear policy priority now. That's why I mentioned that there are mixed signals. But I agree that this arms control approach is not going to work really because, I'm not really sure. I mean, of course, the United States and Russia, this, arms control mechanism between the 2 countries is sort of collapsing. But I think that I'm more optimistic about the chance of their, arms control negotiations. But when it comes to China, China has far fewer nuclear warheads than the United States. Why? So the problem is, the kind of, arms control will also, includes not only just numerical limitations, but also, like threat reduction. But the problem is the kind of arms control that the United States wants would be very, very different, would look very different from the kind of arms control deal that China would like to have. And then some other strategies and how do you deter Russia and China? If you ask this question to different American people, they will have different answers. Some advocate for sort of strategic, mutual, like accepting mutual vulnerability with China, which will lead to sort of a strategic equilibrium. But many sort of hardliners think that is almost like unpatriotic to make your country vulnerable to China's nuclear threats. And so I don't think that there is an agreement on this, since different leaders would have different policy priorities. But the goal is the same, right? In deterring China and Russia, but how to get there, I think there is no agreement. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Well, we have very productive and interesting discussion on nuclear order and nuclear proliferation. Well, the panel is supposed to be done by 4:20, but I think if you have any question, may I have 1 or 2 questions? Okay, please, Dr. Kim. Is there anyone who has the microphone? But this is simultaneously, on the air in YouTube. Yes, please.
Thank you so much for the wonderful panels. I learned a lot. I'll try to be very quick. So Dr. Bomi came first. So I understand that North Korea is not definitely interested in protected conflicts. I definitely understand that. But I'm not really sure, like maybe I wasn't convinced enough, maybe I didn't really clearly understand why they are rather, like they would ever want to focus on even quick conflict with their full effort. Like, can they actually expect the US is not gonna respond to them, retaliate? I mean, that is a very important issue. How the US is going to respond is going to be a very important implication to South Korea as well in honoring their extended deterrence. So like, I wanted to hear your thoughts about that. And Professor Lee, I have a quick maybe question and comment. So you use the word threat perception. Generally, that means like security threat perception about the security threats, or concerns about the security threat. But is it really that China is considered, worried, concerned about the security threats? Or is it really kind of like they are not interested in changing the status quo, like as like the maintaining the influence over North Korea? I think the observable implication is maybe the same, but what exactly is the motivation? Is that the security threats, or is that they are just not interested in losing their influence over North Korea? And Professor Lami Kim, I'll try to be really quick. So I definitely agree that President Trump, under the second administration, he has been sending the mixed signal. So I agree with that. And then I also agree with the concern that how are we going to, like, is the US ever going to reassure South Korea fully, right? But then I found it very interesting that, like, I kind of wanted to hear your perspective about, like, what happened to Iran, right? So so we are kind of perplexing about why President Trump bombed nuclear facilities in Iran. Is it really necessary, right? I'll be quick. But depending on what is the objective that President Trump is trying to achieve. Like, I kind of feel like it may be the case that he is using one stone and kill multiple birds, right? So like, it is possibly sending the message to North Korea. And also it is sending the messages to South Korea. So like, be careful. But we can also provide these extended deterrents. Like, we can respond to North Korea quickly. So like, I wonder whether like you thought about whether that is actually something like the President Trump has in mind as an implication and then sending a message to North Korea. Sorry.
Okay, 1 minute.
Well, North Korea wants to finish the war before the U.S. intervenes. I mean, North Korea has seen that United States intervenes with any sort of conflicts with nuclear weapons, the conflicts that nuclear weapon states is engaged in. So, North Korea probably see that the United States will intervene just before the nuclear escalation occurs. So probably North Korea wants to, make a high intensity attack on South Korea before United States, thinking to intervene the conflict on the Korean Peninsula. That's why I say it. Thank you.
I cannot answer it. The question I cannot answer it, I guess. But honestly speaking here, because in China, starting from 2016 to now, there is a debate and continuous debate regarding whether they support North Korea or not. For some evidence, which I try to associate, but it doesn't mean that I know the answer. We have the using of the narrative regarding the national reconciliation between North and South Korea. And it seems like China, in other areas, including other regions, for example, Myanmar, they would like to, have stability, prosperity over the status quo. So it means that if the outcome is something about stability, prosperity, they won't mind if the status quo will be changed. But still, this is something very controversial, even within the Chinese scholars. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that, President Trump said it several times that, Iran should not have nuclear weapons, and that was a policy objective, and then he tried diplomacy. However, the negotiations were stalled, and he was getting really frustrated. And then if the goal was to prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons, then I think the military preventive strikes is one of the ways to get there. I'm not really sure if, President Trump really had thought about like implications for North Korea or other, nuclear aspirants. It is possible to, that he was trying to send a message to the entire world that if you, try to push nuclear weapons, that you will have to pay the price for it. However, if that was the intended objective, I'm not really sure if it will meet the objective, because we don't really know if President Trump in the United States was successful in dismantling Iran's nuclear program. But recent reports have indicated that it just only delayed the process by a few months. And if that's the case, I think that it's possible that other countries, like Iran will try to, rebuild its nuclear program, and other nuclear aspirants will try really hard to acquire nuclear weapons to prevent this kind of preventive attacks from happening. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Kwak Tae-han, you have 30 seconds. Sorry about that. Yes, I'm very sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Kim Bomi, Dr. Kim Lami, good to see you again. Bomi, Lami, this panel is excellent. I wish I have more time. I have a lot of questions, but the next panel, I'm going to ask this Patrick Cronin panel, if you have time to come in, and then that we have a new dialogue on continuing this subject. But my question is, actually, I want you to think about in the future on relating to the changing global order and nuclear proliferation. The proliferation that include South Korea nuclear armament. I thought that you're going to address these questions, but you haven't. Glad you haven't done that. My question is this: under what conditions will North Korean leader Kim Jong-un give up nuclear weapons? That's my question. Think about it. I have, my question is, he will give up under certain conditions. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you.
I want to say. Thank you very much.
Professor Kwak Tae-han, he raised questions such as under what condition Kim Jong-un may give up their nuclear program. We will have all the answer, try to have the answer in our mind. Actually, we live in the age of uncertainties, in particular related to many nuclear issues. I definitely hope all the complicated global nuclear problems sometime in the future may be solved by the suggestions and ideas raised today by the leading 6 scholars. Okay, I will close the panel. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session titled A New Paradigm of International Development Cooperation for Changes in Inter-Korean Relations and for Laying the Foundation for Unification. My name is Hyuk-sang Son, professor at the Graduate School of Public Policy and Civic Engagement at Kyunghee University. It's my real pleasure to serve as a moderator for this session. This session brings together 3 timely and insightful papers that explore the intersection of development cooperation, security, public perception, and strategic diplomacy, each shedding light on the roles the Korea and its partners may play in shaping future cooperation. Very interesting. I wrote down the introduction, and computer is gone, so I'm rechecking again. Don't worry, I'll get back to you. There we go. And may play in shaping future cooperation around the Korean Peninsula and beyond. We have a little bit tight schedule today, so I kindly ask you, each presenter, to limit your presentation to 15 minutes. After all 3 presentations have concluded, we will proceed with the designated discussions. Each assigned discussant will have about 5 to 7 minutes for their comments. This structure will allow us to reserve time for the Q&A and open discussion with the floor before the session concludes. To help us stay on track, I'll give a gentle signal when there are 2 minutes remaining in each presentation. Thank you in advance for your cooperation. Our first speaker is Dr. Lee Ji-sun from Institute for National Security Strategy, presenting a paper titled War and Development Cooperation, Revisiting the Rules of Law, Discourse for Post-Conflict Reconstruction. Dr. Lee revisits the rule of law as a central but contested principle in post-conflict reconstruction, drawing lessons from cases such as Rwanda and East Timor. She offers new conceptual framework, positioning rule of law as a cross-cutting element throughout the peace development process. Let us welcome Dr. Lee Ji-sun. It's yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction. My name is Ji-sun Lee from INSS. Thank you once again for this wonderful opportunity to join this discussion, since we are talking about paradigm change after Trump comes in and after the Lee Jae-myung administration comes in this month. Today I'm presenting a paper introducing a particular policy discourse, which is the rule of law. So for many of South Korean people, especially in the OD sector, maybe the theme is not as familiar, because they often think of legal assistance, or maybe they think of something that the Ministry of Government Legislation would involve. But in fact, this concept is far larger than we think, and this is very relevant to many different actors, such as military personnel, humanitarian workers, and development agencies, so on. And also, I want to emphasize that this concept functions as a core and high-level OD policy goal in conflict-affected situation for IOs and the bilateral donors, and even other countries, including Japan and China. But the problem is that South Korea has dramatically increased its OD budget for the last couple of years. But the problem is they don't know about this concept well. So this policy discourse remains a marginalized OD agenda. So I wanted to bring us to this particular concept. So we can use this discourse fully for our, to systematize and justify our efforts in war zones around the world. And this is my first irony and first problem I want to raise. But second thing is that why we pay attention to this concept, because this is strategically very important these days. This concept is another central point for global ad norm diversion. So this means Western donors and Eastern donors are increasingly competing in the sector of reconstruction these days. And then I'm talking about Russia, China, and the Arab countries. They're very involved in the process, reconstruction process in global South countries. But compared to other major policy discourses, such as the promotion of democracy or promotion of human rights, but the rule of law, this concept, is equally popular for Western and non-Western donors. So I think we need to pay attention to this, because their interpretation and application of this concept is very diverse. So we need to have a look on that. So in this context, I think South Korea needs to strategically position ourselves to use this rule of law discourse in the future if we increase our ODA for peace and reconstruction in the future. And so let me get into the more detail with the paper I submitted already, and then please refer to my paper. I will just, you can follow me by page. And for your information, this research piece is just like idle pitching. So I will come back maybe in a couple of months or a week with a full paper with a better analytical angle. So let's go to the page 1, which is about, I talked about I defined the concept post-conflict reconstruction in the beginning. And this concept actually, it is about, not just about the physical recovery or social rehabilitation, but it includes efforts to prevent violence, and that they try to lay down the foundation for sustainable peace and economic development. And the next page is about, I just slightly touch upon the history and origins of the PCR. So maybe you're very familiar with this historical case, which is Marshall Plan, that was initiated by America, and that was the very representative case for reconstruction. But on the other hand, there is another countering effort, which is Molotov Plan, initiated by the Soviet Union. I think this competition between two blocs started right after the Second World War. And then during the Cold War period, the principle of do no harm prevailed for a long time. But the thing is, right after the 9/11 terrorist attacks in 2001, global politics has been gradually changed, and then they just embrace the concepts of failed or fragile states. They interested in this concept because they want to manage, they want to control the risk and threats from these countries. And then ODA was the very right tool to do that task. And more recently, we know that the global community, they included the more peace-oriented goals for their development cooperation activities, such as Goal 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institution, as SDG. So that after this, goal introduced, the global community is they have been justifying more interventionist approach in the war zones. But thing is, more recently, you can see that in the beginning of the 2020s, you see that there's a great failure of European and America's efforts, reconstruction efforts in Iraq and Afghanistan. So that case give us another opportunity to reassess our so far efforts to reconstruct other countries. The section 2, I captured the differences between Western approaches and Eastern approaches in reconstructing countries. In the name of liberal peace, Western donors are very heavily involved in the reconstruction process. And then the popular policy goal was liberal democracy, free market economy, and rule of law, and human rights, and so on. And then they believe that these universal values are very important to set up peace foundations. Move on to the page 5. But thing is, even though they just try so much in different settings like Afghanistan, Iraq, and Rwanda, but there has been a great criticism of this liberal peace model because they're too much imposing rules from outside. They don't really respect the local context. So that was the criticism, central criticism of the Western approach. In contrast of this approach, from the Eastern donors like Russia, China, and Arab countries, they suggest different norm to involved in reconstruction process, which is, I would say, this is Eastern model. So I reviewed the relevant academic works and evidence, and then I just capture key differences between Western and Eastern model when they are reconstructing countries. So as you can see that in the table, I highlighted that the first key differences is that they, the Eastern donor, pursue authority and stability first. So they justify authoritarian regime first, and then within that system, they impose very strong military enforcement. So through that, they pursue peace, stabilization. And then right after that, they prioritize infrastructure development. And other things is that when they interpret the rule of law, they directly talk about authority and stability, and they justified military intervention. That was the key differences between with liberal peace model, which is a Western model. Let's move on to the page 7. I briefly just touch upon the definition of a rule of law. Maybe it can be confusing for you to understand because it's not familiar one. 법치주의 in Korea, or in Korean, maybe we can say 법치주의 or 법의 지배. This is about two things. So one is that this is about to set up laws to curb states' leeways. That was the first dimension. The other dimension is that it's about establishing order and stability for local people. So, so this is two-way definition of this concept. And the thing is, this is a very common principle in legal world, but for international development cooperation and the community, they think that they just embrace this concept and that they just try to apply this concept for their successful reconstruction intervention. So their interpretation is slightly different for different donors and different agencies. So when they interpret the rule of law, the first mainstream is that they think that this is a very initial stage if they want to stabilize the country, they just talk about the rule of law in that stage. But other group of people, including UN, they try to embrace the larger concept of the rule of law these days, which means that they think the rule of law is not limited to a certain stage or certain type of ODA, but they think that this is a high-level, comprehensive policy goal for reconstruction situation. So this is kind of a new trend within United Nations and other few bilateral donors to interpret this concept more broadly. And then the problem to when we apply this concept as a high-level policy goal, there has been a key criticism when they apply to this concept. The first one is about legal pluralism. This means when they apply rules, when they apply certain rules, they need to respect local context. Because the legal pluralism means that in the local context, there is not only state law, but also other local rules and traditions exist, so that there must be conflict between two different law systems. But the problem, the Western approach has been neglecting this concept, legal pluralism so far. So that was the key criticism. Another things we can talk about after for the post-conflict reconstruction is the transitional justice. Transitional justice, it's about properly punishing or rewarding people after war. But the thing is, when we just pursue peace and they want to pursue transitional justice at the same time, these efforts are conflicting because sometimes punishing people provoke resistance. So it could harm the process of making peace and social cohesion. So regarding these two key criticisms when applying rule of law, I selected two cases. So I reviewed these cases. The first one is Rwanda's Gacaca court case. The other was the East Timor's constitution drafting project. So I don't go into that detail for these project, but I would say the Rwanda case was the relatively good case. When they apply it, they try to respect the legal pluralism, and they achieve transitional justice relatively well. But the bad case is the East Timor case, which means even though they collected the greater interest from the global community, but actually the process was hugely led by the Western external actors, so that they excluded local context and people. So let's go to the conclusion, and I highlighted some context why we need to pay attention to rule of law concept once again. But before wrap up the discussion, back to the big theme, which is the new paradigm we're talking about here. But I guess there's more of not so positive changes and challenges ahead if we're talking about global ODA. And then when we're talking about Trump, and Trump led changes in ODA sector, because Trump talks about peace through strength. This means that actually foreign aid seems to be less relevant and it's dramatically shrinking. But I think there is some exception, which is reconstruction ODA. Trump would be very interested in this concept. because Trump is very keen to the business and security opportunity after the war, the Ukrainian war, in Ukraine as well as in Russia. So I think in that case, reconsider ODA and the rule of law would be put on the table once again. They try to put more effort to revise their existing approach. And then I would say for South Korea, maybe this rule of law concept would be very beneficial, because if we properly use the peace ODA, we need firm core policy idea to actually exercise this new budget. So in that case, I think the rule of law is something that we need to carefully pay attention to. But as I said, this concept is very flexible, which means we can interpret it widely. So South Korea needs to define our own concept of rule of law to actually push this initiative in the future. I'm not sure whether President Lee would increase ODA in the future or not. But his key ODA word would be culture, climate change, technology, and global south and peace. So I would say this is more opportunity. There is more room for us to think about what things we can do. I think in that sense, a rule of law would be very meaningful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for that thought-provoking analysis, and it seems rather challenging presentation to the designated discussant. I cannot wait to hear the commentaries from Professor Kim later. Okay. Our next speaker is Professor Izumi Ono from the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, GRIPS, Japan, presenting Trump 2.0 shock and the implication for international development cooperation, a Japanese perspective. Professor Ono examines the global implications of Trump 2.0 shock, especially the dismantling of US aid and the retreat of the US aid leadership. And she argues that this abrupt shift calls for a new coalition of donors and positions Japan as a stabilizing state through its philosophy of self-reliant development, multilateralism, and commitment to the global norms such as SDGs. Now welcome Professor Ono, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Song and everybody. My name is Izumi Ono from Japan, National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. I'm so happy to be here in such a beautiful place in Yosu. And also, I think this KAI's Korean Foundation, the conference is a really excellent opportunity, because I think that the overarching topic is for security concern under the changing kind of international kind of environment. At the same time, I really feel like development, peace through development is a very, very important thing. And also development cooperation can be a soft power. So I really appreciate that the organizer included this topic is an important session. So let me start. Okay. So I will talk about Trump 2.0 shock and its implication for international development cooperation and the Japanese perspective. Okay. So let me discuss three issues. First is how this Trump 2.0 shock affected. That is a major consequence on international development cooperation in general. And second, I will discuss how Japanese development cooperation is doing after this Trump shock. And then let me share with you the implication and the way forward. This is not the analytical, this is not the kind of academic piece, because that trend is changing so dramatically, so my presentation is more kind of trend analysis. I hope that this will still okay for you. And also, if time allows, I will just show you some of the supplementary information of the latest development of Japanese development cooperation policy, including the 2023 charter. So, Trump 2.0 shock on international development cooperation. I think, as everybody knows, upon assuming his office in January 20th, he changed many, many things through a series of executive orders announcements, and then it is widely seen as an assault on foreign aid. His announcement and also executive order include like closure of USAID, which has been the core aid agency of US in the 1961, and also more than 80% of really reduction of USAID activities now being transferred to State Department, and also reduced multilateral engagement, particularly UN agencies, and withdrawal from Paris Climate Agreement, suspending refugee resettlement program funded by State Department, and also anti-ESG, environment, social governance issue. He doesn't like diversity, equity, inclusion, and then he's not so positive about SDG. Furthermore, I think this direction has been even confirmed by the latest the budget to 2026 proposal. So his kind of budget request confirmed this direction. Although I think there is a kind of court debate on this issue, but administration is not seems to be kind of carrying these issues. Okay. So what are the consequences? Let me say three, maybe triple shock. First is financial aspect, which is exacerbating already scarce aid resources. Particularly US, as you know, was the world's largest ODA provider, accounting for about 1/3 of total DAC aid volume. And then USAID was accounting for almost over half of the total American aid. And then there has been spin-off effects of European donors reducing ODA, including UK, Germany, France, and Netherlands, many others. So this makes up even bleak prospect of filling SDG financial gap. I think later, maybe from, I think that the Finance for Development conference in Sevilla is taking place, and then there's a tremendous impact on the way of nature of discussion there. Second is developmental aspect, which is worsening multiple crises. So negatively affecting certain countries, particularly Ukraine or African countries, which receive a lot of American aid, and also certain sectors like democracy support, humanitarian aid, global health, etc. And also it is weakening UN system, I'm afraid. And also there are lots of expertise supported by USAID, including kind of policy analysts in the government, and also, professional in both partner countries and also America. So there is a kind of worry of unemployment. So also I have to add, because of that reciprocal tariff, which was announced in that April 2nd, could also have a kind of impact on maybe East Asian countries used to have an export-led development thanks to the open market provided by United States and other allies, but the prospect is becoming more challenging. Third is geopolitical aspect, that is increasing complexity of geopolitical context, which include the possible expansion of influence of emerging donors such as China, or erosion of credibility of the Western development cooperation. I think we had that rule of law concept, but the US itself is not committing any longer of this universal value. So these are kind of potential risks of erosion of that kind of confidence we have, Western donors have established. So this graph shows the trend of ODA from selected DAC countries, and including South Korea. So as you can see, this blue line is the United States. So US is the largest, far largest ODA provider, except for the period right after the end of Cold War, because of the US had the aid fatigue. At that time, Japan happened to become the largest donor, but I think more or less, US has been largest donor, and particularly under the Biden administration, is a sharp increase of the ODA to Ukraine. And then Germany is, I think, is followed. Okay. Next slide shows that the USAID spending, it is shown by a blue line that is more than half of total US foreign aid. So as you can imagine the impact of this. And then this is mapping of U.S. country, that the country which received that the kind of amount of that USAID support. So that the dark one, you can see the Ukraine, and then African countries, and some of the Middle Eastern countries, like Ukraine, DR Congo, Jordan, Ethiopia, Western Gaza, maybe no longer. But those are the kind of countries which are being affected very, very much. And then this is show that the USAID spending by sector and purposes. So as you can see, blue is a humanitarian aid, orange is health and population, and then gray is a governance, that is democracy support. So as you can also confirm that those are the areas which have been supported by USAID, and then that has a lot of implication. Regarding UN, this graph shows U.S. contribution to the UN agencies, and blue is the amount of U.S. contribution. So WFP is the largest recipient, followed by UNHCR, IOM, International Organization for Migrants, UNICEF, UN headquarters, WHO, etc. At the same time, orange shows that the percentage. So you can see the UNHCR, and then IOM, so that the organizations which are dealing with refugees, support, will be affected a lot. And then UNRWA is a Palestinian organization, and then UNAIDS is being affected a lot. Okay. So based on this, what are the implications, what are the consequences for Japan, and how maybe JICA is doing, for example? This is my personal observation, but it seems to me that the government of Japan and JICA have been relatively quiet, and they don't speak so much about that, how they see about this Trump shock, partly because I guess that they are kind of worried about not to raise any issue with the current Trump administration, because we are negotiating with reciprocal tariff at this moment. So they are quietly monitoring the situation. And then it seems also there are direct impact of Japanese bilateral ODA activity is yet to be seen, partly because the types of development cooperation between US and Japan has been quite different. So nature is different. So there is no, at this moment, joint kind of project together. So this kind of makes some kind of relative limited direct impact. At the same time, indirect impact could be large, negatively affecting the environment where the Japanese ODA activities operate. For example, sudden suspension of USAID funding of the government staff and some of the kind of activity of the health system would jeopardize where that the JICA is doing some project. So there are lots of implications in the maybe indirect or also medium and long term. Also, some Japanese NGO are receiving the USAID funding, or their counterpart, local NGO, is receiving US funding. So they reported there are some shocks to them. More concerns also that the possible damage to the popular perception of development cooperation, because this issue, USAID closure, was so kind of frequently or that dramatically reported in Japanese media and newspaper, which never talk about ODA issues so enthusiastically, but it was so many kind of TV program, etc. So people may feel like, wow, that the USAID foreign aid is not so kind of efficient, there are lots of waste, and the USAID counterpart is JICA, so what JICA is doing. So I think there are some concerns about this gives a lot of kind of negative, meaning that unnecessary kind of the image to development cooperation. Okay, this the table shows that the feature of ODA, US, Japan, UK, Germany. Though I think yellow part is a US and Japan, and as you can see, like a regional distribution, like US is mainly Sub-Saharan Africa, and then Europe, which is mostly Ukraine, and then Japan is more concentrated on the South Asia and also East Asia. Major aid use is that the US is, as I said, that the social or governance and also humanitarian support, while Japan is more economic infrastructure. And then US has no ODA loan, while Japan has ODA loan. US utilized NGO as a major kind of implementer of development cooperation, while Japan has to do more through working with NGO. So those are kind of different characteristics. This shows popular perception of ODA in Japan. There is a cabinet office annually conduct opinion poll of the perception of the development cooperation. Red kind of graph is at a strong supporter. So which used to be very high, 40%, but now declined, and then it was the lowest in the early 2000, which Japanese economy was very, very kind of bad. And now it has recovered a little bit, but now it is again declining, you can see. And then stable supporter has been there, like pink, but at the same time, you can see that the blue line, which is at the kind of somewhat negative, is again increasing. Particularly concerned is that the young generation, when you look at the young kind of by generation, young generation has less interest in overseas development cooperation, which is very worrisome. Okay. So, what are the implications and rethinking the approach to development in general? So I have to say that this USAID withdrawal may be seen as a symbolic sign of the end of ODA centrality. And then for developing countries, it is important reminder of the importance of self-reliant development and domestic resource mobilization, so warning of the risk of excessive aid dependency. For external partners, it also provides opportunity to rethink about approach to development cooperation. So I mean, it is important to strengthen the country's system, not just the expert is kind of replacing what the partner country do. You have to really keep working on helping them to be self-reliant. And then there is also need for the effort to, for the partnering with the diverse actors, including private sector engagement, because I think ODA resources getting even more scarce. So we also need to greater collaboration with emerging countries, including non-DAC partners, because I think everybody have to work together for the base kind of shared consensus and norms. And then vital importance of building trust between recipient countries and also between the global south and then traditional donors, which I am afraid is eroding. So the way forward for Japan, this is my personal views. Historically speaking, Japan has emphasized the importance of self-help, self-reliant development, so supporting human resource development and capacity development of recipient country and functions. So I think we should be confident more, not be too much silent, and then I think we should be confident more of the development cooperation approach, and then proactively engage in shaping a global development architecture to maintain and even reinforce multilateralism and contribute to SDG progress. So I don't want to advise Japan to follow suit of America and European countries. So even at least try to kind of secure the ODA volume. I think Japan has a very fiscal constraint. So increasing ODA regular budget is a bit challenging, but I hope they will maintain the kind of ODA volume through efficient, effective resource allocation, which include, for example, effective utilization of ODA loan, which come from a different budget from the general budget, and so more flexibility in the volume, and then upgrading its support to the policy, institutional capacity development. I think we need to do more on the policy issues, which maybe was supported by USAID. And then expanding support to local grassroots NGO community, which Japan has a very limited kind of engagement, but I think we have to do more. Finally, I would like to say that it is essential to advance ongoing ODA reform for greater private sector engagement. In this sense, I just wanted to mention that the Japanese government, also JICA, has recently revised JICA law to allow the JICA to have more diverse instruments like a guarantee, etc., to collaborate with the private sector kind of the financing. And then there is also need to strengthen social communication on the importance of global engagement. I think we need to communicate internally in Japan why development cooperation is important, how we are connected, why that matters for Japan and also the world. I think we have to do it. Yeah. And then importance of building new alliance by integrating traditional donors and emerging global South partners based on shared value and commitment. So in this regard, I really believe that Korea and Japan may be better positioned as Asian DAC donors compared to European at this context, because we are viewed as a more neutral partners to the countries and regions seriously affected by USA withdrawal and also European aid cut. And then I think we have kind of shared that the kind of history of catching up. And then we became donors, so embracing self-reliant development philosophy approach, which is also embedded in, I think, respective development cooperation. So I think that I think Korea and Japan can even work more closely at this particular juncture. And then in the case of Japan, I think we have a ticket, Tokyo International Conference for African Development in August, which is every 3 years we discuss African development issues. And this time we will be inviting African leaders in Yokohama. I think this is a very good opportunity to think about that how to kind of realize this kind of diverse kind of alliance, stakeholder, philosophy of development. So I really hope that the Japanese government will take account of this important moment. So this is the end of my presentation. And then in this slide, I have included some of the supplementary information of Japanese Development Cooperation Charter, which is that I think we have a 2023 is that the latest version, which have continuity from the long time, at the same time new changes, which could include more strategic focuses, co-creation as an important value, and innovating financing, working with private sector, offer-based cooperation, etc. And also we have separately from ODA, we have official security assistance have been kind of incorporated in recent years. So these kind of new aspects have been explained. So if we have an interest, please take a look at it. And also some more detail of the new, I say, revision of JICA law for greater private funding mobilization have been included. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Honor, for your sharp and forward-looking insight, and also thank you for the supplementary explanation on the Japanese ODA Charter. And our final paper is co-authored by Dr. Nam Soo-jung of KAIPAR and Dr. Kim Eun-mi of Yonsei University, entitled Foreign Aid Perception and Attitudes Toward the Refugees in South Korea. This empirical study explores how Koreans' attitude toward ODA relate to their views on refugee acceptance. Using national survey data, the authors find that humanitarian concern measured by positive views toward the foreign aid is a stronger predictor of refugee acceptance than perceived economic or security threat. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nam. It's your turn now.
Good afternoon. My name is Soo-jung Nam. I'm research fellow at Korea Institute of Public Administration, and thank you very much for allowing me to be part of this panel. Today, I think the slide is not mine. Okay. Yeah. Today, I would like to present an ongoing study that explores how public perceptions of foreign aid related to attitude toward refugees in South Korea. Yeah, I'll just keep going. Yeah, okay. Yeah, background of the study. Recent reports by the UNHCR indicate that over 100 million people worldwide have been forcefully displaced. And in South Korea, however, the refugee recognition rate remains below 1%. And 2018 arrival of Yemeni asylum seekers on Jeju Island drew significant public and media attention. And it revealed a sharp contrast between growing global expectations for humanitarian responsibility and the cautious domestic response within Korea. While humanitarian norms emphasize that protection of refugees, public skepticism toward both foreign aid and the refugee burden has been growing in South Korea. Despite ongoing public debate, there is a limited empirical research examining the link between support for foreign aid and attitude toward refugee acceptance. So this study aims to address the gap by using perceptions on foreign aid as a proxy for humanitarian concern. In this study, we pursue three main objectives. First, we aim to evaluate the impact of humanitarian concern measured by support for foreign aid and on public attitude toward refugee acceptance. Second, we examine how perceived threats, economic, social, and cultural, are associated with negative attitude or resistance to refugee acceptance. Finally, we analyze whether these relationships are moderated by local conditions, specifically the density of foreign residents. This study draws on three main theoretical perspectives. The first one is threat perception theory, and this theory suggests that people may oppose refugees when they feel threatened, which is economically, socially, or culturally. This theory has been widely used study in Western countries, and it can be also fit in the Korean context as there is concerns are growing. And the second one is contact hypothesis. This hypothesis is arguing that contact with refugees can reduce prejudice. But in Korea, direct contact is rare and media exposures often reinforces negative stereotypes. Although we do not directly apply contact theory, but we include immigrant density to reflect potential exposure. And the third one is humanitarian concern. In the absence of personal contact, moral values like empathy or global solidarity can shape public attitude. So we use support for foreign aid as a proxy to measure humanitarian concern. And this is a hypothesis. Let me skip to read the hypothesis. And the data for this study come from the survey on inequality and fairness, which was conducted by Social Science Institute at Yonsei University, which was supported by National Research Foundation of Korea. And this sample consists of 4,100 Korean adults from age between 20 and 69, and selected using stratified quota sampling to ensure the representativeness. And this survey includes in total 279 items covering the range of topics related to various issues occurring in Korea. And let me now introduce key variables used in our analysis. And the dependent variable is refugee acceptance based on social distance measure. Respondents were asked to what extent they could accept refugees as a neighbor, co-worker, friend, or sponsor. And we recoded the responses into a binary variable. And then we have independent variable such as humanitarian concern, which was measured by the agreement with the statement that Korea should help the poor in developing countries. And this is measured as 5-point Likert scale. And the second, the economic threat perception reflect that belief that welfare benefit for immigrants reduce benefit for Korean. And the third, the independent variables are safety threat capture the fear of increased crime due to more immigrants, and multicultural acceptance is measured by attitude toward cultural diversity and openness to foreign influence. And this scale is also reverse coded so that the lower score indicate greater perceived cultural threats. And we also include several cultural variables such as gender, age, education, and so on. So for our analysis, we use ordered logistic regression, given that the dependent variable is measured on an ordinal scale. And for our analysis, we conducted a full sample model to identify general trend across the population. And then we conducted a subgroup analysis by splitting the sample based on the median immigrant ratio, which was the 4.4. And this will allow us to compare the regions with the low versus high immigrant density. So about 76% of respondents expressed at least some level of support for refugee acceptance, and the average levels of humanitarian concerns and multicultural acceptance were moderate to high. And at the same time, perceptions of economic and safety threats were also present, but averaging around 3.3 on a 5-point scale. And the multicultural acceptance was relatively high, 4.5 out of 7. And this is the descriptive statistics. And let me skip also correlation and descriptive details of the descriptive statistics. So I will now present the result from Model 1 based on full sample. As expected, humanitarian concern has a significant and positive effect on refugee acceptance. And this supports our hypothesis that pro-humanitarian attitude fosters openness toward refugee. And among the threat-related factors, the perceived safety threats, especially concern about crime, emerges as the strongest negative predictor, even more bigger than the economic threats. And also, it means that public safety concerns are the major barrier to refugee acceptance. And multicultural acceptance also matter. For those who prefer cultural homogeneity are significantly less likely to support refugees. And this aligns with our expectation that low cultural openness is linked to the high perceived threats. And interestingly, we find the result that it was counter to the classical contact hypothesis, while the contact theory suggests that more exposure to immigrants reduce prejudice. But in the Korean context, higher local immigrant density is associated with lower refugee acceptance. And this suggests that the quality or context to contact may heighten threat perceptions rather than reduce them. And lastly, constant with the previous findings, women and more educated individuals are generally more supportive of refugee intake. And this is model 2 and 3. In low and high immigrant areas alike, humanitarian concern consistently increases support for refugees, but its effect is even stronger in high immigrant regions. And economic threat also negatively impact refugee attitude. So where immigrants are more visible, safety concerns remain the dominant negative predictor for regardless of the area. And multicultural acceptance supports refugee acceptance across the board, but this effect is strongest in the low immigrant areas. So finally, in conclusion, humanitarian concern significantly increases refugee support, while crime threat is the most powerful deterrent. And local immigrant density moderate these dynamics. And so the policy implication is to improve social cohesion. Policies must combine the accurate information, civic engagement, and also long-term multicultural vision with global citizenship education. Thank you so much.
Dr. Nam, and thank you for the very interesting analysis, and also thank you for keeping the time. And now it's time for discussion. And first I invite Professor Kim Ji-young from Sungsil University, our designated discussant, who will provide commentary to Dr. Lee Ji-sun's presentation on the rule of law and the post-conflict reconstruction. Please.
Okay, thank you for giving this great opportunity. So I have 5 minutes or 7? 7 minutes. Okay, I'll do my best. I think this is a very timely subject today when there are various conflicts taking place. As the title implies, maybe we really need to accelerate our cooperation efforts when the world is moving toward a more fragmented and divided stage. So war and development cooperation. The paper overall provides a very nice literature review on the concerned topic. In particular, it delivers a well-organized historical pattern of the international approaches toward the post-conflict region. However, I think the paper is still in progress and hope the following comments and questions could be of use for the author to complete the project. The most critical comment or question on the paper is about the academic significance of the issue of rule of law itself, especially for post-conflict reconstruction process. I thought the paper needs further elaboration on why this issue of restoration of rule of law in post-conflict reconstruction has the utmost importance. For instance, there could be many other urgent issues such as the development of political stability and human rights and restoration of the civilian government, etc. I'm not at all the expert on this issue, but based on my common sense. So I was wondering why the author chose to focus on this issue, very specific issue of the restoration of rule of law in post-conflict region. On page 1, the main argument goes as follows. This study argues that the discourse, challenges, and cases related to the rule of law should be recognized not only as a critical theme in the discipline of law and development, but also as an emerging strategic priority for South Korea's development cooperation and inter-Korean policies. Evidently, this is a very interesting and important point. Yet, the argument sounds somewhat descriptive for an academic discussion. Again, to further persuade the readers, I thought it is very important to explain theoretical as well as the empirical significance of this issue, the restoration of rule of law discourse for post-conflict regions. And that was my the most critical comment or question for the author on the paper. Throughout the paper, I figured that there are various points that need further explanation or elaboration. For those who are not really familiar with this topic. For instance, on page 5, the paper states, the global financial crisis of the late 2000s further accelerated international criticism of the liberal peace model. The author didn't really elaborate on this point, and so I was not sure how these two events had relevance. So the global financial crisis and international liberal peace model, I was not sure how these two are related. So hopefully the author provides further elaborations on these issues. And next point, maybe that would be my last big comment on the paper, is about the table 1, the models, when the author compares the two different models, the Western versus Eastern model on post-conflict regions approaches. Indeed, throughout the paper, the author compares the two models continuously. However, it was not clear how the author distinguishes or refines post-conflict reconstruction model from the general development cooperation model. In many places, the author seemed to be comparing development approaches of the Western versus non-Western countries, rather than specifically comparing their post-conflict reconstruction models. So it was somewhat confusing, and the table 1, many variables and categories were much about the development cooperation models rather than post-conflict models. So I was not sure how the author distinguishes the differences between the two. These are some minor points. There were many statements and arguments without evidence. So maybe because this is the paper in progress, and there are many references are missing, maybe again, this is not completed project, so the author might pay attention on these issues too. My suggestions, which is, I'm not sure if this could be helpful, but I've thought that the part on rule of law dynamics in developing countries on page 10, this was very helpful for me to get the picture. And I thought that maybe it would be more strategic to put this part before chapter 3 to increase the reader's understanding on the context of developing countries before the author actually goes into the detailed discussions on more specific content and issues of the restoration of rule of law in post-conflict regions. Also, in conclusion, the author mentioned the divergence between Western versus non-Western understandings of the rule of law in reconstruction settings. I think this is very clever and interesting point and framework that could be used when the author further revises the paper. So that would be the end of my comments. Thank you.
Wow, Professor Kim, we appreciate your critical reflection and very constructive engagement and detailed suggestions even for the revision of the paper in the future. Thank you very much. Now I invite our discussant, Dr. Kang Woo-chul from Exim Bank of Korea, to offer his commentaries to Professor Owner's paper. Please.
Good afternoon. I am Woo-chul Kang from the Korea Export-Import Bank. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this session as a discussant. It is also a great pleasure to meet Professor Ono and colleagues in beautiful Yeosu. Professor Ono's presentation was very clear, She provided, through analysis of the historical context of the Trump shock, quantitative review of ODA budgets and the impact of bilateral and multilateral cooperation in response to the Trump shock. I've prepared 2 comments and 1 question. First, I would like to comment on Trump's role as a facilitator and the donor countries' solidarity in Trump era. Then, I would like to ask 1 question regarding the revision of Japan's JICA's law. First, regarding Trump's role as a facilitator, I believe that Trump promoted the reduction in ODA budgets of major donor countries and the importance of the private sector's role in development finance. In other words, it was not a trigger, but rather an accelerator. Obviously, the integration of US aid into State Department and the reduction in the ODA budget were breaking news. However, the volume of ODA commitment by major donor countries were already declining. This trend is common in the UK, Germany, Italy, Canada, and France, excluding the US. The main causes cited include temporary increase due to the pandemic, physical defeats, and increased defense spending. It is concerning the role of development cooperation, such as addressing poverty in low-income countries, the HDP nexus, and governance to prevent conflicts, is being overshadowed by the role of missiles. Trump cut the budget of ODA from the humanitarian perspective and eliminated grant aid. However, the functions of the DFC, which plays a role in development finance, were strengthened. The DFC was established in 2018 by President Trump to counter China and strengthen the role of the private sector in development cooperation. The DFC's approved amount increased from 4.8 billion in 2020 to 12 billion in 2024. Trump is emphasized national interest by utilizing the DFC, which imposed less financial burden compared to grant aid. He is emphasizing the role of development in pursuing strategic values. Second, the gap left by the US and solidarity of donor countries. This is a concern from the perspective of developing countries. The reduction in the US ODA budget was the cut in the ODA budget for humanitarian aspects such as food security, health, refugees, and gender. As you mentioned, it will be difficult for the single country to fill the gap left by the US. Therefore, other donor countries must unite to fill the gap. However, as I mentioned earlier, major donor countries have already reduced their ODA budgets, so they are unlikely to have financial capacity to compensate for the Trump shock. If possible, cooperation for strategic ODA may be possible. There are serious concerns about the lack of global public goods for the least developing countries and vulnerable groups. I believe that the cooperation between South Korea and Japan as like-minded countries is required in this situation. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the normalization of diplomatic relations between South Korea and Japan. I hope that South Korea and Japan will collaborate through the development cooperation to pursue normative and strategic values in the future. Lastly, I have a question regarding Japan's policy changes in the revision of JICA law. Professor Honor briefly mentioned the revision of the JICA law in her presentation, but I would like to ask about this. Who were the key actors or policy entrepreneurs in the revision of the JICA law? Could you please provide an additional explanation on the process of the revision? I think this revision will be led to the positive outcome for everyone. This is because the lead of government budget saving, proactive response to the global trends, expansion of JICA scope or ODA implementation, and possibly corporate participation. However, it is difficult to identify who played a central role. If you have any insight to share, I would greatly appreciate it. I believe this is an important point to consider, as South Korea is also discussing strengthening its DFI functions. Once again, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Professor Honor for coming all the way here. This concludes my remarks about the presentation. Thank you for the listening.
Thank you, Dr. Kang, for your excellent commentaries and questions too. And now I invite Professor Kim Bo-kyung from Jeonbuk National University, our discussant for Dr. Nam's paper.
Thank you, Professor Son. It's a great honor to be on the panel, and also thank you, Dr. Nam and Dr. Kim. I feel lucky to be the first reader of this amazing work, and I believe and I understand that it's in its rather earlier stage, so I hope my comments and questions could in any way help in finalizing the piece in future time. So delving in as a reader, I felt that the study makes an original contribution by examining how attitude toward aid as a proxy for humanitarian concern shapes Korean perceptions on refugees. However, while reading the piece, several questions came to mind, of which I would like to share here today. So first is on the integration of the theoretical framework. The paper draws on three pillars: threat theory, contact hypothesis, and humanitarian concern, which does offer good conceptual breadth and scope. I assume that the initial attempt by the authors was to integrate the three into a single framework, but at the moment, the three seems to be standing parallel, rather independent, one next to the other, and the interconnection of the three seems rather unclear. So are they competing explanations, or do they work in sequence? Are you trying to catch the superiority of one over the other? That would, clarifying the explanation on that would help the readers follow your point. So for instance, if there's strong humanitarian concern, maybe it could naturally moderate or complement the threat perception, or a threat may even override moral solidarity for humanitarian concern in certain municipal level context. Say regions that are key areas for refugee influx, or if they have high immigrant area, they certainly would have different contexts compared to other areas where they have less or even hardly any contact at all. So especially in Korea, most of the regions where actual contact with refugees, as the presenter have stated, is relatively rare, and media framing definitely plays a big role in constructing the perception. So these interaction between and among the three frameworks, and examining whether they can actually stand as an independent pillar or should be integrated into one, I think the consideration for that could be crucial for navigating the directions of the research. So to suggest an alternative, the paper might benefit from engaging with Stefan and Stefan's integrated threat theory introduced back in the year 2000, and maybe employing their idea of linking symbolic and realistic threats with ideological orientation or empathy might be a breakthrough. So maybe consider that. And secondly, the usage of the term emotions. As a key factor affecting perceptions on refugees, the authors use multiple subjective terms, including empathy, attitude, emotions, psychological factors, and so on. So in particular, the word emotions can feel unspecific, especially when it's functioning as a key to describe why people support certain policies or oppose to certain policies. So rather than broadly referring to emotional or psychological factors, it might help to specify and unify your usage of the term that you're referring to. Is it morality? Is it humanitarian concern? Is it cosmopolitanism? Is it global citizenship awareness? That would sharpen the logic of the work. The third point is on the connection of the contact hypothesis in the Korean context. According to the regression results of the subgroup analysis, in areas with more immigrants, people tend to show more negative attitudes towards refugees. And this, in a way, contradicts the traditional understanding of contact hypothesis, which in reverse explains that more exposure in contact, in fact, helps reduce prejudice towards these people. So it prompts this question, what kind of contact actually matters within the Korean context? If it's not direct contact, are people reacting to foreign workers as a group, to refugees, or to cultural stereotypes? Is that why there is such a negative correlation? So perhaps what we're seeing is not just contact per se, but whether negative contact is voluntary or involuntarily created, and how much perception is actually mediated or created by media. So the importance of contact without structured integration was mentioned during the presentation, but the distinction could be worth noting in the implication part, if that's possible. Fourth, the use of support for aid as a proxy for humanitarian concern. The idea of using attitudes toward foreign aid as a proxy for humanitarian concern, the entire construct itself was very much interesting. But not much explanation was given as to why this underlying assumption should be taken for granted in the first place. So without properly justifying it, it could oversimplify what humanitarian concern really is supposed to capture in this specific paper. People do support aid out of empathy or out of global solidarity, but at the same time, just like how attitude toward refugees are framed by external factors, beyond individual level influence can play a huge role when it comes to encouraging ODA support as well, especially when it comes to a state-led agenda. So equating support for aid with individual level empathy for humanitarian concern, and then taking it a step further and amplifying it into the overall attitude toward refugees might bring doubts if not explained thoroughly enough. Fifth, going on, these are minor questions regarding methods, of which the first is on the choice of response scales. Most of the variables use a 5-point Likert scale, which naturally gives room for neutral midpoint, the checkbox number 3. And for sensitive topics like refugee acceptance, that midpoint can sometimes attract shy respondents. So I was wondering if you considered using a 4-point scale in such cases to reduce bias, especially if all the mean value, as you've shown, hits somewhere between 3 and 4, showing a relatively central tendency or central bias. The second on the method is on the clarity of reverse coding. The variable on multicultural acceptance is reverse coded and is mentioned as so that the lower scores represent greater cultural threat. There's a brief mentioning on page 7, but because cultural threat is central to hypothesis 4 and the only variable that has been reversed, I would recommend making this clearer throughout the paper, maybe label it more directly into table 1, or at least put an asterisk below the table 1, or remind readers at the very end when you talk about the regression results. That would be helpful for the readers to understand. Lastly, in Korea, refugee often refers more to labor migrants than to asylum seekers, which is more the case in Europe. So I wonder if capping the notion all into this one variable called multicultural acceptance could be including broader views on diversity overall, rather than referring to the refugee-specific cultural threat, particularly in the Korean context, which is supposed to be the main and the only target of the study. So that might be worth considering for future refinement of the study, and that's all I prepared. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for your very insightful commentaries. And before we open the floor, I think I'll give the presenters to have a chance to respond to the designated discussant, commentaries, and questions, they raised several points or questions. But please remind you that you don't have to answer or respond to each of every comment they made. You can choose most critical one or two at your own discretion, please, so we can preserve time for the discussion with the floor, with our audience, right? So please, Dr. Lee, you first.
Thank you. So I'm going to be very selective, as you said. Thank you very much for the very helpful comment. I was expecting very toxic comments because it's reflecting on my humble work, but I really thank for the kind comments. First thing, you mentioned the academic significance of this work, why this issue is particularly important than any other issue. I agree with you because I didn't really clarify that aspect in my paper. But in the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned that this is some sort of a emerging sector for competition between Western and Eastern donors. So I think that's the very interesting phenomena we can just pay attention to. The other thing is that the rule of law is some sort of a missing puzzle for South Korean ODA so far. So because rule of law these days, China and Japan, they are stressing this concept. But this is from my personal taste that why South Korea is not pay attention to this one. So I wanted to raise some sort of awareness what's going on the global arena. So that was my point. The other things you just mentioned, the empirical evidence problem, I agree with that because this paper at this stage, it's missing conceptual framework, and that it doesn't really have evidence because of that aspect. So I will amplify this aspect later on. Another thing you mentioned that the differences between development cooperation model and the reconstruction model. Maybe I intentionally actually separate development cooperation model and reconstruction model because when we're talking about the post-conflict reconstruction situations, there's different types of financial instruments comes in. So ODA is the small part of it. So we can talk about the investment, commercial investment. We can talk about military aid. We can talk about other official assistance. So that I think, in that sense, I believe we need to separate between development cooperation and reconstruction model. I would say reconstruction model is more larger concept than development cooperation. So that's why. But as you raised up the issue, so I will just maybe elaborate on that part because yeah, the separation later on. That's it. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Professor Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate Dr. Khan's excellent comment, which gives a lot of thinking again. So I think I would like to really share my thought in three aspects. The first, I really agree with his first comment on the Trump appearance is kind of as his role is accelerator, is already kind of increasing visible the phenomena. I totally agree. As he said that, I mean, already European donors have started to decrease their ODA, including to African countries, even before Trump assumed the office. I think that the European countries are already kind of getting becoming inward-looking because of the acceptance of many refugees, and then which is really also causing domestic, I think, political kind of debate. So, and then they are using part of ODA to support the first year of refugee cost, which also kind of raise a lot of questions among the development experts. So already those signs up kind of are visible. And also, I mean, in the case of Trump, I think that middle class people are very much affected particularly last belt people. So when he said, or Elon Musk talk about, well, USAID is efficient or a waste of money, we should do much more for America first, I think there are kind of already kind of the people who wants to support this kind of initiative. So I agree that his role is kind of accelerator in this regard. Yeah. So this is why I really believe that it is important in Japan for making much more careful and also active social communication with the various citizens and also private sectors, because I mean, I think, as I showed, that this kind of opinion poll, young people are kind of less interested in overseas development, and also I think that the popular perception is really that refugee is also still in Japan is not so kind of the positive. So I really feel like the social communication is very, very important for Japan, learning from the lessons from what happened in the UK, the US and European countries. And second, I really agree that I think it's important that I think this is the time, I think, I mean, South Korea and Japan, 60 years of this, normalization relationship is a very, very important opportunity to really think about putting something together in the field of development cooperation at this critical juncture. So I really appreciate his comments, and also we should really start seriously thinking about what we can do. And then third one is his very interesting questions. Who are the key policy entrepreneurs who actually took initiative and made possible for the JICA law revision? This is my personal view, because I was in charge of the kind of chairing this committee for review this proposed this funding, but I think it's a combination of various factors. First, I think Minister of Foreign Affairs at that time, Kamikawa, she has been very much kind of committed. This was one of her kind of agenda when she assumed the office. So this kind of proposal came from the minister. At the same time, there are at the technocrat level in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in the International Cooperation Bureau, who are really thinking about to make this revision because of the need for much more greater engagement of private sector, but JICA's instrument is very much limited compared to other DFI in European country or US. So I think technocrats took this advantage of ministers' kind of interest in pushing, and then also JICA took this as an opportunity, because of course for JICA it is a very important issues, and then I think Ministry of Foreign Affairs was much more kind of proactive, so they're really willing to accept or respond to this initiative. And also Ministry of Finance is because they are in charge of budget, so generally they are very much kind of cautious about ODA budget kind of issues, but because of the budget constraint, they know that ODA budget is not going to increase. So I think for them, there's no point of disagreeing that engaging more private sector with the assumption that there is a kind of good collaboration between JBIC and then JICA. And then in general, in the private sector, there are lots of interest in sustainable finance. So there are also business interests in working with them, and then there are many kind of the forum and also study groups. So already I think there are some kind of bases in the private sector who have also wanted to support this initiative. So I think the various factors made possible for the making the proposal to happen. So this is my understanding. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Honor and Dr. Nam. Once again, please be advised. Please, you don't have to respond to each of every comment the discussant has made. Okay, so you can be selective and you can choose one or two. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kim, for your comment. And regarding the question on theory, while we considered applying the integrated threat theory, the this study adopted a simplified framework due to the survey limitation, and we just did an exploratory study, and we treated the three theories as complementary. Threat perception explains negative attitude, while the humanitarian concern explains positive ones, and the context theory can play a kind of mediating role. And also humanitarian concern and threat perception may coexist within a complex structure, particularly in environment shaped by more media exposure than direct interpersonal contact. But for the future research, we can build on this by the employing integrated threat theory. Thank you for your suggestion. And regarding the interpretation of context theory, we observe both humanitarian concern and perceived safety threats. And this pattern means that the presence of ambivalent attitudes rather than pro and con stand. In other words, residents may feel a stronger sense of moral responsibility or empathy toward immigrants, while at the same time experiencing anxiety or fear related to when it comes to the public safety. And also in Korean context, contact with immigrants is often indirect and asymmetric, taking the form of media exposure rather than the mutual interpersonal engagement. And the proxy, the ODA as a proxy variable, that was the very important point. And indeed, support for ODA can be heavily shaped by the external factors such as media or state lead motivation. And in Korea, ODA has often been promoted with a national interest narrative, such kind of thing, and it means that the respondent support for ODA may reflect state-driven reasoning rather than the humanitarian constant. So, but we adopted this as a proxy due to the lack of direct emotional or experiential measures, but we fully acknowledge this as a limitation. Maybe future research should incorporate control of these variables. Thank you for your comments. And also for future study, we hope to distinguish types of immigrants, such as migrant worker, marriage migrant refugee, and types of contact, which is direct or indirect, to better understand how contact operates under different conditions in Korea. Thank you again for your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Nam. And now I think really thank you for your patience. A room-packed audience in here, grand volume. And we now open the floor for the discussion. If you have a question, please raise your hand and the staff will bring the microphone and you identify yourself and your affiliation. And please be advised to keep your time and your comments or your questions concise, so we can have enough time for multiple round of this session. Okay, do you have any of you question or the comments? Okay, there we go in the back. Thank you.
Yes. I have a question to Dr. Nam. First of all, I'm really glad to hear Dr. Nam's presentation because it's the only one, the presentation for my special field, immigration and refugee in this conference. I was so glad to. But my question is that, can you to test the contact hypothesis, you use the immigrant density. But usually, the migration studies distinguish the refugee from the immigrant in general, because we consider some refugees different category of some immigrant groups. So, but I fully understand that, because in Korea, as of some 1994, so we have only the more than 1,400 refugees in Korea. But it's really difficult to test the contact hypothesis with some real refugees in Korea. But at least you should discuss. You need to discuss that why you had to use the local immigrant density as a proxy variable for to test some contact the hypothesis. I think, because so it's a really critical issue, and still I have some still doubt that the questionnaire in the survey, like should we help the poor in developing country, is the humanitarian concern is not the same as the support for ODA. Because the ODA support for ODA is a matter of the money, right?
Yeah.
so I still doubt that questions.
Okay, Dr. Nam, you will respond to him later, and I will collect one or two questions or comments from the floor. Then,
Thank you, all panel members here. My name is Hakin Lee from Tokyo International University, and I have a question regarding the value-based diplomacy with the ODA to Professor Yi and also Professor Ono. Professor Yi talks about the Eastern model when comparing contrast with the Western model, which they're not the same. One emphasizes on sovereignty, the other emphasizes on liberal value. And my question, I guess, also to Professor Ono would be something like, when we discuss about the aid diplomacy, it can be perhaps associated with the literature in the economic statecraft. We have the positive and negative economic statecraft. So I guess the aid assistance would be the positive economic statecraft. But at the same time here, I just do a quick search regarding the ODA. It seems like Japanese government or maybe other countries, they do not really put rules of law or, let's say, human rights as criteria. So I'm asking, actually, are those governments, they put some criteria, for example, human rights, democracy, before they offer aid to those countries? In contrast, also, do a research regarding China, because I focus on China's foreign policy. I find that the Chinese government, they haven't put any conditional terms regarding aid and assistance. But I guess that I have one more implication, and then I will stop.
Okay.
The implication here is China right now is becoming richer. They offer aid, they offer assistance to those countries without any conditional terms. And this is why the United States actually accused that China has upset the rule-based order, because they prolong the authoritarian countries. But right now, if you have South Korea, Japan, or even European countries, if they offer aid, but in the context of the value-based diplomacy, perhaps it's going to be a kind of parallel order regarding aid, regarding assistance, which is something similar to the BRI with the current economic reward.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you. Could you wrap up your comments?
Yes, this is actually my implication.
Okay.
I want to talk about the competition.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you. We are running out of time, and we have 2 questions. I collect one more if you don't have. Okay. Now, let's take turns from Dr. Nam. You respond first, and Dr. Lee and Professor Honor, you're going to take next turn. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Lee, for your comment. And actually, we use the proportion of the immigrants in each local government as a proxy for a potential contact exposure. While this does not capture the quality of contact, as you mentioned, and we thought that this this can allow us to examine how regional density relate to the perceived threat. But however, as you mentioned, we will try to explain cautiously with the limitation of using this as a proxy indicator. And regarding the second question, the question about the measurement of humanitarian concern as a perception on ODA. Actually, the question the question was that, do you think Korea should help the poor in developing countries? So it's not all about money. So we thought that this includes some sense of humanitarian. Thank you for your question.
It's honor. Okay.
Thank you very much for your questions. Okay, so I think maybe your question is at aid diplomacy and also values. Yeah, I think there are maybe two angles which I wanted to mention. First, on the economic-related aspects. I think similar to Korea, I think Japan has held the aid philosophy as an aid for graduation. So it's not the aid is permanent kind of the things. And then it will graduate, and then we will become hopefully at the kind of equal partner for trade and investment. So in that way, I think Japan has provided ODA in combination with the infrastructure development, human resource development, to improve the business environment of the partner countries. So that itself, I think, is a trinity of ODA, trade, investment, has been, I think, long put in place in Japanese ODA from almost from the 60s and 70s. So that is, I think, one of the maybe the economic aspect. Now more, I think, yeah. So I think this can be, I think, combined with the philosophy of the development, like I said, reliance and aid for graduation. The other issue, the rule of the law. I think Japanese latest Development Cooperation Charter 2023 talks more kind of actively of the importance of international environment because that the security situation is changing. And then ODA is a peaceful mean, but to contribute to like a maritime securities and also maybe improving governance and then sharing that the kind of principle of maybe the universal value, including democratic system and human rights. So in a way, this, I think, rule of law concept is more strongly also embedded in the Japanese Development Cooperation Charter, which could also support maybe private sector to do the business. Another thing is that the support for to build the country system or democratic system, which I think Japanese approach is slightly different from the US in supporting democracy from in a kind of very explicit way, but we support, for example, building legal system, like the commercial law and those things in several countries in East Asia and Central Asia, but we don't impose the kind of standard law. I think we work with the local, the legal expert to find out how those local contexts can be kind of further modernized. So I think domestically, I think we also kind of support this kind of building the legal system. At the same time, more recently, the rule of law in terms of international context that is more strongly advocated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And concise, please.
Thank you for the comment. I think that's more, it's close to comment, not the question for me, I think. But as you mentioned, that China's involvement in this reconstruction process is quite different from other countries. And when we're talking about Eastern model, I think across different Eastern donors, there are differences and variations among these groups as well. I think by emphasizing rule of law, China tried to push their commercial interest to support their Belt Road Initiative. But on the other hand, Russia has different consideration. They're more interested in like establishing their military bases in these conflict-affected countries. So I think in that sense, we need to look into that kind of differences within the group, maybe in the future. And in that context, the rule of law is differently interpreted by these Eastern donors. So I think that's another form of aid diplomacy that the Eastern donors try to promote in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the excellent questions from the audience, and our sincere thanks to our presenters for their engaging and insightful responses. And once again, we appreciate thought-provoking commentaries from the discussant. I hope this session has contributed in a meaningful way to the ongoing academic and policy conversation on how developmental cooperation can be reimagined, not merely as an aid delivery, but as a strategic instrument for building peace and stable regional and global order, and more a just, compassionate world. And thank you once again for your active engagement. I wish you a productive and inspiring remainder of the conference. Thank you very much.
그럼 제가 좀 더 소개해드릴게요. 네, 저희 시작하시죠. 저희 오늘 오랜 시간 동안 토론과 또 열띤 아카데믹 익스체인지를 하셔가지고 시작하실 것 같은데요. 또 점심을 제가 시간 관리 못해가지고 점심을 잘 못 드셨을 것 같습니다. 죄송합니다. 다시 한번. 저희 만찬을 되게 짧게 진행하고요. 바로 식사 진행할 건데요. 저희 회장님, 김태희 회장님 처음에 말씀 한 말씀 듣고 축사 한번 듣고 이제 진행하겠습니다. 예.
네, 안녕하세요. 오늘 또 여러 번 인사를 드리는데 국제정치학회장 김태형입니다. 오늘 무엇보다도 오늘 많이들 참석해 주시고 이 학회를 성황리에 진행될 수 있도록 도와주신 점 너무너무 감사드립니다. 여수까지 오는 게 사실 쉽지 않았을 텐데 정말 감사드리고요. 그리고 이제 점심 때 조금 서둘러 드셔야 됐고 좀 그 다음에 또 세션이 3개나 있어서 지금 굉장히 시장하실 것 같습니다. 그래서 빨리 맛있게 드시길 바라고요. 네, 이상 마치겠습니다. 정말 감사드립니다.
네, 저희가 원래 아시겠지만 국제정치학회는 정치 중립을 위해서 항상 여야당 국회의원님을 모시는데 원래 차지 의원님을 모시기로 했는데 약속을 하셨거든요. 근데 갑자기 급하게 해외 일정이 있어서 가셔가지고 오늘 김건 국민의힘 의원님 모시고 축사 듣도록 하겠습니다. 저희 큰 박수로 김건 의원님 모시겠습니다. 네.
예, 건강한 정치 국민의힘 김건희입니다. 네. 저기 그 저녁 식사 곧 해야 돼서 제가 이렇게 뭐 축사는 거창하고요. 제가 오늘 왜 오게 됐냐면 사실은 민주당의 김영배, 제가 외통위의 국민의힘 간사입니다. 근데 민주당의 김영배 간사께서 이 행사에 꼭 가야 된다, 같이 가자 이렇게 해서 제가 할 수 없이 여야가 이제 협치를 잘 한다는 차원에서 제가 가겠다고 그랬는데 정작 본인은 중국 간다고 안 왔습니다. 그리고 제가 오게 됐는데 그래서 저도 안 올까 생각했는데 우리 김태형 회장님이 제 고등학교 후배세요. 네. 그래서 김태형 회장님이 하시는 거라서 제가 또 안 올 수 없어서 12시에 이제 뭐 행사 끝나자마자 바로 달려왔다가 저는 또 밥 먹고 또 바로 올라가야 됩니다. 그래서 이렇게 오게 됐다는 거. 근데 사실은 그렇게 해서 제가 잘 알고 존경하는 분들 여기서 많이 뵙게 돼서 영광스럽고요. 참고로 제가 오늘 그냥 다 까발키면 저희 이대 박원균 교수님이 또 제 고등학교 후배. 예. 그래서 저희는 여의도 고등학교입니다. 그리고 제가 사실은 35년 동안 외교부에서 외교관 생활하다가, 그러니까 국제정치 실무를 담당하다가 국회에 갔는데요. 국회에 갔더니 완전히 다른 게 하나 있습니다. 제가 35년 동안 제 몸에 체화한 게 튀면 죽는다였습니다. 그 공무원 하면 튀면 절대 안 되거든요. 튀지 않아야 살고 승진도 하고 이렇게 되는데 제가 정치권에 갔더니 여기는 놈이 완전 정반대입니다. 튀어야 산다. 튀어야 산다. 그래서 저도 구호도 만들고, 그건 이제 제가 이름이 건강할 건자라서 건강한 정치 김건희입니다. 아까 그렇게 소개드렸고요. 예. 그런데 저는 그냥 여기서 뭐 축사보다 그냥 구호만 하나 여러분들하고 같이 외치고 그냥 끝내겠습니다. 지금 국제 정세가 정말 힘들지 않습니까? 우리한테는 이제 복합 위기에 다가오는데 이때 우리가 이걸 잘 헤쳐나가는 것은 저는 기적에 가깝다고 생각합니다. 그렇지만 이 기적을 만들어내야 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 제가 비행기라고 외치겠습니다. 비행기는 뭐냐면 비전을 갖고 행하면 기적이 이루어진다, 그런 뜻이고요. 그래서 제가 비행기라고 외치면 여러분들이 날자 그러게 해주십시오. 우리나라가 비상할 수 있게. 자, 비행기 날자. 예, 감사합니다.
네, 다시 한번 김건 의원님께 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 그리고 저희가 학회를 만찬 직전에요. 저희 학회를 준비하면서 아시겠지만은 저희 학회 사무국에서 거의 밤잠을 설쳐가면서 준비를 많이 해주셨습니다. 또 저희 학회 운영을 위해서 여러 숭실대, 조선대, 또 어디죠? 서광대, 저희 학부 대학원생들이 많이 도와주셨는데요. 저희 조민혜 사무국장님, 또 이혜민 편집간사님 거의 몇 주 동안 진짜 밤새우면서 노력하셨고요. 저희 큰 박수로 한번 감사의 또 표시했으면 좋겠습니다. 네, 그리고 스태프분들도 너무 감사드리고요. 네, 저희 간단하게 저희 계획사는 아니고요, 뭐죠? 만찬사는 끝내고요. 저희 식사 바로 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 그리고 2차가 따로 준비되어 있지 않습니다. 그래서 여기서 많이 드시고 알아서 하시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 네.